Are you fed up with rolling the dice on ad creatives, watching your advertising budget magically disappear while your competitors pull ahead? And what if, instead of gambling, you could actually predict where your next winning ad creative is coming from every single week? Welcome to our 12-hour full course on how to create new winning ad creatives for Meta. And this is something that you simply won't find anywhere else on the internet, let alone for free. We're not just covering theory. In only 6 powerful steps, we're delivering a system that turns creative testing into a repeatable, highly profitable machine, saving you from costly guesswork and consistently crafting ad creatives that finally allow you to scale your ad spend in a sustainable way. Here at 99ads.com, we've pushed ad creatives for over $200 million in the last 12 months alone, creating ads for some of the biggest brands in the industry like True Classic, Michael Todd Beauty, Pact, and many more. In order to do so, we had to figure out what actually works. And now we are ready to pass those secrets on to you, as our business doesn't rely on information, but it thrives on implementing everything to the highest standard every single day. Now, what's in it for you? You'll get the exact playbook we use to build and perfect ad creatives. By the time we're done, you'll have everything you need to find ads that do more than just catch eyeballs. They turn those eyeballs into revenue. 2 important things before we dive in. Number 1, I'll be mentioning and showing you a bunch of resources during the video. Think of our static ad templates, our hooks repository, our creative intelligence spreadsheet, and so much more. You will be able to find all of these resources and download them for free at 99ads.com/resources. Again, 99ads.com/resources to download all of the resources for free. Number 2, if you're currently spending at least $100,000 a month and you like what you hear here in the course, you might qualify for our done-for-you service with no upfront costs. We invest in your store, we take care of all of the production costs, and you only pay a small commission on the budget you spend against our ads. If interested, head over to 99ads.com/demo and book a call. Again, 99ads.com/demo and book a call. Now, are you finally ready to take control of your advertising results and finally get rid of all of that costly guesswork? Let's dive into Chapter 1 and get you set up to find your next winning ad creative on repeat. All right, in this lesson, in this video, we're going to talk about the roadmap that's going to bring you from 0 to hero when it comes to ad creatives. The title of this video is the Winning Ad Creatives Blueprint, and as the title suggests, this is going to be a blueprint of all of the phases you're going to go through in the entire path that's going to bring you from point A to point B. What are the phases you're going to go through? What are the phases you already went through? And we want to use this roadmap to get the expectations clear, make sure you understand why we are doing something rather than something else at a very specific moment of your journey. And it's going to also help us understand where you're at right now. So what are your current goals? What is your current situation? How you get out of that situation, you break through that plateau and you get onto the next phase. Now, in order to do so, extremely important, I want you to understand that this video is just gonna give you the roadmap of what we're gonna do and how we're gonna do it, but it's not gonna explain in detail all of the micro phases of that are gonna be explained on this chapter. What we're gonna be focusing on here is the journey, and through the course, you're gonna learn everything more than in depth, and each and every single step of it will be explained on a very specific module and chapter. So if something doesn't sound as clear right now in this video, It's not going to be a big deal. The goal here for this video is understanding what the journey looks like and where you're at. Okay? Now, what are we going to cover here? First of all, the path to scaling to 8 figures a year in ad spend. This might not be your goal. This might be your goal. Might be too low for some businesses. However, everything that's going to be explained on this lesson is going to bring you to multiple 6 to 7 figures in ad spend. This is the blueprint from zero to hero. And this is how you build a machine that creates and multiplies winning ad creatives on command. This is a step-by-step method that we used to create ads for e-commerce stores of any size, but also for tech companies, for local businesses, for digital products, for online consultants, pretty much everybody, as long as they are selling online and as long as, well, not only online, but as long as they're running ads online, this is the blueprint that's going to bring them to that stage. Now, this is the 99 ads framework. This entire roadmap is based on the 99 ads framework. In 2023, 10 to 21% of the ads we delivered turned out to be winners for our clients. The winner label is always a little controversial. What I mean by that is that what is a winner for me might not be a winner for you. What's a winner for company A is not going to be a winner for company B. But the label is based on the benchmarks of the ad account. Results obviously don't depend exclusively on ad creatives, but there are many more variables. Think of variables like the product, the pricing, the landing page, the brand authority, the reviews, and so on. What you're going to learn here is how to go from random to professional. So when it comes to finding new winning ad creatives that you can scale on your ad account, that you can rely on for the long term, most of the people, they just go random. They just test everything. They just try to reinvent the wheel every time they can. They don't have a structure to follow, and building that structure is exactly what we're doing here. This is the journey to build that structure, that system, that method. Important note before we get started, take everything, all the numbers I'm going to be talking about in this lesson with a grain of salt. The reason why is because, again, based on the company, based on the business, based on the nature of the product you're selling, these numbers can be completely different. Think of brands that have completely different profit margins, brands that are established versus brands that are not established at all, that are just getting started, brands that have a lot of good reviews versus brands that have bad word of mouth, brands that have a completely different size of the market they're serving, brands that have a different sophistication of the market. So brands that are coming up with a brand new product that has never been seen, that is a completely new solution versus brands that are selling a product that everybody has seen before. Then obviously the offer changes, what is more profitable, what is less profitable. Do you have a sales team? You don't have a sales team. What is good for one company might not be good for another company. So make sure you filter everything out your own company. And if you need help in order to do so and in order to understand where you're at based on your own benchmarks, feel free to reach out to your coach, and we will be more than happy to support you in this phase. Now, phase 0, that's what we call the product market fit. What is the initial situation? Pretty simple. The ad spend range is anywhere between $0 to $10,000. You can't run ads profitably yet. You run random tests and sporadically you get good results, but you don't really understand what gets your prospects to buy. And whatever works, whatever gets in sales, doesn't last for longer than a couple of days. At this phase, all the money you're spending in ads, in advertising, goes straight into testing. So 100% of your budget gets allocated to testing new ads. You don't have evergreen campaigns. You don't have evergreen ads. You're just trying to figure out what's going to get people to buy your product. What is the outcome? How do we get out? Well, when do we get out of this phase? First of all, when we find our own product market fit. And second, once we understand what gets prospect to want to buy your product. That's going to look like getting daily and steady sales and also starting to scale while maintaining profitability. Obviously, we're talking about small numbers, $0 to $10,000, but from $0 to $10,000, that's still scaling. Now, how we do that? How we find our product market fit, how we get our prospects to want to buy our products. First of all, we have a very clear order that we want to maintain. First, we want to make it sustainable. So at least we want to go on break even. We don't want to lose money, or we want to stop bleeding money that we are spending in ads. And second, we want to get profitable. So first, we make it sustainable, then we make it profitable. These are micro steps. Obviously, the goal is to get profitable as soon as possible. But at least what I learned is that if we focus right away on being profitable, it makes things a little harder. And one of the pitfalls is looking around at this stage. It's looking around at like more shiny objects, and we are not committed yet to any product. And for that reason, we might have problems in terms of getting momentum. Whereas if we can first get sustainable, stop losing money, go break even, and then get profitable, then we have basically turned one small win into two smaller wins. And in my opinion, this is what really helps getting that initial traction. Then how we do that, how we get sustainable first and profitable then, by finding the Trojan horse. What is the Trojan horse? The Trojan horse is basically the offer, the product that gets people to buy from cold traffic. So they have never heard of our brand, they have never heard of our product, but once they see a specific ad promoting a specific offer, then they are interested and they get to buy right away. All brands have a Trojan horse, whether they call it Trojan horse or not. That's what gets them to get sales in an evergreen way. So they keep getting sales constantly and steadily thanks to the Trojan horse. In this phase, if you're here, you want to find that Trojan horse as soon as possible. You want to understand what gets people to buy. You want to understand, obviously, your profit margin while you're doing it, because when we talk about getting sustainable, we might want to test out different offers that can be discounts, that can be bundles, that can be buying one, get one. There might be a variety of offers. However, we want to make sure that we are profitable. Whatever we are selling makes sense from a profit standpoint. We don't want to focus on the revenue when we are not keeping any money. And we want to make sure that if we are committing to our Trojan horse, we can scale that Trojan horse. It's not a Trojan horse that we can sell just for a limited amount of time because of lead time problems or because of market size problems, but we want to make sure that in the long run, this is a sustainable in high quality Trojan horse. Now, there are some common pitfalls at this phase. What are they? First, as I mentioned before, shiny object syndrome and not committing to anything. This is extremely common at this phase, especially in the e-commerce space. A lot of people tend to get persuaded very easily by the latest trend, by the latest online guru. And everybody's telling them that it's so easy to make money online. Well, it's not. It is if you're getting into at least it looks like, if you're getting into a brand new industry, if you're starting to sell a brand new product. But you will have to commit to something. And if you don't commit, if you keep changing, that's never going to work out. Then getting trapped in the dropshipping mindset. But by dropshipping mindset, what I mean is that they do not want to commit. They do not want to build solid foundations for their store, but they want to keep everything simple. They want to keep everything as a lifestyle business. So they keep squeezing it and milking it as much as they can. But at some point, they are going to have to start building. And building solid foundations from the get-go, I find it to be one of the best options. Then another common pitfall at this phase is forgetting about margins. So, as I said, in order to find your Trojan horse, you will have to test out multiple offers, and offers usually come with discounts. Do not forget about your profit margin. It doesn't make sense to get good sales, good numbers, good revenues if you're not making in any money, or if you're even losing money. That makes no sense. So make sure you don't forget about your profit margins, and also you understand your financials. It gets hard for people to acknowledge taxes at this phase, especially if this is the first business they're running. The problem with taxes is obviously cash flow. So it's something that maybe they do not predict or they do not understand properly. And in terms of cash flow, that's going to become a problem when they actually have to pay taxes, especially if you're selling in Europe, if you have to pay VAT. That gets tricky very easily. So just make sure you understand what you are going towards. But at the same time, another very common pitfall is going pro way too fast, making the structure heavier than it needs to be. This is exactly the opposite. This is on the other side of the spectrum compared to the dropshipping mentality. But I want to make sure that you don't go pro too fast. If you haven't started selling, if you're not getting good results, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to build a very heavy structure from the get-go. Make sure what you're selling makes sense, first of all, and then there's some product market fit for it. So this is the right phase to understand it. Then expecting it to be easy, that's another big problem. People do not understand, especially at this phase, what is the level of intensity, the level of effort that's required to make things work. And I want you to make sure you have the right expectations set. Then another big pitfall is just stealing whatever. That can be stealing offers from your competitors, stealing ads. And somehow this is connected to the previous point, because everybody thinks that they can do the same thing as somebody else is doing just by copy pasting what they're doing. But that's not the case most of the time. There's always some sort of a learning curve. There's a bit of a starting period where you lose a lot of money, where you have to learn a lot of things. And what you can see is not everything. So everything looks easy when somebody else is doing it, but I can tell you it's not as easy, and it's not even morally or ethically correct to just steal everything in order to make a quick buck. We are here, hopefully, for the long run, so we want to make sure we are not burning our bridges. Then another aspect important is bleeding money and not being resourceful. At this phase, you're not making any money. If you are well capitalized, if you have money from other business ventures, you might be in the mindset of I'll hire the best people and everything, and I will just try to make sure that I have everybody in place. Everybody's going to help me. If you're not making money, that's not going to make sense. That's not going to make a lot of sense. And you are going to required to be resourceful. With this course, you can be as resourceful as you want. You can pretty much do everything yourself. And here we're going to explain you in detail everything you need to do. So just be cautious about the money you're spending in this phase. And finally, not understanding how to shoot your own content. This is very related to the previous point. Learning how to shoot your own content. is the definition of being resourceful, simply because getting to work with agencies that are going to be charging you multiple 4 and 5 figures just to shoot some content at this phase where you don't know if the product works, where you don't know if the offer works, where you don't know if there's a market fit, just doesn't make any sense. So keep it simple, be resourceful, and make sure you can go through everything yourself first, and then you start delegating, you start hiring people. There's no rush. That's gonna happen, don't worry. Once we achieve this outcome, then we move on to phase 1. Phase 1 is where we focus on the ad level, and the initial situation is an ad spend range between $10,000 to $100,000 a month ish, as usual. You haven't cracked the code yet. Ads perform randomly, and it's not clear what gets prospects to buy. You have found your own Trojan horse, but you don't have stability in terms of ads. Okay? The testing budget at this stage is around 20%, so that 80% keeps running based on what has worked and what is proven to work on phase 0, but the 20% of the budget keeps going towards cracking the codes of the ad level. What is the outcome you're looking for? First, getting access to a profitable asset that brings in profits in a reliable way. What you're going to do basically is turning that one asset into 1 to 5 new winners a week, new ad winners. And you're going to do that through the more, better, new framework. To give you an idea, you can easily ride one single asset to $100,000 a month in ad spend. We did this multiple times. We've seen so many brands doing it. It's very achievable, and it's very likely that that's what's going to look like. That being said, the asset in this case is one one winning audience, one winning angle, and one winning ad that you can multiply and turn into more winners every single week. Now, how we do that? First, we understand how to leverage the GBP method. Each ad consists of 3 parts: gut, brain, pocket. Looking at ads in a modular way and building them around formulas and concepts is what's going to help you understand what are the winning ads for your brand and what gets people to buy. In another very important aspect at this phase is understanding how to leverage competitors' research to save money. Again, we are not spending a lot of money in testing budget, so we can't really test everything. We can't really test as much as we would like to. So we need to understand how to leverage what other people have already spent money on. Now, how do we focus on the ad level? That's what we want to do. First, we get one audience and one angle locked in, and we find what brings in sales at the ad level. Then we multiply it. Then we figure out what are the formulas and concepts that get your prospect to reach into their pockets and buy. That's the goal at the end of the day. Common pitfalls. We have a bunch here as well. In this phase, the pitfalls are the following. First, trying to figure out all the variables at once. We don't focus exclusively on the ad level, but we focus on opening up new audiences, opening up new angles, opening up new ads format and formulas, etc. Everything we need to focus on in this phase is the ad level. We lock in one audience, we lock in one angle, and then we play around with new ads. We use the more, better, new framework to create more ads and multiply what's working. Then another big pitfall is not understanding the value of our assets and constantly reinventing the wheel. So we find a winning asset, so winning audience, winning angle, winning ad, and then rather than locking in the first two and working on multiplying the winning ad, we keep reinventing the wheel. So we keep testing new audiences, we keep testing new angles. That's That just doesn't make any sense. Again, we're going from random to pro. That's what random does. What pro does is understand what works and multiplies the easiest thing to multiply at this level. At this phase, the easiest thing you do is not open up new audiences, it's not open up new angles, but multiply the ads that are already proven to work. Then another big pitfall is not leveraging the learnings we paid advertising platforms for. One thing extremely important to understand at this level is that every time we are running ads, every time we are spending money on ads, we can either get sales or purchase information. We get platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram to show their hands and tell us what either works or what doesn't work. So if we are learning what doesn't work, that's something we should treat as an asset. So we should create our own database of things that don't work, of things that haven't brought in any results. And we don't want to test them again in this phase simply because we know that they don't work and we want to make the most of every single dollar or cent we spend on advertising. This is a very common pitfall. So I'd urge you to make sure you're understanding the value of each dollar you spend in advertising. Then not analyzing all the variables and leaving precious information on the table. This is pretty much related to the previous one, but it just emphasizes all of the variables that you want to learn about and you are learning about while running ads. Then not allocating enough budget to testing new ads. This is a very important point, I would say, especially if we mix it with understanding that MER at this phase is a key metric, but it's not the only key metric. And we need to understand what is a good ratio between MER and a healthy amount of tests. I know in this phase sometimes, I think in every phase, it hurts to run ads that are not bringing in profits. But at the same time, again, we want to get in the mindset that we are purchasing data. We are purchasing information, and all the data, all the money we're spending now and all the data we're collecting now, we're not going to need to collect it another time. So the next one is reactive passively to the results you see in your ad account and not moving proactively to stack new winning ads. This is extremely important. And if I could give you just one takeaway from the entire course, I think this solution would be if you learn how to proactively find new winning ads and not wait for your winners to stop working, that's what gonna bring you and your creative department to the next level. Then finally, running ads the old way and not giving all ads a chance, but turning them off too quickly. That's another big problem. We have a lot of people that are still running ads as they used to prior to the iOS update. That's something that's not working anymore. And most of the time that doesn't allow all the ads to be tested properly. And that's something that you don't want to do. Don't worry at all. You're going to have an entire module on the creative testing and on how to test your ads, how to manage the media buying, how to set it up. It's going to be covered in detail in the course. So no worries. Here we're just making a list of all of the pitfalls per phases. Now, phase 2. Once we achieve our outcome, we move on to phase 2. Phase 2 is the angle phase. Initial situation, we have an ad spend range between $100,000 to $500,000 ish. At this phase, we have one winning audience and angle that allow us to get a constant stream of winners. We are spending steadily and we are keeping the asset active. So we have one audience, one angle, and multiple ads. And our testing budget is anywhere between 10% to 15%. So we lowered it just because as numbers go up, we want to bring down the testing budget, because here, for example, 10% of $500,000, it's still 50 grand. So that's a lot of money. And what is the outcome that we want to achieve on phase 2? First, going from 1 winning angle to 3 to 5 winning angles. Depending on the product, you might want to aim at 3, you might want to aim at 5. We're still focused on one single audience, on one unique audience, but it's as important as it gets to open up new angles. More angles equals more assets. And once we have more assets, the outcome becomes turning all assets into 20 new winners per week. This is the goal in this phase. How we do that? First, again, we focus on the angle level. So we are leveraging the winning formulas and concepts you found in phase 1, but we're opening up new angles. So more angles equals more assets equals more winners to multiply. And then we want to understand the EPIC framework to the T. So we understand what an angle really is. You're going to have all the information in the course, so don't worry. Get to implement the EPIC framework. EPIC stands for emotional, practical, identity, and critical angles. And then putting in the proper research and maximizing all the information we get from our clients. Not only competitors' research anymore, which is what we used to do in the previous phases, simply because we didn't have enough data to elaborate. So we wanted to squeeze as much as we could the data that was purchased by our competitors. But now we are purchasing enough data so we can start analyzing our own and leveraging our own the right way. Again, you're going to learn this as well. Common pitfalls on phase 2. First, hanging on to just one winning angle for too long. If you have your own list of competitors to stalk and see what they're doing, I'm pretty sure that you have at least a few of them that are always running the same ads, that are always running the same angles. That's not the person you want to be. If you want to become steady, if you want to keep on getting winners, you want to open up as many angles as possible. On the other hand, another common pitfall at this stage is, since we only have one valuable asset when it comes to ads, we let go of it too early, even before finding new ones. Once the first one gets squeezed enough, gets milked enough, and it's hard for us to find new ads that we can get from it, then it might make sense to start thinking about letting go of it. However, if we still have one, there's no point in stopping creating new ads. The goal is to get as many ads as we can from each and every asset we have at our disposal. At this phase, we are getting to find new assets, but we still have only one that's already proven to work. Make sure you treat that one asset with as much care as you can. This is extremely important. This is a very common pitfall, so make sure you don't fall there. Then another common one is that you're not testing enough angles. As easy as that. You're just testing new ads, and you keep postponing the angle research. Or you are testing enough angles, but you're not testing them right. So you're not giving each angle a fair shot. You have the wrong campaign structure. This is something we mentioned above as well. In thinking that ad fatigue will never burn your first winner, your first asset. This is related to one of the previous pitfalls, but it's extremely important to constantly understand that Every day we can wake up to one asset just completely destroyed. And as long as we're relying on just one, it's going to be hard to feel safe and sleep assured at night. Finally, we don't have enough content available to test all the new angles. So we're testing all of the new angles with the same content. Ad fatigue is one thing, content fatigue is another thing. We call it also content blindness. So when we get to use the same content forever and we start testing new audiences, new angles with the same content, people are just not gonna react the same way. So they will just get used to it, and it's gonna feel like it's always the same ad. So they will not relate to it, even though we are targeting like a different audience or we're using a different angle to attack them and so on. So make sure you are shooting enough content at this phase. Then phase 3, we have the audience phase. In this phase, we want to open up new audiences. Now, what is the initial situation? The ad spend range is anywhere between $500 to $1.5 million ish again. At this phase, we understand the one audience we have access to and that one winning audience to the T. We know exactly what gets them to buy. We know exactly what promotions they're interested in. We understand how to shoot content for them. This is very important. And we understand what problems they relate to the most. So to give you a quick recap, at this phase, we know exactly what are the ads that work for our clients. We know exactly what are the angles that convert for them. We opened up 3 to 5 new angles, so we have a very clear idea once we connect the dots and once we understand patterns, what works for that specific audience. We're spending steadily, and we are being able to find new winners on command, but we have never exceeded $50,000 a day in ad spend. Obviously, we're not considering Black Friday, we're not considering Mother's Day, we're not considering any specific promotion, but we are talking about the average day. The testing budget at this phase is anywhere between 5 to 10%, and the outcome we're going for is basically going from multiple assets targeting one winning audience profitably to 3 profitable audiences. This is a massive step. Once you understand how to do this, then you are in a very good place. You want to get to spending steadily over 50,000 a day. Getting up to 50,000 a day would be great in this phase. But in order to do so, you cannot rely on one offer anymore. You need more offers, and that's going to give you more stability. If one goes down for whatever reason, sales won't stop. You can tap into different types of audiences, and you can do that profitably. And on a weekly basis, you can turn all of the assets you have at your disposal into 25 to 50 winners a week. We're talking about, obviously, new winners. How we do that? So in phase 0, you found your first Trojan horse. Now we need to find our second Trojan horse. Not all of the products require that. Some products might have multiple audiences built in within, but that's not always the case. If that's the case, you can definitely explore it, but it's not only about changing the product, it's also about changing sometimes the offer. For example, here it talks about new bundles. So we want to appeal to different poles of the same audience. For example, we have convenience-driven people when it comes to bundles. Or we can start extending our product line. So we find a new product that's a new Trojan horse, and we appeal to different audiences. Think of the clothing for male brand that starts selling clothing for female. Or we can also turn a one-time buyer into a recurring customer through subscriptions. These are just ideas. You will be playing around with your offer as long as you manage to open up a new audience, and you're gonna do that as a goal with 3 new audiences. That's the goal here, and that's what we want to do. Now, one thing that's extremely important when we're talking about audiences is understanding the audience relatability. Would you want to understand how relatable your angles can be based on the size of the market you're attacking? If you're attacking an extremely big market, it's going to be very hard to create relatable ads for that massive audience. The smaller the audience, the more relatable the ads can be. And by relatable, I mean prospects that think like this brand understands my problem to the T, and this is why I want to give them my money. This is why I want to buy from them. So the bigger the market, the harder it's going to be to get that result. Again, don't worry. We're going to talk about this in depth in the course. What are the common pitfalls at this stage? First, expecting that the same audience and offer can run forever. That's not the case. And if you react too passively to this, I've seen brands losing the actual brand. I've seen brands going down because of this. They did not expect it, and they were not in a position where they could test and find new Trojan horses. So either they had to exit the brand, or like it was just a bad situation. So it's something that you don't want to play with too much. Then not allocating the right testing budget and preserving MER too much. This is another big pitfall. In being too tight on the brand voice and limiting the testing creativity is a very big problem at this phase. Brand owners here, they feel like they are the shit. They have a very clear idea of what their audience want to hear from them, and they're not happy to be flexible and test out new things. All of the most successful brands that I worked with, they are extremely comfortable playing with as many variables as possible when it comes to creatives. Worst case scenario, you turn them off. It's gonna be very unlikely unless you're doing something that's very against your current audience. But obviously, common sense, it's always important to apply. But I've never seen that being the case. Obviously, if we're talking about big campaigns, think of the Bud Light, the infamous Bud Light campaign. That definitely makes sense, and you don't want to get to that level. But as long as we are talking about e-commerce brands or brands that are spending this amount a month, it's going to be very hard, especially if we're testing those campaigns, that we can make that damage. So I would not be too tight on the brand voice. It's going to be very hard to open up new audiences if you're too strict, if you're not loose, if you're not flexible, if you don't want to actually test out new things, but you want to stick to what works, and that's it. You don't want to add anything new. Another pitfall is being too afraid of extending the product line, which is something that I do understand, but at some point, for some niches, for some industries, it really makes a lot of sense to extend your product line. Another pitfall is not paying attention to advanced metrics such as time to second order, average order value on second order, and repeat customer rate. Sometimes, especially when we're opening up new audiences, if we're going for a more convenience-driven type of audience, for example, we might feel comfortable losing some money in the front end, as long as we are getting profitable in the back end within a reasonable amount of time. This is something that happens for many products and many niches. And the reason why they're able to do that is because they understand to the T their time to second order, their average order value on second order, and their repeat customer rate. This is extremely important. And then the final point is becoming cocky and thinking that whatever you test cannot fail. And this is a massive trap. So just don't go there. This is not ideal. You don't want to be that guy. Then we have phase 4, localization. What is the initial situation? So we opened up our 3 new audiences, and now we are starting to understand how this works, how this entire creative game works. We know what are the audiences that we can convert. We know what are the angles that get those audiences to convert. We know how to create the ads that get those people to give us money. So what we want to do here, we want to keep expanding, if that's your goal, of course. So what is the initial situation? Ad spend range 1.5 mil plus. Here we know exactly what works for your brand in terms of audiences, angles, and ads. And we're getting closer and closer to your TAM, to your total addressable market. At this phase, the testing budget is around 5% of the total ad spend, and the outcome becomes going from multiple assets in only one language to multiple countries and languages. So right now we have multiple assets in only one language. We want to get to multiple assets in multiple countries and multiple languages. So we want to break through the $50,000 a day in ad spend. We want to stop relying exclusively on one language, because more languages are going to give us more stability, especially as we start running out of people in the first specific language. If one language goes down, if one country goes down for whatever reason, you have the stability and you know that sales won't stop. You have a very solid way to multiply revenue once established. I've seen incredible numbers for stores that were already very established, that once they started scaling in multiple locations, in multiple countries, multiple languages, their numbers went up quite a lot. And the goal here is basically getting to the point where every week you're getting 50 plus new winners that you can start scaling right away. Obviously, first you validate them, but you have a very clear idea on what works so that you get to 50 plus new winners a week. Imagine the level of stability here. Now, how we do that? First of all, we follow the most cost-effective process. We did this so many times, it's not even funny. We want to make sure we are not losing money as we are opening up new markets. How we do that? This is the process we use. I think personally, this is the best one, is the most simple, is one that doesn't make you overthink and overcomplicate things. You just want to follow this and see what happens. First step, you take all of your winning assets and you launch them in new countries. No translations. You just take them as they are and you launch them in new campaigns that are targeting new markets. Then you take the best performers from the previous test and you add a voiceover and you translate them. The voiceover and the translation obviously has to be in the local language, and you want to see what are the winners that keep performing once translated. If you're running ads that have no voice, that's even better, makes things even easier. You translate everything around the ad, but this works, and here you want to see what are the very best ads for that specific country. It's funny because the winning assets from usually they're in English. It's funny because you get completely different results based on the country. Let's say you're selling in Europe, you're expanding to Europe, and you're gonna find a very specific asset converting extremely well in the Netherlands, but that asset is not gonna convert in Italy. It's not gonna convert in Scandinavia. It's gonna be fun, but again, cracking the code here is gonna help us exponentially grow our revenue. Once we understand what works specifically, once translated, what gets sales in each specific countries or in the best performing countries, we don't have to scale at the same time in multiple countries. That's when we start reshooting the best performers in the local language. People get this twisted quite a lot of time. Right away, they start shooting new content locally without understanding what works, like what performs in that specific country. And that's not what I would recommend. What we recommend and what we've done so many times is first, you take the standard assets that are the best performers and you launch them in new countries. Then you take the best performers and you translate them. Then you take the best translated assets and you reshoot them basically with local talents. That's it. That's the easiest solution. One thing you want to do as well is solving the 3PL inventory issue as soon as possible, especially if you're selling in Europe. If you're expanding in Europe, you want to keep an eye on VAT, which is a massive headache. And you also want to translate your website to multiple languages and currencies once you start expanding. Now, common pitfalls. First, testing the wrong ads. You don't want to test all the ads. You just want to test out the best performers. Then overthinking, overcomplicating the process. This is probably the most common pitfall. And just follow the process I taught you in this lesson. We're gonna get more into details in a future class, in a future chapter. But just make sure you're not overcomplicating the process. Then expecting localized ads to necessarily show something about the country. Locals don't really care. For example, I'm from Italy. We have had clients who wanted to add, pasta or the Colosseum to our Italian ads. That doesn't make any sense. That's a little too banal for locals that are getting your ads. They see that every day. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to insert the baguette in French ads. You don't want to insert, it's just something that I would avoid. And that's very close to the following pitfall, which is making it cute rather than making it efficient. And this is something that tends to happen quite often. And the goal is not to make it cute. The goal is to make money. And making it cute is not going to help you make money. Losing track of cash flow, that's a big pitfall, because once you start integrating more stores, more markets, on one market you have VAT, on another market you don't, then you have the 3PL expense here, then you have a different one. Gets messy. So just expect that. Make sure you're good in terms of cash flow. At this stage, you are solid. I'm pretty sure you have a very solid team, but this is something you want to keep an eye on. Same goes for VAT and customs. In VAT and customs is also related to the customer's experience. As a customer, I live in Europe right now, and every time I buy something, I purchase something from an American brand, it's a little annoying to have to pay VAT and customs myself. So it's something that if you want to grow and expand, at first you might want to prioritize profits and make sure you understand what can bring in more profits. But once you understand, please figure out how to improve the customer's experience. Not all the brands do it. However, it's a very nice touch, and it really helps in terms of the word of mouth. You want to get great reviews in the new countries as well. And doing that is extremely helpful. Again, as a European, I can tell you that every time I purchase something from an American brand, and I have no problems with VAT and customs, and the brand pays everything with the DDP, duty delivery paid. That's something that I really appreciate, and I always make sure I talk to my friends about. So This is something that I wouldn't do right away, but I would consider it moving forward. And that's pretty much it. This is the conclusion of the video. The next step here would be phase 5, but this is something I do not have direct experience with. We have never helped our clients go beyond the localization phase. That being said, if I have to guess, it would be something along the lines of scaling distribution channels, getting offline customers with retail, and acquiring brands with a similar audience, or one like of all of this. I'm not sure, so I'm not gonna teach you something that I haven't done myself first, or that we haven't done as a company, or we haven't supported our clients in. Anyhow, this is the blueprint. If it sounds like a lot to process, don't worry, because you've bought the best course in the market, and we will break down each and every step of the process in the simplest way possible. What I want you to do is go back to this class and understand where you are right now. This is gonna be your initial situation. This is gonna be your starting point. And once you get to talk to your coach, once you get to talk to like your colleagues in the course, I want you to understand where you're at and what are your goals and objectives for this specific phase. How do you get to the next one? What does the next one look like? What does your current one look like? This is the goal of this video. Once you do that, then you're good with this video, okay? I'll see you in the next chapter. All right, creative cycle. So in this video, we're gonna cover the entire creative cycle. This is based on the process we use at 99 Ads, how we structure our workflow, and based on that, how we basically structure our week and how we recommend you structure yours. Our creative cycle revolves around 5 main areas, and these are the ones that we're gonna cover in this video. So as part of the intro, we refer to the process we follow to create high-performing ads as the creative cycle. This video will be an overview of the entire process so that you can understand right away what is the weak link you need to focus on, right? So step 1, data analysis. What is the purpose of data analysis and why we see it as the first step? What metrics should we look into when we analyze our data and the common pitfalls? Then we're gonna move over to step 2, which revolves around scripting, the importance of references, value propositions in picking a formula, scripting, hook variations, and common pitfalls. Step 3, we're gonna be talking about editing, stitching it all up together, picking good content and understanding references. And as usual, we're going to be talking about the common pitfalls. Then step 4, quality assurance, the importance of QA and the entire process, how we basically run it, in prioritizing the most important aspects first, making sure that all the rest is on point. Finally, step 5, testing, being profitable versus purchasing data, the overarching principle of testing, in why this is crucial. We're gonna dive a bit deeper into each and every one of these steps, but as promised, we're gonna get started with the introduction to the creative cycle. So the process, how to structure your week to generate a constant stream of winning ad creatives, breaking it all down into smaller, manageable parts, crucial to provide your team with the right tasks to complete the job. If you're working on your ad creatives alone, this will help you make it all sustainable. This is something that we learned the hard way, simply because at first we kind of wanted the entire process to be understood by a creative strategist, and hey, this is what we need. This is the process, you do it, you go. That's not ideal, simply because if you are talking to a creative strategist, if they are very experienced, they understand how to break everything down into like the pieces and the parts that we're going to show you here. But if they're not, they just get scared. It just looks like something like this behemoth of a task that it's incredibly hard to finish, and it's incredibly hard to approach as well. It's very intimidating, let's say. So this is how you do it. You basically split it in different parts and you attack each and every part in different day of the week. Disclaimer, each step will be broken into a module that consists of multiple chapters. So see this as an overview, and the detailed explanations will follow in the right module. Now, it's important also to understand the right order. Each step has its own time and space. Make sure you follow it to maximize your chance of success and also to maximize your output. So, step number 1, data analysis. One thing that we live by at 99 Ads is the following: performance loves fresh data. Using the latest data available to plan out your new batch of ad creatives is what you want to do. And I see many marketing team, many creative team that focus on data, and they don't really take into account how old the data is. And when it comes to ads, everything we do is very time sensitive in a way. And obviously, timing is of the essence when we're talking about ad creatives. So the later we got the data, the better. The more recent it is, the better. And the more we can take that data into account. If we have a way to rate the data we have at our disposal, we will always rate the more recent data higher compared to the rest of the data. This also helps come up with new ideas that are based on what actually works. So we get the data, we know what works, we know what doesn't work. Based on what works, then we start processing that data. And we try to come up with new ideas if necessary. If not, we just proceed with our usual data analysis. Now, the purpose is to follow up on our previous tests, doubling down on what works while avoiding what proved not to perform. If this is one of your first batches, start with competitor research. If you don't have access to data, it's obviously hard to do data analysis. So in that case, I would recommend you start with competitor research to find what works and what doesn't work, or at least get your own opinion about it. And then one thing that I would highly recommend is allocating part of the batch to the more better new framework. And what percentage depends on what phase you're in. Obviously, if you're getting started, you kind of want to focus exclusively on tests because you don't know what works, you don't know what sticks. So as long as you don't find what sticks, you just have to keep running tests, running new tests. But once you do find what works, then you need to start leveraging variations. You need to start understanding how to implement the more better new framework. And there will be a module about it. So don't worry for now. But this is just to help you understand, again, the overview. Now, understanding the winning elements. The only way to waste money on advertising is by not taking notes of the learnings. You can either get sales or buy lessons. You are literally buying data. And you will find more details on this in the media buying module. But just keep in mind that the only way to lose money on advertising is by not learning about what doesn't work. Because if something works, obviously you keep doing that, you get the sales, you are happy. But if something doesn't work, you know what doesn't work, which is extremely important. And as long as you are not testing for the second time something that's proven not to work, then you can consider that money well spent. What categories of metrics are we interested? Well, we look at 3 key categories. We have performance metrics, we have video metrics, and we have soft metrics. Performance metrics, what angles are working and should we double down on? This is, I would say, more on the strategic side. So based on the numbers we see, based on the data we have access to, we think about what are the angles that are working? What are the angles that we see in most of the winning ads? Then we have video metrics, and these are insights on the editing part of the process. And then we have soft metrics, which are relevant info about the script itself and the overall ad quality. Common pitfalls we can find on this step with data analysis includes analyzing ads one by one. Given the amount of variables involved, analyzing what works and what doesn't work based on a single ad is guessing. It's not performance. Consistency proves performance. In order to track consistency, you want to learn how to analyze ads per group, connect the dots, and understand patterns. Another very common pitfall is not considering seasonality in your analysis. Creatives and angles perform differently across the year. The way you advertise in winter might differ from the way you advertise in the summer. Revamp winners from the past by analyzing their year-over-year patterns. News and events can play an important role in performance depending on what's going on and what you're selling. So depending on that, I wouldn't ignore what's happening in the world. And you can always find new ways to ride the latest wave. Then another and the last pitfall that you can find in the data analysis step is analyzing ads on a time frame that is too short. So there are good days and bad days in advertising. One day is never enough to evaluate performance. Delayed attribution and weekly fluctuations might impact your evaluations. So this is something that you want to avoid. And to give your ads the best shot possible, try to test all your ad creatives on the same day. Ideally, the best performing day of the week. This is when you want to launch your ads. And this is it for the step 1 data analysis. Let's move on to step 2 scripting. Value blocks are attributes that we can mention in our ads and that are seen as valuable by the prospect. This includes features, benefits, scarcity, social proof, and much more. A script consists of a list of value blocks that follow a specific formula. More on this in the specific chapter when we will be talking about scripting formulas. You want to prioritize value blocks that over time keep performing across most winning ads. What your prospects actually care about is the actual value block. Then understanding references. When it comes to scripting, we recommend adding a visual reference to your scripts. So if you're given a script to a talent that has to play it in front of a camera, then you might want to give them some visual references. If you are given a script to your video editor, then you might want to give them some references so that they know what is the style you're looking for, what is the type of transitions you're looking for, what is the type of everything basically you're looking for. So this is such a common practice, and you want to make sure you have it at your disposal when you're scripting your ads. Then scripting to a formula. This is something we will be talking about again in the right module, but one thing I would recommend you do is prioritize the best performing formulas. The script should always follow a formula. You don't want to add value blocks randomly, but you want to follow the right order. Also, scripting hook variations. Hooks are the most important part of your ads. And I would highly recommend scripting always several hooks when you want to test out a new ad. Minimum, I would recommend having 4 hook variations. The more, the better. So there's not a limit there, but the more you can test, the better. Also, once you find a winning hook, even if the rest of the ad is not ideal, you can still reutilize the same hook with new ads. So high-performing hooks are always welcome. Then, what are the common pitfalls here? First, not using references, overestimating your expectations from everybody, but also being biased about your understanding of the demographics you're selling to. And also, it helps save money on complicated ideas that prospects wouldn't understand. We will talk about it later, but basically you want people not to think and process what you're saying. Everything must be simple and immediate. At 99 Ads, we also say clear beats clever. I'm not sure if this is our quote, but clear beats clever. This is always gonna be confirmed in advertising. And the related pitfall is lack of clarity. Your ad must be clear. Clear beats clever. And finally, failing the what's in it for me test. Low attention span, provide value as soon as possible. People are just not interested in whatever you have to show them, especially if you're going for a long intro with like the right atmosphere, your brand logo. People are just not interested in it. As soon as possible, what's in it for me? What problem are you solving for me? What solution are you recommending? What problem of mine you understand, and you are trying to tell me, hey, I know the problem, here's the solution. That what's in it for me has to be fast, has to be quick. As soon as possible, let's provide value. Let's show them that we are there to provide them with something valuable. Then step 3, editing. This is where we stitch it all up together. We take everything we gathered so far and we turn it into the final ad creative. We see it as a way to work on the visual part of the ad, and it's crucial to make sure that the visual part matches the script. It's important, extremely important, to pick the right visual content for your ad. One more thing that we live by is if you talk about it, you should show it. So whatever you are talking about in your scripts, make sure you're showing it. Or at least if you can't, know that if you were able to show it, your ad would be way more impactful. Assets that represent the value blocks we are touching on, including as much variety and as many faces as possible. This makes the difference. So if you can include as many faces as possible, please do that. And finally, avoid distractions and make what the ad is about extremely clear. We're going to be talking about this more in detail in the future chapters, but we just want to make sure that there's no doubt about what we are promoting. Then the next point would be about retaining attention. It's hard to grab attention as much as it's hard to retain attention, especially in this day and age. Transitions and effects are great at retaining attention. Just make them congruent with your tone of voice and demographics. More on the hold rate hacks in one of the following modules, but just don't overdo with it. We see that on ads quite a lot. If you have these explosions and transitions and cuts and overlays and everything, it just becomes annoying and people get scared and they just keep scrolling. It's just too much. You kind of want to meet people at their level and make sure that they are able, again, not to think and just process everything right away. And everything is clear. Everything is immediate. Everything is there. They just have to watch. They don't have to do anything. Everything is clear. Again, the importance of reference, take into consideration also the editing of your references can make it or break it when it comes to our creative tests. If you're getting some references and you're sharing them with the team, make sure that the editing aspect is taken into consideration, just because sometimes that's part of the winning elements and we might forget about it. So having pretty much the same ad but without transitions, without the right editing can make it or break it. So that's the point. And then we have common pitfalls. The ad looks like an ad. Again, we want to meet people at their level and we want to fly under the radar. Nobody is on social media to get pitched. At least nobody does that intentionally. The style of your caption must be congruent with your demographics and get as much genuine user-generated content as you possibly can. Then, second pitfall, allocating too little resources on hooks. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. Hooks are the most important part of your ads. If you have the best ad in the world, but the hook sucks, people are not going to get to the best ad in the world. So that's not a deal. Make sure you are allocating the right resources to crack the code on your hooks and find the right ones, the ones that get people to stop scrolling. Then forgetting about thumbnails. This is something that happened quite recently, but lately thumbnails have proved to play a big role in the algorithm size. More on this later. We'll be talking about it in the media buying module. But one thing that's extremely interesting is that given the same ad, with the same hook, with the same brain, with the same everything, with a different thumbnail, we got this in so many instances. You can get completely different attention rates. You can get completely different hold rates. It's crazy. Obviously, it's probably because it's appealing to a different pool of people, but still, it's very interesting. Test out different thumbnails, especially for your winners. See what works and what doesn't work. Then forgetting about sounds. Although many users keep their phone on silent, you still want the audio experience to be as good as possible for those who are listening to your sounds. And finally, cutting your content poorly in not respecting safe zone on the platform. This is just confusing, and most importantly, it cheapens your brand and products. This is amateurish mistakes, and you don't want to do it. You just want to avoid that. Then step number 4, quality assurance. Why we do quality assurance and how. A winning idea can fail just because we have a spelling mistake or we are not following the best practices. You'll get all the tools we use in our entire process to ensure great quality on all your ad creatives. Again, we don't want our brand to get cheapened by simple mistakes or typos. With that being said, it's funny because some of our best winners ever include typos, which is crazy. But you never know. Part of ad creatives is just magic. However, it's not good at the eyes of the prospects, and it's not good for the brand. You don't want to do that, so make sure you follow our quality assurance. But as you are going to start getting results, or if you have already started getting results and experience, you will see that sometimes it's just a crazy world. Anyways, order of priorities when it comes to QA, when it comes to quality assurance. We are looking at spelling mistakes, we're looking at visual quality, and we're looking at branding compliance. Entire module on quality assurance, so don't worry. Finally, common pitfalls. What are they? First one is perfectionism. The purpose of quality assurance is to avoid the mistakes that can cheapen your brand or compromise the impact. But at the same time, we don't want to get stuck by perfectionism. We don't want to chase perfect. We want to chase performance. If we waste 3 weeks waiting for our quality assurance, waiting for our video editor to fix this stupid, small, little typo, performance is not going to be there. If we waste 3 weeks of data that we can leverage, 3 weeks of variations, 3 weeks of reiterations on what works and what doesn't, you know what I mean? So I would like you not to get this wrong. It's important to make sure that everything is perfect, and this is why we are going through the quality assurance module. But it's also important at the same time that you keep in mind that your highest priority is performance. Now, the second pitfall is not using the right tools. In 2024, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do everything manually. So it doesn't need to take longer than necessary. There are tons of tools that will check for spelling mistakes, alignment, and other aspects of your ads, and we will cover them in the right chapter. Now, step number 5, creative testing. Good foundations for testing. Allocating the right ad spend per variation. Make sure each ad gets a fair shot. More on this in the media buying module. Create a new ad set per concept and put them into an ABO campaign. This will ensure fair conditions for all the ads, and the naming convention is crucial to get the most out of your testing. You want to be able to identify your ads without expanding the preview. Feel free to use our naming convention. We will be sharing it in the media buying module. Now, this is, if you ask me, probably the most common mistake that we see from our done for you clients. We don't run ads for our clients, and some of them are still running ads as it was 2018, as it was way before the iOS update. The world has changed, the media buying world has changed a lot. We want to make sure that we are running ads the right way, and we are giving all ads a fair shot at showing performance. If we're not doing that, it's going to be very hard to find new winners. So that's something that if you are not doing properly, or if you have any doubts, I would recommend you go right away in the media buying module, just so you can get rid of all those doubts, and we can get into the creative side of things right away. There are many brands, trust me, they're doing amazing things, but they're not able to test things properly from a media buying perspective. So just don't do that. Then understanding the difference between being profitable and purchasing data. Being profitable right away is awesome and would be awesome. But keep in mind that performance comes from analyzing results and reiterating on what works. The overarching principle to keep in mind is that you can either get sales or buy data. As long as you're learning from your mistakes, not a single time will go wasted. Common pitfalls here: feeling rushed, reading data too early equals reading the wrong data. There's no rush. Again, you want to make sure you're getting enough impressions before taking your conclusions. There are many winners that just get turned off because their early data was not as good, and that's not ideal. And then we have turn off and forget, take into account delayed attribution, and also take into account that some of that delayed attribution can show some winning elements that you want to leverage in the future. And then skating too quickly. Just follow the process we're going to show you. Skating too quickly is very dangerous, and you can end up killing a lot of winners. Just don't be that person. Now, conclusions. This is our creative cycle, and we want you to follow the same workflow in order to maximize your output. Once again, I would recommend you spend some time thinking about what is the current weak link in your process and start working on it. This course is amazing. You're going to find a module for all of the functions of your creative department, and you can find everything and more about what you need, about what you don't need. And on top of that, you will have the support, you will have the real-time updates on everything. So from that starting point, make sure you're working on your constraints right away, and then you start working on what can be improved. Here on this chapter, we're showing you the steps that consist of our creative cycle. So make sure you understand which one is your weakest link. You go make that a strong link, a strong part of your process, and then we go back and improve all the rest. Okay? So I hope this chapter was clear, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, team structure. In this video, we will be talking about team structure, the people you need in your team based on your ad spend. You don't want to hire everybody right away. This is not going to be efficient. This is not going to be profitable for you. Actually, you're going to end up losing money. And what we want to do here is basically understand phase by phase what are the people that we need in our team. What are the people that we can hire as freelancers, when we can move them into a contractor position, and then when we can start offering team positions, in-house position on a payroll, basically. Now, what are we going to cover in this video? First of all, how a creative team is structured, when to start building a team, and based on what amount of ads we need to hire new people. What are the team members' responsibilities? What are the team scorecard examples? These are the actual scorecards that we use at 99 Ads, and you will find them in the resources section. How to set the right expectations from the get-go. This is why scorecards are so important. And then team compensation based on the position. How much can we expect to pay? Obviously, we're talking about price ranges, but how much we can expect to pay an A player, how much we can expect to pay an A player graphic designer compared to an A player video editor compared to an A player creative strategist. This is what we're going to learn about in this video. And also we're going to be talking about geographic arbitrage and why this might be interesting for your creative department. Finally, where to find A players. Everybody wants A players, but not everybody can find them. We're going to go through the platforms we use and the paid and free methods we use to attract A players. This is going to be quite of a juicy video. So without further ado, let's dive in. How a creative team is structured. The creative team is modular. This is extremely important. I want you to understand how modular a creative team can be. This is the premise of the entire video, basically. Since it's modular, we can adapt it according to how much we're spending and how many ads we need on a weekly basis. The team can be adjusted according to your needs, resources, and ad spend. The higher the amount of ad creatives you're testing, the bigger the team, as easy as that. One of the main challenges for a store or a business that advertise online is allocating the right budget to the right talent at the right time. This is basically what this video is going to help you with. Hiring a full in-house team right away will burn your profits in no time. And you need to find the right balance between freelancers, contractors, and employees. A full team of A players can cost you anywhere between $10,000 to $50,000, probably slightly more than 10, but this can give you an idea, especially if you're getting started running ads and you don't have a big ad spend yet, including production as well. Now, at the beginning of our journey, we made the mistake of hiring all the team members full-time without having enough work for them. This obviously resulted in a big loss and a lot of stress to pay all the checks at the end of the month. We learned all I'm about to share with you the hard way, and this is why I think this is going to be very valuable for you. Now, at 99 Ads, we structure each team with 4 to 6 team members. Obviously, it depends on the complexity of the project, but we have creative strategists, video editors, graphic designers, art directors, copywriters, and translators. Translators are mainly for projects that are starting phase 4. So when the localization of a specific brand or company is getting started. So we're going, for example, from the US, from the United States to Germany, to France, to Italy. Obviously, we will need translators to translate all of our ads. In the course, you will find our localization process, so it's not going to be anything complicated for you. Note that all these roles are necessary when the volume of ads you are producing goes above a certain threshold. If you're not testing more than 70 to 100 ads per week, you may need just 3 people. You don't need the entire team, basically. Important note, with our processes, a graphic designer takes 15 to 30 minutes on average to create an ad, while a video editor needs 45 to 60 minutes on average, obviously. There will be brand new concepts and variations, but on average, 45 to 60 minutes at the end of the month, that's how long it takes them to create videos. Now, you can use this time as a reference to understand when a new addition to the team is needed. If you're producing 40 videos a week and you only have one video editor who needs 60 minutes a video, most likely it's about time to start looking for a new video editor, right? The media buyer will have to support the creative department with strategy and data analysis. I'm mentioning this here just because it's not mentioned here. And obviously, unless the creative strategist is able to understand data, which is something that most of the time we might not expect from the get-go, but this is something that we will train them thanks to this course as well. But most likely somebody's going to be running your ads if you're running ads. So that person, we want them to support the creative department with a strategy, with strategy ideas, strategy inputs, and data analysis. So, hey, creative strategist, I truly believe this element is a winning one. Every time we have ads with this element, we end up finding a winner. Let's get more of this. Or this is a winning ad, let's make variations of this. Or this is a very good hook, please use this hook also in other ads. So this is the idea, basically. You want somebody who specializes in media buying. That can be you if you are the owner of the store, of the business, but you might need somebody to support your creative department with media buying information. Now, building a team step by step. The number of ads you're testing weekly following the 99 ads system is proportional to your ad spend. The higher the ad spend, the higher the number of ads you need to test. More on this later. Our approach is straightforward. These are the phases we go through, and these are the phases I would recommend you go through. First of all, understand where you're at this stage. You might not be interested in the phase 1, you might not be interested in the phase 5, but just understand where you're at based on the amount of ads you are producing per week. And based on that, this is what's going to bring you to the next level. Now, between 5 to 10 ads per month, you need a video editor, graphic designer, and if needed, a copywriter. You can pay all of them hourly or even per ad. If we're talking about 5 to 10 ads per month, it doesn't really make any sense to hire somebody on a full-time basis or on a part-time basis. Hourly rate is good. Per ad is even better most of the time. You can find some great ones on Upwork and Fiverr. TikTok is a very good place as well. Look for keywords related to the position you're looking for and send them DMs. This is something that we started doing recently, and especially for video editors is extremely interesting as a platform. We highly suggest you work directly on the creative strategies to understand your audience better and find the right tone of voice for your brand. You can find more than you need on this course, and our coaches are always available to support you. On top of that, going through this phase yourself as a creative strategist will allow you to spot and train a good creative strategist in the future. So this is the idea. And in this phase, we wouldn't recommend hiring a creative strategist, considering you're spending not a lot of money since you are running 5 to 10 ads per month. It's probably early to hire a creative strategist as well, also because there's not a lot of variations. It's mainly brand new tests. Look at what works, look at what sticks, and then double down on that. Phase 2, between 5 and 10 ads per week, you may need to add an external creative strategist on an hourly basis to your small crew. If we were paying your video editor and graphic designer per ad, we recommend you move them on an hourly basis. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Upwork are great places where to find creative strategists open to collaborating on a freelance basis. Since the volume of ads is going up, you want to maximize your chances of finding winning ads to scale your ad spend even more. During this phase, you want to support the creative strategist by giving them a clear direction and vision about your brand and where you want to be. Again, we're at phase 2. We're not spending too much money yet. We're not testing too many ads, although 5 to 10 ads per week might sound like a lot to some of you. At this point, you should be able to understand if your video editors are A players. If not, we'd recommend you test more and find the right fit for your brand. Also, slowly but surely, you can start building your database of UGC creators to support your team with new content. You can find them on platforms like Billo and Influee, or on social networks like Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. On the course, you will also find another module on the LinkedIn hiring method. So basically the way we use LinkedIn ads to recruit people. In that for us, that has been a game changer. But at this phase, if you're not hiring people full-time yet, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Upwork are just the best place, in my opinion, the best places. Now, next phase, between 10 and 30 ads per week. You can start hiring your creative team members and building a small production team of freelancers. Since the workload is increasing, you can start negotiating better rates with your video editors and graphic designers. You can offer them a part-time agreement, trying to lower the cost by a 10 to 15%, but giving them more stability in terms of a workload. Usually, the average time for a video editor to create an ad is between 45 to 60 minutes. We talked about this already. And between 15 to 30 minutes for a graphic designer. Negotiating better rates at this point will positively impact your P&L at the end of the month, since you're spending more on these roles. And it's funny because the bills run up very easily, and it's something that you don't really take into account. But back in the days when we were doing things a little more randomly, we ended up with massive bills for some of the teams that were not managing a lot of clients. The same way it's going to happen for you if you're running your own internal team. So just make sure you keep an eye and you keep tracking all the money you're spending. It's not necessary to bargain a cost reduction, but it's an option. It's up to you. If you're happy with their work, if you want to keep them closer to you, then probably you might not want to do that. You might not want to propose that, but it's definitely an option in your arsenal. Now, since the creative strategist plays a key role in your success on the ads, we suggest assessing your current performance and understanding if they are A players or not. We recommend a monthly reevaluation in which you ask yourself if what the creative strategist has to offer is exactly what you need. This is interesting because depending on what you're doing, depending on how aggressively you are scaling, the requirements needed for a creative strategist and what you expect from them changes. And that is the reason why I do recommend reevaluating them on a periodic basis. Monthly reevaluation is good at the beginning. After 3, 6, 12 months, you might want to do it every trimester. You might want to do it bi-monthly. But just make sure you constantly ask yourself, is this the right person? If not, you don't have to fire them right away, but just make sure you understand what you need at that specific phase of the team department. And ask yourself or ask the person how you can get them to find those strengths that you're looking for, to build those strengths that you're looking for. With this amount of ad creatives, you most likely start needing new content to support your team. There's no need to hire the production team on a payroll yet, as the cost will be too high, but having reliable freelancers will be a game changer for your ad game moving forward. As easy as that. Now, between 30 to 60 ads per week, it's time to start consolidating your team and bring them in-house. If you follow the step-by-step process above, you should now have 3 A players working with you. And since you're scaling your ads, it's time to lock them in with proper agreements. By now, you basically have found your A players. You want to make sure that they're not random freelancers that another brand or another company can come and steal from you, but you want to make sure you lock them in. So both the video editor and graphic designer should now be working around 35 to 40 hours per week. So it's time to negotiate their rates and bring them on full time. Again, we usually aim for a cost reduction in exchange for more stability. This is up to you. It's totally up to you. We don't do it all the time, but it's definitely an option. And I just want you to keep an eye on that. Now, as regards your creative strategists, your creative strategist should be mainly working with you now, or you should be the main client at least. It's time to offer them a part-time agreement and make sure to have them focused on your brand for most of their time. We usually aim for a cost reduction here as well, just like before. Now, to recap, we're basically going full-time with video editors and graphic designers. Here, just make sure you actually need a graphic designer full-time, especially if they're working exclusively on ads. If they're working on multiple things, like, I don't know, emails, website banners, and stuff like that, organic content for social media, that might make sense. But usually, it's not all niches that need a graphic designer full-time. So just ask yourself if you actually need that. Right now, the video editor is probably the role that's the most urgent to hire for most of niches, but not all of them for sure. Depending on the team's speed and ads complexity, you'd probably need more video editors at this point. You can start with the hourly rate and test them to see if they are a good fit. This is something that you should do either way once your editors hit 35 to 37 hours for a few weeks in a row to improve retention. You don't want them to get burnt out. So if you see that your video editors are struggling and every week they're hitting 35, 37, 40 hours a week, it might be time to find a new one. Now, if you ask me, people who are working full-time, at least at 99 Ads, most of them work 40 hours a week. So 35 to 37, it's a little below what they're getting paid for, basically. But when it comes to creative people, you kind of want to make sure that they have enough time to think about it and to let their creativity kick in. So if they have to work on a very strict time limit, it gets hard for them to express their creativity. So that's the reason why we usually have take this approach. Then between 60 to 100 ads per week, you need to expand your team, bring in more people in-house and scaling your creative team. You can start building your in-house production crew. You need a small team to find talents or actors and run the shooting days. We recommend keeping it simple. The roles you need are a videographer, the most important one, obviously. You can start part-time and move them full-time as soon as the volume increases, and a line producer. This person will take care of finding actors, locations, buying props, and organizing the shootings. They can be both part-time. If you decide to build an internal production crew, don't worry, there's an entire module about it, and we will go through everything. The line producer usually is not the person who finds actors. Then we have the casting director. But at this phase, if you're starting to build your production crew, you can do without that. And these two people can definitely get the job done at the very beginning, especially if you have access to shooting for performance, which is the module I'm talking about. With this amount of creatives, you will need at least 2 video editors full-time. Remember to keep track of the hours they're working, and if they are close to 35 to 37 per week constantly, again, an addition to the team may be necessary. The same is true for the graphic designer, given what we talked about earlier. Not all businesses need a full-time graphic designer when it comes to ad creatives. Your creative strategist may not be able to deal with all the workload in 40 hours at this point, so you might need some support that can create briefs, direct both the creative team and the production team, and also take care of quality assurance. At 99 Ads, we call that person the art director, and you will see the scorecard in a minute. But you can start looking for the art director on Upwork and LinkedIn. These are the 2 platforms where we had most success with the role, and lower the workload of the creative strategist, leaving them the strategic part and delegating the creative part to the art director. After 100 ads per week, your team is well consolidated, and you may want to open new channels. Depending on the team member's experience, you may need to restart the whole process and create a smaller department for the new channel, starting with graphic designers and video editors, and then adding a creative strategist specifically to that channel. Now, since you have a well-oiled creative team working on your main channel and your brand is probably well known, the growth of secondary channels could be exponential. You need to constantly monitor the workload of your main creative strategist and your editors to make sure you avoid the chances of burning them out. This is quite important, especially because Again, with creative people, it tends to be a little different if you compare them to other roles. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because at 99 Ads we work with a lot of creative people, and you kinda have to learn how to deal with them. Their creative side is very important, and you kind of want to preserve that. You don't want them to be overworked all the time. They will be complaining. Some of them will not think about it twice before leaving your company. So just make sure their working conditions are as good as it gets, and they don't get to do the extra time all the time. Then, as regards team members' responsibilities, we have the creative strategist, as mentioned before. This is one of the main people in our team. We are starting to hire them from phase 2, but it's a very crucial role. What do? They do competitor research and analysis. They do creative strategy, creative data analysis, team management. They are in charge of ad performance and of creative quality until you have an art director, of course. Video editor, what they do is new video concept creation, trend research in video performance. They are in charge of video performance. You have then graphic designers that are in charge of creating new image concepts, researching the trends, and they are also in charge of image performance. Art director, that's the person we hire later on in the phases. Creative team management, creative team development, creative quality. So this is what they do. Quality assurance, they manage the creative team, they develop the creative team. So they train them and they make sure that these people are growing within the team. Then you have copywriters. Copywriters are in charge of audience analysis, ad scripting, and copywriting performance. To this day, you don't necessarily need a copywriter all the time. That's like if you have a good one, a good copywriter can definitely change your results. But at the same time, there are many alternatives, especially if you're in the early phases. And you will see in the scripting module how to take care of it without a copywriter. It's not fundamental, but if you have it, it's good. You can also do without. Then video maker or videographer, as we call it, 99 Ads. They are in charge of pre-production, production, equipment management, and shooting quality assurance. And finally, you have the line producer, who are in charge of location management, talent management, and props organization. When we hire people at 99 Ads, we get them to go through a scorecard. The scorecard is basically a way for us to set the right expectations from the get-go. We just want everything to be clear. And if you are hiring a creative department, I would highly, highly, highly recommend you get them to go through your scorecards and sign them up before getting started. You will find in the resources section our scorecard examples. I would make sure you go through them and you build your own if these are not in line with what you're looking for. I'm not just sharing them here on the video because we tend to update them quite often, and I just want to make sure you always get the latest version. So having them here in the video and then getting the video obsolete wouldn't make a lot of sense. As regards team compensation, salary arbitrage is your best ally in this journey. Almost all the roles can be hired abroad, if not specified differently, so you can look for talents in countries with lower salaries and find incredible team members. A players will cost you 1/5 compared to the US top talents or 1/3 compared to the EU top talents. But do not save too much on their salaries. Take advantage of their higher perceived compensation and lock them in. This is just the same point as we discussed previously with the cost reduction that we can go through once we start giving them some sort of a higher workload, better stability within our company. You can also do the same by hiring people from countries where the average compensation is much lower than what you're paying for, so that they are extremely grateful to work for you. And it's very good to know that somebody who's working with you is getting 3 times the average of their country. It's a very good place to be in, and people are very happy to work in that type of environment, if it makes sense. Obviously, I would not cut off all the US-based, EU-based. We do have a lot of people that are based in both in the States and Europe, but salary arbitrage, especially if you're getting started with your own creative department, is an absolutely crucial aspect to get the best results and hit the ground running. Here's a list of countries where you can look for A players and take advantage of the salary arbitrage technique. These are the ones where we had the most success in the past in terms of cultural fit and costs. EU, we have Spain, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Italy, and France. Africa, we have South Africa. South America, we have Argentina, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico, which I think is Central America. Asia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Pakistan. All these countries are absolutely great, and you can find some amazing A players. This is the reason why we fill out this list. Here below, you have the compensation range for full-time A players in each role. Creative strategists, you can expect to pay them $1,500 up to $5,000. Evaluate performance bonuses based on results as well. It is highly recommended to look for a person abroad. You can find really good talents with ton of experience for a fraction of the price. $1,500, you can find very good creative strategists. Once they understand what they're doing and once they get good, you do want to increase their salary, but this is a great starting point. Then you have video editors, $900 to $3,500 per month. Look for a person abroad on Upwork or Fiverr. You can find great talents here. Again, look also on TikTok. That's an amazing platform. Instagram is getting very good as a showcasing platform for video editors and graphic designers. For graphic designers, you have pretty much the same price range and the same platforms. Then art directors, $1,200 up to $4,500. It is highly recommended to look for a person abroad here as well. You can find really, really good talents with a ton of experience for a fraction of the price compared to other countries. Then you have copywriters, $1,000 up to $3,500 should be enough if they are working exclusively on your ad creatives. Look for a person abroad on Upwork or Fiverr. You can find great talents here. There are many copywriting circles as well that I would recommend you look at. There are communities, just Google it and you will find many options. Videographer, $1,800 up to $7,000, considering a full-time employee in the US if you're selling there. Online producer, again, $1,800 up to $6,000, considering full-time employee in the US if you are selling there. The problem with videographers and line producers is that you might have to hire them in the same country as you are if you're not able to ship your products easily. If you're selling big couches and you have many SKUs that you want to shoot, then it's going to be hard for you to ship all the products. It's going to be hard for your production team to store them. But if you're selling smaller products, if you're selling things that are manageable and easy to store, then you don't need necessarily to have somebody in the same country as you are. Now, where to find A players? A multi-channel approach is always the best option and can give you enough profiles to start with, especially if you're not advertising your open positions. You can use paid tools and free tools. As regards the paid tools, LinkedIn Ads is, in my opinion, the best one. You will find a video lesson on our entire process on how we create LinkedIn Ads, what is the thinking behind it, how many candidates we get per job offer. in my opinion, this is one of the best ones. Depending on the position, you might have better platforms as recommended here, but still you can pretty much always find good candidates thanks to LinkedIn ads. Then you have Indeed ads, again, pretty good. At least in Europe, not as good as LinkedIn ads, but if you're hiring in the US, it might be an option. Then you have Upwork, sponsored posts, and you have Fiverr. As regards to the free platforms, you have the LinkedIn free posts, Indeed, Upwork, Fiverr, Craigslist, communities, referrals. You can do pretty much everything here. I would highly recommend investing in referrals within your team, asking your team where to find or if they have somebody to refer for a specific role can be an amazing way to find new people. To have enough candidates, make sure to invest at least 300 to 500 in total on paid channels. To give you an idea, before moving forward, we usually wait until we have a few hundred candidates per position. When it comes to building a team, when it comes to finding A players, you always want to come from a place of abundance. That's absolutely key when you're hiring, and paid platforms allow you to do that. So this is our high view approach to the team structure. You will find much more through the course, and we're going to be sharing more and more. Now, I would recommend you check out the amount of ads you're running per week so that you can understand at what phase you are. And based on that, you understand what's going to take you to complete that phase and what's going to get you to the next phase. So if anything is not clear, as always, do let us know, and I'll talk to you in the next video. Peace. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about the overarching principles you must follow if you don't want to build a successful creative department. I really like the inversion thinking that Charlie Munger taught the world, and I think that's great. And it's extremely important to understand what you shouldn't be doing if you want to achieve the result you're looking for. At the end of the day, we've been doing this for a long while, and we've seen so many mistakes, so many wrong approaches to this, and I want to make sure you know what to avoid. I want to make sure you understand what not to do in order to get the result. So what are we going to cover? All the principles to follow not to build a successful creative department, all the mistakes we've seen and experienced firsthand, the worst mindset and approach you can adopt while going through this course. If you don't want to get the results, this is how you do it, and you can do it step by step. All the principles to follow to actually build a creative department, a successful creative department, are going to be part of this video. So we're going to be going through what the businesses that are getting the results you're looking for are doing right, and what are the best mindset and approach that you want to adopt to get the result. If you want to get the result, this is how you do it, step by step. Long chapter. This is going to be ideally a very long chapter, but it's very important. So I would highly recommend you go through it. It's kind of a recap of all of the bad things you can do, all of the good things you can do. It's also very theoretical, but crucial. So it's not going to be extremely practical, but I would highly recommend going through the theoretical parts as well. Obviously, if you're in a rush, if you have a very specific constraint in your current creative department, that's a thing. And in that case, I would highly recommend you go through that chapter specifically first, but then I would highly recommend going through the entire course. Anyways, let's start with how not to build a successful creative department. First things first, being opposed to investing. Not understanding the upsides of having a great creative department is absolutely amazing if you don't want to build a creative department. Now, why is that? Simply because if you don't understand what are the actual upsides of having a great creative department, it's gonna be hard to allocate the right resources, the right time, the right money to actually building one, to actually putting in all the work in terms of tests, in terms of HR department that needs to hire new people, that needs to find new people. That's something you want to have clear in your mind. So while you're doing all it takes to build a successful creative department, you constantly have a North Star of what's going to be on the other side of building a successful creative department. So you want to make sure you understand that a successful creative department will allow you to win customers to your competitors. But this point also hides a second face of the coin. And that face of the coin is the opportunity cost of having your competitors building a successful creative department. Because in that case, they will be winning customers to you, which is not ideal. And then not understanding how exponential of a return you can get from a successful creative department, that's another aspect that you kind of want to fix. You want to make sure you understand how exponential this can be. It goes without saying that one single ad that spends 6 figures in ad spend alone is gonna make up for all of the costs of building a successful creative department, this course, hiring people. The returns are exponential once you understand how to do it right, once you actually get people in place that are gonna help you produce new winning ads on command every time you need. Every week, you're gonna have new ads to test out, and a very high percentage of these ads are gonna be winners. So this is extremely important. Second principle, how not to build a successful creative department, is being extremely strict on brand guidelines. You don't want to look at what works. You're not interested in what works. It doesn't really matter. You have zero flexibility. You got to make work what is in your brand guidelines. Don't get it twisted. This is something that the bigger the brand, the more likely it is to happen. It tends not to be a problem with smaller brands, depending on how ego-driven the owners are. In my opinion, especially at the very beginning, especially when you are trying to build a creative department, you want to give your creative department enough flexibility to test out new things, to test out new ideas, to test out new characters, new audiences, new angles. That's extremely important. And if we're restricting their testing power, that's a massive, massive problem for them if they know exactly what they're doing. With that being said, you don't even want to be on the other side of the spectrum. The other side of the spectrum is the bottom of the barrel of the short-term thinkers, where there's no consistency across ads, there's no consistency in the messaging, there's no consistency through the product categories. Think of the dropshippers who are still testing all the products and they just go all in on all of the new trending products. That's not ideal. That's not where you want to be. Fall somewhere in the middle where you give flexibility to your creative department, but you still have some sort of a consistency through all your ads, through all your posts, and so on. This also leads to paralysis by analysis. Once you start collecting enough data, once you start having at your disposal enough data, it's going to be very tempting to overthink every single part of the process. And that is not ideal, I would say, at least. That's not ideal simply because you want to be geared towards action. It's very easy to, once you understand how to process data, once you understand how to track data, it becomes very simple to get geared towards data-driven analysis, data-driven ads, which is good, but you want to make sure action is the priority. If it takes you 3 months to understand what works and to put together 10 ads, your competitors in terms of volume are going to outperform everything you're doing. And although you are data-driven, just by the pure fact that they are creating and testing a much higher volume of things and tests and variables, they will be much better off than you with a more deep, like a deeper analysis, but less volume of actual data. Then, third thing you want to do if you don't want to build a successful creative department is not having a clear picture of what a successful creative department looks like. So ask yourself, what does a successful creative department look like? I would recommend you do it before going through the course, just so you can see what are the differences between your expectations and what you're going to learn in the course. Thankfully, in the course, you're going to find everything you need to understand when it comes to having a clear, full picture of what a successful creative department looks like. You're going to have access to all the roles, all the responsibilities, all the roles based on how much you're spending, how many ads you need on a weekly basis. I can tell you what it doesn't look like right away. It doesn't look like a bunch of freelancers that don't communicate with each other. It doesn't look like a department where everybody's paddling in the different direction. Everybody paddles in the same direction. Everybody's going in the same direction, and everybody is trying to crack the code for your brand. Now, another thing you want to do if you don't want to build a successful creative department is constantly reinventing the wheel. It doesn't matter what are the tests you are running. It doesn't matter what you're learning from your tests. You constantly want to reinvent the wheel. You constantly want to find new things to test out, new angles, new audiences, new ads, new formats, new formulas, new concepts, everything. That's not ideal. If you want to make it work, you need a system, you need a plan, you need to learn how to react proactively and not passively. And you also want to understand the value of reiterations. What do I mean by that? Working with many clients through the years, our idea as a company is that people tend to value the brand new concepts, the brand new ideas, much more than the reiterations, which is not the point of what we're doing, in my opinion. It is very good to test out new ads. It's very good to test out brand new concepts. It's very good to test out brand new ideas. However, you want to make sure you build a solid foundation based on the reiterations. And the reiterations, you're going to learn here how to do them, how to get as much as you can from each and every winner that you're going to find. But please understand the value of reiterations. Putting together a variation of something that has worked is extremely valuable, and learning how to do that on command, it's gold for your e-commerce store. Another thing you want to do if you don't want to build a successful creative department is being ego-driven and not data-driven. Reading data just for the sake of doing it versus processing data. Obviously, you want to process all the data you get access to, all the data you attract, and also you don't want to put anybody's opinion over actual data. This includes your opinion, by the way. What we say at 99 Ads is trust nothing, test everything. I think it comes from some army, but I'm not too sure. I read it somewhere. But it's definitely something that we adopt on a daily basis, and I would highly recommend you adopt as well. And at 99 Ads, our values are SPICY. So the acronym is SPICY, which stands for skeptical, which is our first value, professional, innovative, competitor, and loyal. Loyal doesn't start with Y, but it still has a Y. It was hard to find an adjective that starts with Y. Another thing you want to do is adapting a scarcity mindset. I really want you to understand that having a successful creative department leads to an unlimited amount of opportunities that include opening up new markets, opening up new audiences that you can target, and starting to sell new products. Because once you understand what people want, what your prospect want, then it becomes much easier to put together your ideas in order to serve them in a better way with new products, with different products. I really want you to feel that abundance when putting together your creative department. This is extremely, extremely important. Then we have shortcuts. If you don't want to build a successful creative department, look for shortcuts. Look for gimmicks, look for tips, look for tricks. This is not what we're doing here. What we're doing is building a successful creative department for the long run. We are building an asset for your company. One day, if you will decide to exit it, whoever's going to buy is going to be extremely happy to know that you have access to your own in-house creative department. So what I really like to say in this case is, I read this somewhere else. Again, I don't remember where, but the longest way is the shortest way. So if you want to go as fast as possible, just take the actual long road. Make sure you go through all of the learnings, all of the mistakes that it takes, all of the problems, the challenges, and figure them out. Once you go through them, once you go through the long road, that's going to turn out to be the shortest road. You want to avoid all the gimmicks, all the tips, all the tricks. They just bring you in the wrong direction, and it's not ideal. Now, next point is being stuck in a pre-iOS era. Media buying has changed multiple times since the infamous iOS 14 update, and what used to work back in the days is not what works today. Thankfully, in this course, you're going to learn how we do creative testing at a certain speed. So just apply what you learn here and you'll make sure that you do this right. Then number 8, we have not seeing beyond the end of your nose. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you blindly implement what you find in this course, that's not going to be enough. As I mentioned in one of the previous videos, you want to understand where you're at in the roadmap and implement this through the help of your coach so that you can make sure everything is customized to your specific situation and you can keep the eyes open and connect the dots through all of the chapters. If you don't want to build a successful creative department, I would highly recommend not asking yourself the right questions. I would highly recommend not asking the right people the right questions. I would highly recommend not being able to find the right answers. This is extremely important. I truly believe in this day and age, we have access to all the answers we might need, but we are getting very bad at asking ourselves the right questions. So if you want to build a successful creative department, but if you want to have successful in pretty much all of the areas, just learn how to ask the right questions. Then last point is not adapting roles and responsibilities to new heights. Growth adaptation is key, especially when it comes to creative departments. In the roadmap video, you've seen how many steps you're going to go through in this process, how many phases. You want to make sure that you adapt everything you're doing to your latest phase, to the latest phase you're in, and to your latest step in the ladder. You want to make sure that you understand the concept of players and coaches. At some point, your best performing video editor is going to become a coach for other video editors. Your best performing creative strategy is going to become a head of growth and is going to coach your creative strategists. we need to understand when to turn people into head of departments and when it makes sense to build a department within the department. If this sounds confusing, don't worry. We're going to go through everything in detail through the course. Now, all these points are what really is going to help you not build a successful creative department. The next part of this video is focused on how to actually build a successful creative department, which if you're watching this video, I'm sure is what you want to do. So first things first, you want to be efficient. What I mean by that is that you want to gear all of your actions towards efficiency and not towards being cute. I know I keep bringing this up, but I think trying to be cute and trying to make everybody happy, and I know there's a very strong sense of ego. I can see it with 99 ads. When I see my brand, when I see the logo I created, it's very nice. It feels very good. It's almost like when you hear somebody calling your name. Somehow we are instinctively geared towards liking the sound of our name, the sound of our brand. However, that's not the point. We are working on performance. We want to make sure that art leaves the place to performance. We don't care about having a Hollywood staged ad. We care about that ad bringing in sales, bringing in profits. We don't care about it being cute. We care about it being high performing. And that's what we're doing here. So Hollywood versus science, who cares about Hollywood? Let's focus on science and let's focus on what gets our people, our prospects to reach into their pocket, pull up their wallet, take their cards, insert their card details. That's what we're going after. In getting people glued to their screen is one thing. Getting people to insert their card details is another thing. We want to go for the latter. We don't care about the former. Now, the second thing is understanding that performance equals volume. Understanding that sometimes what you're doing is great, but it's just not enough. And you'd be surprised to see how many people are in this situation. So many people do understand the basics of performance, but they do not understand how much of an impact volume does. This is extremely, extremely important, and I really want you to let it sink in and understand that a lot of times people are doing everything right, they're just not doing enough of it. And this translates not only to volume of ads, of amount of ads, but translates to the testing volume, the ad spend, the amount of creatives, and much more. Constantly asking yourself if volume is enough based on the advertising goals you set. Now, another thing I want you to understand is that building a successful creative department, if you run ads online, is hands down, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, the best investment you can make in 2024. Given the current advertising landscape, no better investment than building a creative department as a company asset. The compound effect as time goes by is just unmatched. There's, in my opinion, nothing else that can bring so much return compared to a successful creative department that's able to work based on performance, and also having a team that's 100% focused on your brand and on getting you returns. That's just unreal. And that's just something that you want to make sure you build. In not depending on any external provider and agency, that's another massive thing. Owning all the information, creating exit value, that's something that, again, in my opinion, another investment in 2024 would give you. Now, the point here is understanding how important it would be to crack the code and allocating the right time and resources to complete this course. Next point is understanding that results go over ads. So you want to prioritize results over ads. Ad creatives are just part of the picture, but there are many more variables involved, and understanding when to blame ad creatives for the lack of results is a very good starting point if you want to build a successful creative department. What do I mean by that? I mean that sometimes we get to work with people who have amazing ads. Literally, they spend much more creating their ads compared to how much they spend creating their website, their landing page, their email flows. Sometimes the problem is not ads. Sometimes the problem is the landing page. A lot of times the problem is the landing page. So make sure you take into account all of the variables and you're not just blaming ads over all of the problems you're going through. Then one more thing that I would highly recommend you understand is that old school still converts. Understanding the principles of direct response marketing is crucial. We're going to have lessons on this course focused on old school advertising and direct response advertising. Good copywriting is still key. Standing on the shoulders of giants of advertising is absolutely a great idea. And you're going to hear from us about Eugene Schwartz, David Ogilvy, John Caples, Dan Kennedy. So many of these people are going to be included in this course. And every time you get a chance to listen to them, to consume some of their resources, I would highly recommend you do it. I know some people think that all that information is obsolete, and they could not be more wrong, in my opinion. If Eugene Schwartz or David Ogilvy were to create ads today, they would smoke 99.5% of all the advertisers that are currently advertising on online platforms. If you think all of the loopholes they had to go through back in the days, if they were here today and if they saw how easy it is to get somebody to get their credit card and insert the details and submit an order, it just makes no sense how easy it is compared to how hard they had to work to get a sale. So whatever used to work back then still works today. Obviously, you need to adapt it to the current landscape, but it does work. People don't change. What used to trigger people back then does trigger people today as well. Then one more thing you want to do is taking advantage of AI the right way. AI is around the corner. I see many people trying to use and promote AI as the new way to make new ads. That's not how you take advantage of AI. If you focus on quantity, you're not gonna use AI the right way. You're gonna lose a lot of money, most likely. The right way to use AI is focusing on quality and leveraging AI to increase your quality output. You're going to learn how to do it in the course. Don't worry. Leveraging AI to get more quantity of quality, and it's never about quantity when it comes to ads. There are so many pieces of software, so many apps that now tell you we can make 2,000 ads in 2 minutes. Who wants them? Who is interested in 2,000 ads in 2 minutes? When are you going to test them out? Where is the thinking behind these ads? Just avoid all the templates. Just avoid everything that comes in a quantity package. Just focus on quality if you want to make it work. Then profits versus information. I really need you to understand that investing in advertising always brings profits, always brings results. What do I mean? You have profits So when an ad brings in sales directly, we get a direct return from that specific ad that gets attributed. That's cool. That's one option. Second option is we get information. So we purchase information and we get platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Instagram to show us their hand, to tell us, hey, this works on this specific audience. This doesn't work on this specific audience. Just make treasure of all of the information you buy, all the information you pay for, and understand that you either get a sale or you get information. And if you understand this correctly, you will never let a single penny go wasted, which is the point of what we're doing. Then teaching performance, learning how to teach performance, it's just an amazing upside today. We literally built a company just because we understand and we know how to teach performance. Through this course, you will be able to turn your team members into professionals that are worth more to your company. So you get a random video editor, you make them go through the course, or you understand how to teach them about performance, and you turn a random video editor who up until now used to do other things, other types of editing. You teach them how to turn a video into an asset that brings in sales to the company. That's not even close in terms of value for your company. In terms of their hourly rate, they're going to be much more valuable. So they will be extremely, extremely happy to learn about performance. There has never been a better moment to start than today. Probably yesterday was even better, but today, if you understand performance and you are a video editor and you are a graphic designer, that's the perfect timing to do it. Then understanding attention is just an unfair advantage today. This is another key principle you want to learn and you want to understand. This applies to all businesses. It's been said that attention is the new oil, and I agree 1,000%. This obviously works and applies to organic content, but it does work and does apply to paid media as well. This works in dropshipping, e-commerce brands, coaching, info products, affiliate offers, local businesses, SaaS companies, etc. Everybody needs attention. There's no sales without attention. So we want to make sure we understand that attention and understanding attention is just an unfair advantage. And then finally, we want to understand that what we're trying to build, is the biggest lever available. 99 ads, we are still bringing in advertising idea. I'm personally still bringing in advertising ideas just because this is the biggest lever we have at our disposal when it comes to business. If we're doing marketing and advertising, this is exactly what brings the biggest returns. This is the last piece to observe if you actually understand it. If you actually understand performance, you will be more than happy to keep doing it, just because it's gonna be very hard for you to find a bigger lever in your company. Now, with that being said, this is the conclusion of this lesson. It probably went a little too long, but it was really important to go through all of these mistakes and mindsets that I want you either to avoid or to adopt. I hope this helps you understand how important it is for you to implement everything you learn in this course. You made an amazing investment, and I personally believe that this is the best investment you could make for your business in 2024. You bought it already. I don't need to keep selling it, but I really want you to create the best in-house creative department ever so that we can build together some sick case studies. In order to do so, I really need you to understand how crucial it would be to have a high-performing internal creative department. So from now on, it's all going to be practical advice, practical information. I'm so excited to get started. So have fun, and I'll see you in the next chapter. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about competitor research. This is an extremely important aspect of what we do, simply because this allows us to take advantage of all the information, all the data our competitors have paid for. So we go there, if we know exactly what we're doing, we understand what works for them, what doesn't work for them, and this gives us the opportunity to hit the ground running when we are testing our own ads and when we're crafting and putting together our own ad creatives. Now, in this video, we're going to be talking about the strategic side and the tactical side, and I'm going to tell you more about our approach when it comes to competitor research. So without further ado, let's dive in what we are going to cover in this class. First, why competitor research? Taking advantage of the data your competitors have bought, we can leverage their learnings and validate your hypothesis even before testing your own ads. This is extremely important, especially if you are getting started and if you haven't spent a lot of money on your ad account. Then we're going to be talking about the right approach to doing competitor research properly. And this is something that we are introducing to the market for the first time. I'm not sure if anybody else has talked about it, but this is how we do it. When you analyze ads, you want to analyze ads per group. The reason why you want to do that is pretty simple. If you don't have access to your competitor's ad account, you have no idea if the ad they're running, if the ad you are analyzing is an ad that they are currently testing, that is the first time they're testing, or it's an ad that they are repurposing because it worked extremely well the first time. So they are repurposing the same hook, they are repurposing the same gut, they're repurposing the same pocket, and so on. For that reason, we want to make sure we focus exclusively on the ads, on the scenes, on the content that gets repeated in the ad library or on the foreplay dashboard, and so on. What do you do when you have a high-performing scene? What do you do when you have a high-performing hook? You simply repurpose it. You keep using it. You create variations of it, and this is the reason why we are so focused on analyzing ads per group. I'm gonna show you how to do it, and I'm gonna show you how I do it as well. Then we're going to be covering strategic versus tactical. Where is the gold? The ad, gut, brain, pocket ideas, the angle ideas, the audience ideas, and the creative ideas. We're going to be talking about how to spot good and bad competitors, what are the main differences between the two, and how to build your creative intelligence and keep it updated. Then we're gonna go through our 4 go-to methods. We're gonna reveal them once and for all, and they consist in a foreplay board, TikTok key insights, Facebook ad library, and various spy tools. We have a lot to cover, so let's get started. First of all, the most effective approach to competitor research. The end goal of what we're doing is pretty simple. We want to build a repository of ideas and elements that are proven to work for our specific industry, for our specific prospects. If we don't have a lot of competitors within our industry, or even if we're having more of a wanderer approach, you're going to learn in a second what it stands for. And you want to take advantage of what's working in other industries that somehow have some similarities with what you're doing. Now, once your repository of ideas and elements that are proven to work is ready, you will have the privilege to be able to go back to your repository every time you need inspiration. And also, you can keep it updated and monitor the good competitors in more of an automated way. Then you can also process all the data. You can avoid the classic copy and paste approach, but you actually process all the information you get through the competitor research and you filter it out through your winning filter. What is your winning filter? You know exactly what works for your brand, what has worked for you in the past. How can we translate the information we gathered right now to our brand? So let's say you find a clear winner of one of your competitors, and there's a specific hook that grabs your attention, and you want to translate that to what works for you. How you do it? Pretty simple. You look at what has worked for your brand, and you filter the new hook through what has worked for you, so that you can get an idea of what you can expect from that new hook. I hope this is clear. We're gonna dive deeper into it, so don't worry. Now, what is the big problem when it comes to competitor research? The big problem is that we don't have access to their ad accounts, as mentioned before. So we don't know if the ad we're analyzing is being tested or is getting repurposed. We know that not all the tests are successful, and obviously nobody wants to copy a failed test. Now, understanding how to spot winning elements is extremely important. As mentioned before, we analyze ads per group, and the repeated elements are the winning elements. Analyzing ads per group tells us how we can find the winning elements that we can copy. Now, examples of winning elements from random ad libraries. Here I opened up like a few tabs with Dr. Squatch. Now, full disclaimer, we have never worked with Dr. Squatch as of today, March 14th, 2024. So I have no idea about their data, about their information. I don't know what works for them. This is just an example we're taking, and the reason why I'm taking them is because they run a lot of ads. So they're the perfect example when it comes to analyzing ads per group. Now, we have two options. We have the ad library and we have foreplay. Personally, I like using foreplay a little more. The ad library is good, but it requires a lot of back and forth that I'm just not too much of a fan of. I just rather doing it on foreplay. Now, how does the research look like on foreplay? As mentioned, we are looking for the goal. We are hunting. We are looking for all those scenes that get repeated and that our competitor keeps using all the time. Now, you can sort by a few different elements. We have newest, oldest, and longest running. Some of our team members prefer using longest running. I personally like newest better, but in the resources section, you're gonna find a full walkthrough dedicated exclusively to foreplay. So you will be able to go through everything that you're interested in, and we will be showing you all of the options that you have. Now, if I'm here, there are a few things you need to know before getting started. If I go here on this green dot, it shows me that the ad is currently active. So it gives me the active status, and it tells me when they launched it. So they launched it on March the 1st, and they are still running it. So this ad has been running for 13 days. This means that somehow they might be launching a new product with this. They might be running a promotion. When the time is not at least a month, I would recommend taking the information you get with a pinch of salt. But at the same time, it's something that gives us a very good idea on what are the tests that have failed and the tests that are going strong. For example, here we can see that this ad has been stopped after 8 days. So they turned it off after 8 days and it's currently inactive. Same goes here. This one has been was running for 10 days. Here we have another one, 20 days, a little better. Here we have another one, 7 days. This is another one, 12 days. In the way I approach it is basically I start scrolling and I look for the scenes that get repeated the most. For example, this one now on another ad has been running for 44 days, which is very interesting. And here we have the same hook that has been turned off after 8 days. Now, what does this tell me? It tells me that in this case, this didn't perform as they expected. But on the other hand, here, this hook was pretty strong. Let's see.
You are telling me I get 3 sodas and 3 sodas? Yep, that's exactly how it works. When you buy 3, we give you 3 crazy massive.
44 days, this is probably good. And the fact that they are repurposing this hook makes me think that this is a very good hook that we can take inspiration from. So having a lady in front of a like beauty product might be a good idea to test out. Here we have one more scene that I think I've seen above. This has been had been running for 38 days, and I think I've seen it here as well. So I'm quite sure that this might be a solid hook as well. Let's see what it looks like. Obviously, it's quite interesting. It's very abstract, but it grabs attention. We can see it one more time here. So as you can see, they have created several variations of the same. So it might be that they just tested it multiple times they just tested the same hook multiple times, although this is not what we would recommend. But if they've been running for 38 days, we might expect that this was a solid hook. If we were to find it one more time, scrolling down, that would be a very strong sign that it works. I think this one, I've seen it already above. Here it ran for 6 days, so this was not a successful test. I think I've seen it a few times here. I'm not sure if it's the same guy. Running for 12 days. So still not an amazing hook, not an amazing element we want to copy. Here we can see that they're using this dude for like multiple hooks. So we can definitely tell that this is a solid one. It's been running for 97, 65, 65. Well, this one is still running. These two have been turned off. 65 days. So the angle in the shower is definitely a strong one for them. Let's see what it looks like.
Yo, still staring at naked men in the shower? Well, it's about to get much wilder because this 3 free shower bricks deal we got going on is worth street.
It's kind of a funny one, and I like that it grabs attention. Here you have one more time the same dude. This is the gist. So this is how you want to work. You want to make sure you avoid the time limited promotions. You want to make sure you avoid the product launches just because it's not ideal to copy that. But you can definitely tell in this case, if you ask me, out of this 5-minute research, what I would tell you is that for Dr. Squatch, probably dudes in the shower tend to work pretty well. Also, the lady in front of the soap bar works probably well. It's something that if I was running a similar brand, I would test out for sure. If I was selling colognes, I would definitely test out this hook as well. Obviously, not exactly the same, but something similar for sure. The more you dive into it, the more ideas and elements you can find. This is the goal. This is what it looks like, as simple as that. Now, you're going to find more walkthroughs in the resources section. So don't worry, I just wanted to show you quickly how we do it and how to do it. Now, what are the common pitfalls when it comes to the like what we just did when it comes to the competitor research? So first of all, copying the wrong elements is a massive pitfall. Now, this was a very fast research, but you want to make sure that what you're copying is something that's actually bringing sales for them. And you want to find more and more hints, more and more elements that make you think that that's a winning hook, a winning ad. Obviously, now we just focused on the hooks because it was the simplest thing, because it's something that we can see pretty much right away. But if you're looking for a brain, then you want to go through the entire video and see what are the scenes that you see the most. With hooks, it tends to be a little funky because you get some marketing team that tests multiple ads that are completely different with the same hook. So in this case, I'm guessing who's creating ads, ad creatives for them, works with a similar approach. So I would say that most of the like good information is inside the ad. So once you go past the hook, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you have enough proof before copying a specific element. When I say copying, let's like make one thing clear. We're not copying the actual scene. You don't want to be the guy who copies the actual scene. What you're doing is you're taking inspiration from the scene. So for example, let's say we're talking about this one. So you have a candle and you're spraying your cologne in front of the candle to get this like flame effect. You can do that. Don't do it exactly like this. You know that this creative idea works. Just find your own twist to it, okay? Just don't copy it right away. That's just not tasteful, and it's not even like ethically correct. Then you have competitors that don't understand creative testing. In this case, it's quite obvious that these guys at Dr. Squatch, they know what they're doing. They are extremely good at creative testing, and they give us quite a lot of elements that we can analyze and that we can process. With that being said, I wish all brands were like them. I wish all brands were so good at creative testing. That's not the case at all. And you want to make sure that you're copying, you're following or monitoring, call it whatever you want, brands that understand creative testing. You don't want to work and analyze people and marketing teams that are just not there with their creative testing, and it gets frustrating because sometimes you kind of like bring the thinking to a higher level, but then what's being tested is actually less smart than you think. So just make sure you build your own repository of competitors based on people who are actually able to test creatives the right way. Then blindly copying winning elements. Again, this is not good. Don't do it. I would just avoid it. Take inspiration. That's cool. But your creative side is what brings this to the next level. You just don't want to copy it. You want to take it as a starting point, let's say. Then another common pitfall is getting carried away by the research and constantly testing new things without committing to anything. This is a massive problem. So many teams do that. When I consult external teams, I can see that there's a lot of paralysis by analysis, as we mentioned in one of the previous videos. They just tend to keep looking for the next big hook, the next big idea, the next big like CTA, the next big creative like scene. But that's not something that's going to bring you results. What's going to bring you results is committing to making things work. And obviously, if it's something is just not showing any results right away, just let it go and focus on something else. But if you are not getting right away the exact results you're getting, but you are getting some sales and you are getting a what we call a alpha winner, then you want to commit to that and keep testing it. You keep testing it the right way. And then finally, sticking to direct competitors exclusively. This is another common pitfall. I would highly recommend you get inspired by other industries as well. So you look for competitors in your own industry. So what we call them is direct competitors. But then you also want to get inspired by other niches, by other industries. Let's say in this case, you are running Dr. Squatch. You sell a like a cologne, a bar soap for men. You might want to take inspiration from a brand that sells clothes for men, or shoes for men, or something else for men. You might want to get ideas. Here you can see that they use a lot the woman angle or the girlfriend angle. That's very interesting. If I'm selling men clothes, that's definitely something that I will start testing out. If I'm selling shoes for men, that's definitely something that I would be testing out. That being said, let's get into the strategic flow. Now, as mentioned before, we have two approaches. We have the wanderer and we have the researcher. The wanderer approach consists of scrolling through ad libraries without a clear idea of what you're looking for. So this is where you are trying to get exposed to as much influence as possible and get inspired. This is recommended specifically for creative minds who understand performance. If you're getting started, I wouldn't recommend the wanderer approach. I would stick to the researcher approach. But the wanderer approach, for me personally, is amazing. I can just look at ad libraries of SaaS companies and find angle ideas or hook ideas or creative ideas for a clothing brand, for a headset brand. I can definitely do that. And once you get a little bit of experience with this creative game, performance creative game, then I would definitely start doing that. Now, the researcher approach is what I would recommend you do if you are getting started in this world. The main approach we use is this one. If you talk to our team members, they mainly focus on this. And with the researcher approach, you know exactly what you're looking for when you start your research. I need new hooks. Let's see what competitors are doing. I need new CTAs. Let's see what competitors are doing. I need new guts, new brains, new whatever. Let's see how this specific competitor is doing it. So I know exactly what is the end goal of my research. I'm not just getting exposed to good influence. I'm on a hunt for the gold. I'm looking for results. I'm looking for hooks in this case. Then this is recommended for team members that still struggle coming up with their own winning ideas and are still learning how performance works. So if you have an understanding of how performance works, then the wanderer approach is very good and it's something that I would recommend you do. If not, start with the researcher approach. Now, we talked about good competitors and bad competitors. You don't want to monitor bad competitors. You want to monitor good competitors. Let's see how to spot them. Well, good competitors are the ones that you want to constantly monitor, and they are always testing new things. As you can see here, these guys test a lot of ads and they're doing it properly. So again, this is the perfect profile of a store that represents a good competitor, right? Then they innovate and not only regurgitate concepts that you have already seen. This is the case. There are so many things that I've never seen before. So you can definitely tell that they understand performance and that they can actually create and not only get inspired or copy, which is something that a lot of teams do. You can also tell that they invest in shooting new content. If they know what they're doing, the new content shows what's performing for them. Now, I didn't go through all of the ads, but I'm pretty sure that if I look at the latest ads they shot, most likely that's gonna give me very good hints on what works for them and what doesn't work for them. Now, we also have bad competitors. How we spot bad competitors? First of all, they run the same ads forever. They're not too active. There's no much action, even including inactive ads. If you go on their ad library, you can see that they don't have many ads active right now, but even if you filter in the inactive ads, you can still see that there's not a lot of action. Then they are not interested in opening up new angles. They're not interested in opening up new audiences. And there's nothing that had not been seen already before. So if you go on an ad library and it's just a bunch of regurgitated hooks, regurgitated ads that you have seen already from somebody else, that's not the idea. There are many teams that are like, if you know what brands they're working on, their ad libraries look like a bunch of X posts, like all of the best ads, the top 5, top 10 ads you can find on X. That's not the idea. You want to get to the point in which you are able to come up with your own creative ideas, your own hooks, your own guts, your own brains. You want to make sure you can create, you can innovate, right? Now, one important thing that usually tends to be overlooked at is that all these labels, so the good competitor label and the bad competitor label, these are dynamic labels. So good and bad are not static labels. They can change over time. And what I would recommend is just going back to your bad competitors ad library once a month to see what's going on. Any brand can change marketing team at any given time. Let's say brand A is extremely bad, then they hire 99 ads, their ad library becomes very good, and that's something that you want to start monitoring, you want to start following, right? And then the same applies to good competitors. Let's say somebody's working with a big agency, they stop working with that agency, and then their ad libraries start tanking. They don't really have good ads, good things you can take inspiration from. You just want to stop monitoring them. Now, cross-pollination, this is something that, as I mentioned before, I would recommend. Get inspired by different industries. The researcher approach allows you to check what literally any brand is doing and take just what you need, which is what we mentioned before with the hooks. You can go on a SaaS ad library and find new ideas for your own hooks. Different industries bring different innovations. If you know how to filter it through what works for you, this is the lowest hanging fruit. And you want to consider the guts, the brains, the pockets, the shots, the creative ideas, the sound effects, the transitions, and much more when you are taking inspiration from somebody else. Just get inspired. And if you are using the researcher method, make sure you understand exactly what you're looking for. And once you start analyzing those ads, just be laser focused on what you want to get out of that. So let's say you want to focus on transition. Focus on transitions. Let's say you want to get new sound effects. Focus on sound effects. How do they use the sound effects? Where do they find them? Do they use sound effects in a way that improves the retention of the video? How does that look like? This is the goal. Now, common pitfalls, we have a bunch. Filtering ideas through the wrong lens and wasting money on tests that were bound to fail from the get-go. This is extremely important, and I don't want you to be that person, the person who doesn't really understand what works for their brand. That's acceptable at the very beginning, but once you start running your own ads, you need to understand what works. Understanding what doesn't work means understanding what works. So you want to make sure that all the tests you start running are good, like are tests that are actually bringing in new information. You don't want to test things that have been tested already, and you don't want to waste your money. Then getting good at competitor research and stopping your creative thinking. Just like we said before, you don't want to be the person who copies and doesn't do anything else, who copies exclusively. You want to take all the things you get from this competitor research and bring it to the next level thanks to your creative thinking. That's the goal. Then straight up stealing ideas without adding your own sauce, pretty much the same point. Giving the wrong good or bad label and getting inspired by the wrong label, by the wrong brand. This is very common, and you don't want to do that. Now, let's get into the tactic process. Competitor research sheet. This is something that I want you to fill out in order to have a list of brands that you are constantly monitoring. I'm not going to be putting it here on this video. You're going to find it in the resources section, just because we will be updating the sheets. We will be updating the walkthrough every time there's an update. So this video here explains the thinking behind competitor research, but when it comes to tactics, we want to make sure that you always have the latest update. So in order to do that, we don't need to redo all of the strategic side if we are splitting the two videos. So here in this video, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what it looks like. And then in the resource section, you're going to find the different walkthroughs, and you're going to find also the competitor research sheet, which is what I recommend you keep updated all the time. Now, this is your repository of competitors, ideas, and notes. Notes are incredibly valuable, as that's your space to consciously think about what works for your competitors and how you can translate that to your business. As mentioned, you will find walkthroughs in the resource section. Now, the goal is to take your competitor research sheet, fill it out, and then keep it updated and create a list of tests that you want to run, and in what order of priority you want to run these tests. Then you also want to include your media buyers in the conversation and ask them to share their thoughts on what is working about your ads. This is extremely important. Now, we have two ways of doing competitor research. The first way is the sourcing. Sourcing consists in listing new competitors that we want to start monitoring and add them to our creative intelligence. So we don't know exactly what are those brands, but we are sourcing and listing a bunch of them so we can start our competitor research process. Now, how we do it? We have two ways. I really like the TikTok keyword insights and the foreplay dashboard. Keyword insights is pretty simple. You head over to ads.tiktok.com. You will find the link attached. And you head over to inspiration and then keyword insights, as easy as that. Here you look for your industry and it will give you some ideas on brands that are using specific keywords. Then here you can see some of the videos based on the keywords we're talking about. There's a lot of gold here. And the other way is foreplay. So you can just head over to discovery, and here it gives you a bunch of ads that you can play with. But if, let's say, we're, doing cologne, as mentioned in this video multiple times, you can use the AI search tool. So here, this is going to show you some cologne ads, which is pretty good. Let's say you're selling bracelets. You do the same thing. Obviously, cross-pollination is very important, and that's something that I would do. So if you are selling bracelets, do not focus only on bracelets. I mentioned this multiple times. In the walkthroughs will be in the resources section as usual. Then the deep diving instead consists in analyzing each competitor in depth and trying to understand what is working for them and what not. Facebook ad library is great if you understand how to analyze ads per groups. Here I opened the Dr. Squatch ad library. Here you have what they are currently running. If you filter out for active ads, you can also filter out for active and inactive or just inactive. Again, walkthrough attached. Spy tools are also very interesting. We use Shop Hunter as one of our favorites, but you have many alternatives. You will find a walkthrough in the resource section, but the goal here is to head over to the stores we are monitoring and see exactly what are the products that are selling the most, how many ads they have active, and so on. Now, common pitfalls. Monitoring brands based on how popular they are rather than on how good their ads are. This is very, very common. You can see so many brands monitoring companies like Gucci, Nike, Prada. They're just playing a different game. So we are playing the direct response game. We really need to see results and to see a return from every single cent we're spending here. They don't. They don't need to do it for sure through e-commerce. Then not taking into account the impact of the brand when it comes to sales. Again, if Gucci uses the picture of a Gucci bag as an ad, that ad is going to have insane click-through rate. If you take a picture of your own bag and you use it as an ad, that's not going to work. So make sure you take into account the impact of the actual brand. Then spending too much time on competitor research. There will always be another competitor to analyze. Just allocate the time for it, but you won't get any results that are worth mentioning unless you design and run your own ads. This is extremely important. And then constantly changing angles and audiences on the same content. Don't forget about frequency. As mentioned in the course multiple times, we have ad fatigue, we have content fatigue. You want to shoot new content and you want to make sure you constantly have new content that people haven't seen so that they get that some sort of a recency bias and they get more interested in seeing what happens and how things evolves within your ad. Now, conclusions. This is everything you need to know about competitor research. Please watch the resources attached as you will find the walkthrough of each of the methods. We decided to split the video for a number of reasons. One, this one would have been too long and hard to follow. Two, each method runs on platforms that get updated regularly. So in case we can keep them updated without re-recording the entire chapter, we're more than happy to do that. And finally, they are easier to consume if you need a quick refresh before doing your own research. So this is it for this video. As mentioned, please head over to the resource section and watch the walkthroughs. They are going to be extremely, extremely helpful. I'll see you in the next video. All right, direct response foundations. We really want old school advertising to help us here and give us a direction when it comes to creating our online ad creatives. Now, this is something that's part of the research part of our work, and we want to make sure we understand it properly from the get-go so that we can leverage it as time goes by. Now, what are we going to cover in this video? First, meeting our audience where they are at. Important step to touch the right buttons and get people to take action. Without this analysis, our goals might turn out to be either too generic or too specific. Then, channeling mass desires. Our ads cannot create desire from scratch, but they have to tap into a desire that already exists in our client's mind. Positioning our product as the solution to an already existing problem is the way we create ads. And we have two categories of desires, and these are Life Force 8 and Learn Once 9, so LF8 and LW9. I'll show you some practical examples so everything is going to be as clear as it gets. Then we will be talking about levels of awareness, why this is important, what Eugene Schwartz thought about it, or still thinks about it, at least on the books, in what are his 5 levels of awareness. Same product, different audience equals different level of awareness. I'm going to show you some practical examples, so this is going to be very clear as well. And finally, we will be talking about market sophistication, understanding the market, aka your competitors. We call it market sophistication. In knowing where your competitors are helps you create the right type of ads to stand out. I'm going to show you some practical examples here as well. This is going to be a very interesting video, so without further ado, let's dive in. Channeling mass desires. So Eugene Schwartz is one of the fathers of copywriting. In my opinion, if you ask me, we still have to rely on these giants of advertising. I know a lot of people think about the latest trends and how we can change and like our media buying techniques, our media buying tactics, which makes a lot of sense. And this is something that I would highly recommend you stay updated on. And this program will help you with it. Just follow the community, and we're gonna keep you posted on all of the latest updates. With that being said, we need to leverage what the best people before us learned in many, many years of research. Now, Eugene Schwartz is one of the best ones when it comes to copywriting, and he's the author of Breakthrough Advertising, which I would highly recommend you read it. You can find so many versions online. Getting your hands on a physical copy is not as easy, but it's very easy to find the PDF version. So I would highly recommend you find that. Now, here's his quote. Copy cannot create desire for a product. Copy can only take the hopes, dreams, fears, and desires that already exist in the hearts of millions of people and focus those already existing desires onto a particular product. This is the task, not to create this mass desire, but to channel and direct it. We can absolutely replace the word copy with the words ad creatives. Ad creatives cannot create desire for a product. They can only take the hopes, dreams, fears, and desires that already exist in the hearts of millions of people and focus those already existing desires onto a particular product. This is the task, not to create mass desire, but to channel and direct it. Our needs are not met. We want or desire to get better. We take action to satisfy our desires. This is the process. And as much as it works on me, it works on you, it works on your neighbor, it works on everybody. We have certain needs, and when these needs are not met, we are constantly looking for a solution to satisfy them. Now, desire cannot be created from scratch, but must be channeled. So, there are 2 macro categories of needs, and we need to start from those. The first list is the Life Force 8. These are broad desires, and they are hardwired in our brains. The first one, we call it LF1. We use LF1, LF2, LF3, just so everything is easier in terms of communication between departments. And it's something that I would recommend you do as well. LF1, survival, enjoyment of life, and life extension. Let's think about our red light therapy panel, which is probably the most common product that we use for our examples in this course. In the red light therapy panels have anti-aging properties. So with the same product, we can tap into LF1 as a number one desire. Then we have LF2, enjoyment of food and beverages. LF3, freedom from fear, pain, and danger. Getting back to our red light therapy panel, think of alleviating joint pains and inflammation. So same product already can appeal to two desires. LF4, sexual companionship. Think of benefits like flawless skin that gets provided by red light therapy panels. Third desire. Then we have LF5, comfortable living conditions. Think of sleep problems and sleep deprivation that gets solved by red light therapy panels, or at least improved. LF6, to be superior, to win, to keep up with the Joneses. Think of improving athletic performance, which is something that our red light therapy panels does. Then LF7, care and protection of loved ones. And then LF8, social approval. These 8 life forces, these are desires that are hardwired in our brains. So everybody desires all these things. And then we have the learned wants 9. These are more specific, these are less powerful, but these are the ones that are not as instinctive in our brain, but as time went by, as technology progressed, that's when we started desiring all these things. So the first one, LW1, to be informed and to stay updated. Are you missing out on the new trend? Haven't you heard of red light therapy panels? This might be an angle. Then LW2, curiosity. It's another strong learned want. LW3, cleanliness of body and surrounding. LW4, efficiency. Cover a broader area for effective treatment. So the bigger the red light therapy panel, the more we can lean towards LW4 efficiency. LW5, convenience. LW6, dependability and quality. LW7, expression of beauty and style. LW8, economy in profit. LW9, bargains. So thinking about our red light therapy panel, the same product can satisfy multiple needs. Again, we are talking about LF1, survival, enjoyment of life, life extension. LF3, freedom from fear, pain, and danger. LF4, sexual companionship. LF5, LF6, LW1, LW4. This is just one product. Let's think about a skincare product. Then you will have LF1, survival, enjoyment of life, life extension, prevent signs of aging. LF4, save money on skincare treatments. And here you have the sexual companionship angle. LF5, get rid of eye bags, comfortable living conditions. Once you know the emotions and the desire, you can understand better what will move the needle for that specific audience. So all this research, I know it can sound like a lot. I know it can sound a little obsolete. It's not. This is where you want to start. This is something that maybe you want to do not as often as creating new angles, but this is the starting point. Understanding what are the desires you can tap into with your product. This is extremely important, and this is what gets people to take action. Now, let's talk about levels of awareness. An unmet need leads to trying several solutions before finding what works. Even if we do find a solution, we are always looking for better ones. In the process, obviously, we start studying about the product, we start studying about the problem, so we get more aware, we get smarter about the solutions that are put in front of us. This is why it's crucial to understand where your prospect is in relation to your product and to the need that we satisfy. So let me give you a bit of an understanding around the 5 levels of awareness of Eugene Schwartz, and I think this is going to be the best way for me to give you a clear example and help you understand what I'm talking about. So the first level of awareness is unaware. The need is latent in our prospect doesn't even know they have a problem they want to solve or a need that they want to satisfy. If this is the case for your product, our communication should be indirect. We should bring awareness towards the problem and introduce a possible solution, which is ours. This is unlikely to convert on the first touch point, but there's a massive potential in terms of long-term sales. Also because if this becomes a trend, if this goes mainstream, if the masses started thinking about that problem and then they are interested in your solution, that's where you can make the most money, in my opinion. In these cases, longer videos work like a charm. They tend to outperform shorter videos if you need to bring awareness around the problem. Then you also have the second level of awareness, which is the problem aware. Prospects are aware of their problem or need, but they don't know that there's a solution for it on the market. This is usually the case when we introduce a brand new product or service to the market, and we provide a different approach compared to the solution that's already available in the market. In this case, what we recommend is focusing on comparisons between your solution and the previous ones. The old way versus new way is hands down one of the most effective concepts for this level of awareness. When you promote, when you introduce your new way, I would highly recommend you bully the old way. Then we have solution aware. This is the most common stage that you can find your prospects at. Prospects know both their needs and their solution. At this stage, they have already made a decision to purchase. They are just evaluating what is the best brand to buy from. In this case, if this is your situation, focus on the differentiators that make your product stand out from the rest of the products. Then product aware. Prospects already had their first touch point with our brand. And this is what we call retargeting. I'm pretty sure you've heard of this already. Here we want to be direct and we want to push all the urgencies and trust buttons we got at our disposal to get them to complete the purchase. And finally, we have the most aware. These are the repeat customers, and we want them to buy again, or we want them to make an upgrade or refer us to their friends. Now, given the same product, this is extremely important, and this is where a lot of people get it wrong. Given the same product, we can have different levels of awareness for different audiences. Let's take different audiences for our red light therapy panels as an example again. Now, we have 4 audiences: amateur athletes, senior people, professional ladies, and beauty salons. Amateur athletes, both genders, 25 plus, these people are unaware of red light therapy. They don't know what it is. They don't know about the importance of sports recovery, and they need to be educated about it. They need to be educated about the importance of sports recovery and also about red light therapy. Hey, this is a possible solution. What about you check it out? Then senior people, both genders, 60 plus. Problem aware, they know they are dealing with joint pains, with joints pain, but they don't know anything about red light therapy. Then we have professional ladies, women between 30 to 50. They are problem aware as well. They know they want better skin, but they don't know about red light therapy. And finally, we have beauty salon owners. This is a B2B type of relationship. They are solution aware. So they know how good red light therapy is for their clients, but they've never heard of our brand. So we have to be slightly more direct with them. Now, unless our product is some sort of a commodity and it's been available for a while, our audience will be all around. So we will find people that are unaware, other people that are problem aware, other people that are solution aware, and so on. The real deal, what we recommend is understanding what the market category is the biggest in size, and then target that one plus the most product aware, which tends to be the easiest to get profitable. And then finally, we have levels of sophistication of the market. Chances are that you are running ads on a validated product and that you do have a number of competitors active on the market. The level of sophistication of the market is based on the communication, which we need to understand in order to stand out from the crowd. So we need to understand where we're at in the market. Are we the first ones? Are we the second ones? Are we a commodity? So based on that, we need to adjust our style of communication. Now, let's say we are the first ones in the market. What we should do is introducing the unseen. This rare stage occurs when you're truly innovating the industry with a product that was not existing before. Your advertising approach should be straightforward and simple. Focus on introducing the product and its basic benefits. Ask yourself, what need does it fulfill? Example, do your own yogurt at home with our recipe. Then the second option is you're entering a young market. So you're early in the market, early in the industry. In this case, the goal is to outbid the competition. At this point, there are only a few competitors and the market is thriving. Your advertising should focus on making bigger and bolder claims than your competitors. Emphasize the superiority of your product by comparing with others in terms of features, benefits, and performance. Example, the only panels with 2x the amount of lights of the competition. We can focus on the wavelengths. We can focus on a lot of things. As long as we're bowling our competition, once again, that's the goal. Then another option can be us entering an established market. In this case, what we do is we introduce a mechanism. We introduce a brand new mechanism. Now, the market is validated, but people start to get used. They're starting to get used and annoyed by all the various claims. The focus shifts from what the product does to how it does it. Introduce a unique mechanism or method that sets your product apart. Your ads should highlight this new mechanism, explaining why it's better and different from what's already available in the market. Example, the iPhone cover made with bulletproof material for extreme durability. Another option can be you entering a saturated market. In this case, I would recommend elaborating on the mechanism. In this highly competitive stage, you must elaborate or improve upon the mechanism introduced in the third stage. Your advertising should concentrate on making the mechanism seem more effective, easier, or more beneficial than others. Example, the t-shirt with patented features that boost your best attributes. And finally, we have a commodity market. The goal in this case becomes reviving interest through identification. The market is now saturated and may be skeptical of claims and mechanisms. People already heard everything and they got burned several times. The focus here should be on reconnecting with the audience on a personal level. Use advertising that resonates with their experiences, desires, and identities. Here, what works is storytelling and emotional appeals. Try to link a simple product to huge emotional leverage. Example, the fragrance that contains pheromones to enhance your natural attraction. Now, implementing it all, stitching it all together. Identify the core needs that your product solves. Only one time, so focus on the LF8 and the LW9. Then brainstorm possible audiences around those needs. Ask yourself about their awareness and then put together angles that are coherent with the level of awareness and optimize your value propositions based on the stage of sophistication of the market. Value propositions or value blocks, as we call them in this module. Conclusion. Old school advertising is greatly underrated when it comes to online advertising. Building your creative department on solid foundations is crucial for the long-term success of your brand. Understanding these direct response foundations will bring your ads to a higher standard and get more sales to your dashboard. Now, everything you learned here is extremely important and extremely underrated. I don't want you to underrate everything you learned here. Please do put in the work and do implement everything as explained. at the end of the video. If, as usual, you have doubts, do let us know, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're gonna be talking about audiences. Why are audiences so important? Why they're the largest step in our asset triangle, and how to find new audiences, new winning audiences. So we have three methods that we are gonna look into in this video. So without further ado, what are we going to cover in this video? First, audience as a part of an asset, why it's the highest priority to keep it profitable. Then method number one, reactivating a winning audience. When does an audience die? This is something we're going to touch on, and the process to reactivate old winning audiences. Then opening up a new audience. When is the right time to open up a new audience? Why is chasing the next audience a bit overrated, if you ask me? And what to do if you are still looking for your first winning audience. Finally, third method, expanding a winning audience. This is a solid alternative to opening up a new audience. And we're going to touch on two options that we have, bundles and offers and localization. So let's get started with the first section of this video, which is audience as an asset. As you can see here, we have our asset like in the form of a triangle. There are three main parts, which are the audience, the angle, and the ad. Every time we find a new winner, this winner consists of three winning parts, which are the winning audience, the winning angle, and the winning ad. Now, the audience is the largest part of our assets. Each asset consists of a winning audience, a winning angle, and a winning ad. Once we find one, we must keep it profitable by creating variations. In order to do that, I would recommend you see the More, Better, New framework. And as you can see here, the audience is the largest part of it, which means that it's the part you can spend most of the ad spend on. You can test multiple ads on the same angle, and you can test multiple angles on the same audience. But you can't really test the same ad on multiple audiences or the same angle on multiple audiences. You can make a point that you can do something very close to that, but it's not the same thing. The reason why each piece is smaller and smaller as you go from down to the upper side is because each of these steps have a shorter lifespan as you go up. So looking at it in terms of lifespan, the audience is the part of the asset with the longest lifespan. The angle is right after it, and the ad is the part with the shortest actually lifespan. Now, keeping your winning audience profitable. This becomes your highest priority as soon as you find a new asset. This means testing new ad creatives once a week. This is something that we recommend in our course, so you will find everything, don't worry. And this means also testing new angles less often, but still constantly. More marketing teams than you would imagine let their winning audiences die. One of the lowest hanging fruits is when we get a new client, and once we get into their ad account, we go through their ad account, and we see that they have so many winning audiences that they just let die. Why? Because they didn't see winning ad creatives as assets that consist of three parts. They would just see each winning ad as a winning ad. So as a single block, that's a winning ad, that stopped working, just let's throw it away and let's find something else. Let's reinvent the wheel. And this is the power of our method. This is why it's so powerful and impactful. It's simply because we are able to get rid of what doesn't work, specifically of that 1/3 that doesn't work, and we can work around what doesn't work and make what works still profitable. So that becomes the highest priority, especially when it comes to audiences. At some point, we're going to have our ad account split in winning audiences. In each of these winning audiences, we'll have multiple angles, we'll have multiple ads, but the goal is to constantly bring in sales, bring in money through those winning audiences. Now, if you have all winning audiences in your ad account, it's time to reactivate it. You can follow our process as part of this video. Reactivating a winning audience. Reactivating an old winning audience is the easiest way to hit the ground running when it comes to finding a new winning audience. Go through your ad account and look for the ads that have spent most of the money. Focus on the patterns and understand what is the winning audience. Once you find it, it's time to reactivate it. How we do it? This is our process. Testing out same audience, same angle, but different ad concepts. This is the more level. Then testing out same audience and different angles. Then you have testing out the same audience, the same angle, but try to see it from a different perspective. We're gonna dive into this a bit later in the video, but this is something that we started doing quite recently, and it brings us a lot of good results. So I would highly recommend you do it. Then another solid option can be testing same ad but promoting a new product if you have any available. And then another solid option can be testing same ad but promoting a different offer. So presenting the same product but in a different way. Think of bundles, think of upsells, think of the same product but with a different twist. We're going to be talking about offers in the specific chapter, but this is another very interesting way to look at it. Then another interesting approach would be looking at how your competitors are targeting the same audience and modeling their ad concept if you find it interesting. Obviously, if they don't know what they're doing, you can recognize it by now if you went through the research, the competitor research chapter. But if they do know what they're doing, then you can definitely see how they're attacking that specific audience and model it on your ads. Now, there's $1 million question. When does an audience die? People tend to underestimate how big certain audiences are. Market size definitely is part of the conversation, but if we're talking about your first winning audience, it's very unlikely that you saturated it. We have clients who have spent multiple 8 figures on a single audience and they're still going strong. I wouldn't even think about market saturation if you are looking for your first audiences. Now, obviously, market size is a massive aspect of it. And if you're selling glasses, obviously your market size is going to be massive. If you're selling iPhones, your market size is going to be huge. You obviously have other products that go into a specific niche, into a specific vertical, which market size is much smaller. However, I would still repeat that most people tend to underestimate how big certain audiences are. So if you're still at this phase and you're still looking for your first winning audience, saturation is definitely not your problem, in my opinion. Then naming convention. When you work on reactivating a winning audience, the naming convention is extremely important. If you're in the process of reactivating a winning audience, make sure you track all the results by using a proper naming convention. I would recommend you just check the naming convention chapter if you don't have your own naming convention. Now, we have the second method, which consists of opening up a new audience. When is the right time to open up a new audience? I truly believe that most marketing teams get this wrong. They are constantly trying to reinvent the wheel. Finding a new winning audience is way harder than finding a new winning angle, which is way harder than finding a new winning ad. So for that reason, I wouldn't underestimate the lifespan of a single audience. Before even thinking about opening up a new audience, make sure your first winning audience is stable and you understand what gets them to take action. You understand your audience to the T. You know what works for them, you know what doesn't work for them, and you have a very good grasp of how they work and how to make them take action. Usually, we consider an audience stable once we get to 3 to 5 active angles simultaneously. At that point, you probably have a good grasp of the audience and can launch new angles and ads with a relatively high chance of success. Trying to open up a new audience when you're still trying to make the first one stable is just not ideal for your overall MER, the marketing efficiency ratio. If you're allocating the right amount of ad spend to the new tests, you won't have much flexibility till you get all the assets going. This is quite obvious, in my opinion, but you just want to make sure that all your testing budget is getting spent right and you're not overdoing the recommended percentages. So this is something that, in my opinion, you should keep in mind. If you're thinking about opening up a new audience, ask yourself, is this the right time to open up a new audience? Most of the time, it's not. Trust me. Do I really understand my first winning audience to the T? Do I really know what grabs their attention? Do I really know what gets them to take action? Do I really have 3 to 5 active angles that are profitable at the same time? This is something you should ask yourself. If the answer is yes, I do know my winning audience, I do have my 3 to 5 winning angles and they're active and profitable simultaneously, then you can think about opening up a new audience. And if that's the case, I would highly recommend you start thinking in terms of market size and relatability. What does that mean? When using audiences as a variable, you want to keep in mind the relationship between market size and relatability. These two terms are extremely important, in my opinion, in understanding their relationship. It's something that is going to help you find new high-performing audiences relatively easily, I would say. So, the bigger the audience, so the bigger the market size, the harder it's going to be to find relatable angles. The smaller the audience, the easier it's going to be to find relatable angles. The bigger the audience, the longer the audience is going to last. The smaller the audience, the shorter the audience is going to last. So you can just see this as a lever. The bigger the audience, the lower is the relatability. The smaller the audience, the bigger is the relatability lever. After testing a countless amount of ads, we realized that the best ads are those that get the prospect to feel understood. They must think, this brand understands my problem to the T. The bigger the market size, the harder it's going to be to get that result. Once you understand this relationship between the two, also finding new angles, it's going to be much easier and it's going to be relatively simple. Then the easiest way to open up a new audience, if you ask me, is to look around your target audience. So you have your winning audience, you look at it and you look around that person, you look around that target persona. And start thinking about who can be interested in gifting your product to your target audience. This works particularly well if your product solves a problem, as the gifter will boost their ego by helping their loved one. So not only are you fixing the problem or your target audience, but you are also boosting the ego of the person who's actually gifting your product to them. So there's kind of a double solution. Think about, just to give you an example, a skincare product for women between 18 and 30 years old. Once you stabilize your first audience, what about targeting their moms? What about targeting their boyfriends? There are many ways to open up new audiences just by looking at your winning audience's loved ones. This is a life hack, if you ask me, and this is something that we started doing relatively recently, but it works like a charm. So this is an amazing way to do that, simply because you already know how to get that specific target audience to take action. So you know what are their biggest levers, their biggest fears, their biggest desires, and so on. If you're still looking for your first winning audience, then the process I would recommend is a little different. First, start by targeting the audience you had in mind when you designed the product. Who did you want to help? How does your audience benefit from the product? Start there. And then, as usual, the second option would be competitor research. And I believe it can be incredibly beneficial for your wallet. You can look at their winning ads, look at the longest running, just find the competitor research chapter and follow the process as I explained it. And you can just connect the dots. What is their best performing audience? Just start there. Make sure that's your starting point. And then the third option we have at our disposal when it comes to opening up a new audience is expanding a winning audience, which is not exactly opening up a new audience, but it's expanding one. So making it go from a certain size to a much bigger size. Expanding a winning audience is a good alternative to opening up new audiences. You already know your audience and what gets them to take action. This is recommended specifically for businesses with a limited product line. If your product allows it, test bundles. So if you have a product with multiple color variations, let's say socks or whatever type of underwear, that's great. That bundles are a great way to keep expanding your audience. And that allows you within the same audience to start appealing to prospects that are driven by convenience, which is a very big part of the entire population. So definitely something to test out. And as I said, bundles of the same product work incredibly well, but it's not the only option. You can also test bundles of multiple products. Let's say you have supplements. You will put together your daytime supplements with your nighttime supplements and provide your customer with a bundle of here's everything you need, just take it. That tends to work very well. Or if you're selling clothing, rather than offering multiple t-shirts of the same color or different colors, which is an option as a bundle, you can also create sets for them. So you will have pants, t-shirt, and a sweater or a jacket. That tends to work relatively well as well. And finally, you have the global expansion and localization. Now, localization is getting easier and easier thanks to the simpler logistics and more competition among the 3PLs. We do have our own localization process, and I would recommend you just follow it. In a nutshell, we basically start testing out our best winning ads in multiple countries as they are. No need to translate them if obviously we are selling in English-speaking country as our primary option, as our primary country. We look at what works, at what keeps performing in new countries. We look at what are the best performing countries, and then we translate our ads to those countries. We can do text, we can do voiceovers, we can do AI voiceovers and human voiceovers. We can do both of them. Then we look at performance. We look at what countries are still performing. We look at what ads are still performing. And that's when we start shooting content in like with local actors in the local language. That's something that most of the people do right away. They do it from the get-go, but that's something that I wouldn't recommend simply because you're kind of shooting in the dark and you're assuming that people from all over the world will respond to the same angles the same way, which is not exactly how it works. So I'm a very big proponent of going for the most cost-efficient processes, and this is it. So if you want to start with globalization, global expansion, and localization of your content, I would highly recommend you follow that process. But as you know, there's a chapter on it, so I would recommend you go check that out. That being said, this is it for the audiences. You mainly have three options, and they are reactivating old audiences, opening up new ones, and expanding winning audiences. This is the playbook. If you have any doubts, just let us know and we will be more than happy to help you. And as usual, I recommend you take a look at the resources section, the text, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about angles. We've seen the audience, and now it's time to focus on the angle part of our ads. Now, why are angles so important? Simply because at the audience level, we decide who to target. At the angle level, we decide how to target these people. So in this video, we're going to be covering what is an angle. As I said, an angle represents the way we decide to present the problem, the product, or the persona within the ad. And we will be talking about how to move in a crowded market. And we will also be introducing the EPIC framework, navigating tens of thousands of angles options. Thanks to the EPIC framework, we will be covering 4 categories: emotional, practical, identity, and critical angles. Finally, we will be going through the information sources that we have at our disposal when we are looking for new angles. So how we approach or how you can approach your information research based on the product you promote. So this is going to be an interesting video, and most importantly, it's a very crucial one to understand how to build your own ads. So let's get started with the first chapter. What is an angle? The audience is who we target. The angle is how we target them. An angle represents the way we decide to present the problem, the product, or the persona within the ad. We can get as creative as we want with it, but at the end of the day, the goal is to get the prospect to think that we deeply understand them. In the audience chapter, we talked about the market size versus relatability problem. And what we want to do with the angles is understand that the more narrow we go, the more relatable our ads will be. And for that reason, the more people will feel like we understand them, and they have finally found a brand that understands their problem, that understands their needs, and so on. Now, this is extremely important in all the markets, but especially in crowded markets. Angles help us make our ads much more relatable and direct to a specific part of the audience. You can find untapped audiences even in the most crowded markets, and this is why angles are great. Let's take an example. So you want to market a portable breast pump. Let's say the option 1 would be targeting all moms who breastfeed their babies. Obviously, the competition would be just nuts. Imagine the amount of moms who breastfeed their babies. Let's try to go a little more narrow and add an option 2 where we would be targeting all first-time moms who also have a job and need a portable device that was designed to be used on the go and they can multitask with. This is obviously gonna lead to a lower volume of competition. You see the difference in terms of competition volume. Also, how more understood would those busy first-time moms feel while watching the option 2 ad. That's the point of angles. That's why angles are so important, and that's why we really need to understand how to leverage them. Now, the goal is to create ads based on the angles that make the audience feel like they've been personalized to them. So they've got these angles, these ads just for them. Think of a young guy, for example, who's ashamed of his dad bod. Ad 1 shows a simple t-shirt and a fit guy wearing it. I don't think any market can get more crowded than that. Ad 2 shows another young guy who's a bit chubby in the before and after, going from a standard t-shirt to another one that emphasizes his body in the right parts. So it might have tight arms, tight chest that emphasize the both parts, but then they have a loose belly, for example. Obviously, that t-shirt would feel much more personalized to him compared to the first t-shirt that was just a simple guy, a fit guy, nothing that would make him feel like this brand understands me. Where has it been up until now? This is where we move on to the EPIC framework. Now, the EPIC framework is something that we built internally. We built it internally based on what gets people to take action, what gets people to start thinking about doing something. The EPIC framework helps you navigate the tens of thousands of angles available out there, so gives you a lens through which you can pick and choose the best performing ones for the audiences you want to target. It doesn't matter what product you're selling. It doesn't matter what industry you're selling in. You have an unlimited amount of angles you can you can create for whatever product. So we need a bit of a structure. We need some guidelines that we can follow to make sure that we're not just wasting our time with random angles, but we are using angles that actually get people to buy. Just like winning audiences, winning angles are incredibly important as a part of our asset. Once we find new winning angles, we want to make sure we keep them profitable. And this is another aspect that's extremely, extremely important. And once we get to keep our audiences profitable and our angles profitable, then finding new winning ads is not going to be a problem. As long as we replicate, we create variations of those ads that are targeting a winning audience, that are targeting a winning audience through a winning angle, that's absolutely good. And that's going to make our job much easier. Now, there are 4 main categories of angles we focus on at 99 Ads. The first one is emotional angles. Emotional angles tap into the emotions and feelings that our prospects experience for or with other people or loved ones in general. Think of ways to help a loved one, gifts, bonding moments, or support during a difficult situation. People who react to these angles are driven by emotions and want to help others. They normally are not interested in buying stuff for themselves, but prefer helping or creating magic moments with others. Just to give you some examples, my mom was not able to walk until I found this. I gifted my daughter this new pillow to help her with her cervical. This card game completely changed our family time. So, as clear as that, here we are basically giving them opportunities to help, to give support to their loved ones. That can be a mom, that can be the family member, can be a dog, can be a cat, can be whoever. Then we have practical angles. Practical angles are related to the specific problems that your product is proven to solve. This is where you may also focus on features and frame the ad from a factual standpoint. We talk about how potential customers can solve their problems using our product and why our product is the best in the market for that specific problem. These angles target people who struggle with a problem, that are in pain, or are facing a difficult situation and can't find a solution. We simply show them ours. Examples: get rid of acne with this new skincare formula. Plantar fasciitis doesn't allow you to run. This treatment will get you back on track again. Finally, dermatologists confirm that red light therapy is a must against acne. This is why. Obviously, here we are targeting a different pole of the audience. The the people who take action based on an emotional angle very likely are not going to be people who take action based on a practical angle. These are two different type of people. Obviously, the same person can get triggered to buy, to purchase, can get convinced by two different types of angles, but most of the time they tend to relate better and respond better to one of the four. For that reason, here we are focused on the practical sides, which are completely different compared to the emotional. They are on the other part of the feelings and facts axis. Now, moving forward, we have the identity angles. Identity angles are related to the status of the prospect and how it can be impacted by your product. Here we are targeting people who want to be part of a restricted group or who want to elevate their social status. This group of people is driven by their need to feel part of something bigger or important. Show how your product gets them access to the new group. Some examples: become a CrossFitter. Join our club today. Don't settle for mediocrity. Join our community and become a pro trader. Finally, are you a serious e-commerce owner who wants to scale? This program is what you're looking for. Finally, we have critical angles. Critical angles tap into efficiency and convenience. They work like magic with rational people. Show your prospects how the product helps them save resources such as money, time, effort, etc. People who react to these angles are usually looking for a way to solve their problems with no effort. You want to prove how little effort is required to get the results they want. And just to give you some examples, the most complete program at the price of 1 coffee per day. Get rid of acne in 5 minutes per day. Get more than 50% off with this bundle. This is quite an interesting perspective. When we figured out the EPIC framework, we literally changed the way we picked and chose angles. It was completely different, and understanding that the axis and X chart that we explained before this lesson on the angles, and they help you understand how different people are interested in different things. So they get motivated by different aspects and different angles, of course. Now, how to find endless angles. Once you get a good grasp of the EPIC framework, your life as an advertiser will be much more sustainable. That being said, you will constantly need to add new winning angles to your ad account or assets portfolio, as by now I think you look at it as. In order to do that, you need to stay updated and keep researching. Here are some great sources of information for your angles. The first one that we still use quite a lot is Facebook communities. Some people think that they just get out of business, which is not the case. There are Facebook communities for pretty much everything, and they are still incredibly active. This is great if you're targeting people over 40 years old. Then we have Reddit and forum and subreddits. Here you can find extremely valuable questions, common problems, and past experiences that you can use to better understand your audience. You also have online forums, which is I'm kind of a fan of, and I think I grew up with online forums. Lots of threads in which users talk about their experiences and look for guidance and ideas from other users. The interesting part here is that you have decades of stored information. These are great for 40-plus-year-old audiences, but also for those products that are not innovating anything particularly, but that have been on the market for a long time. So all this information in the online forums can help you get a good grasp of what gets people to buy, what motivates them, why they are interested, why they are in the market for a specific product, and so on. Then we have Amazon reviews. You can understand people's thoughts about the competition's product or your product. 1-star and 5-star reviews are great, everything in between can be interesting as well. You can see what the customer was expecting and what they got instead, which is great for competitors' research as well. Then you have TikTok and Reels comments. Social media is one of the best tools for better understanding your audience, and short content is becoming more and more relevant. Then finally, we have other platforms. You have pretty much an unlimited amount of sources of information for your product. Depending on what you sell, you might have dedicated sources that outperform all of the above. Depending on what you sell, Quora and ChatGPT can be amazing tools. I would highly recommend Twitter as well, X or whatever we call it now. Those are all great sources of information. The 5 we put here, these are very good and they're very standard. So pretty much for all the products, you can find all of these sources available. For others, you can definitely add to this list the dedicated ones. And they tend to be very interesting when it comes to finding the right angles. Conclusions: to create good creatives, you need winning angles. Now, you know how to pick and choose your angles based on who you are targeting, but also how and where to find information on your audience. This is pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about low-hanging fruits. Since you are a part of this program, we really want to give you the best results possible as soon as possible. And in order to do that, every time we have a new client that joins our company for the Done For You service, we have built our own process to show them results as soon as possible. In this video, I'm going to walk you through the process we use to give our clients fast results, because I really want you to have yours. So in this video, we're going to go through the entire process of how to find the fastest wins. No need to reinvent the wheels. You simply start from what works. I'll show you how to customize your columns in order to get the perfect creative analysis. And then we will go through 2 types of analysis that we do at 99 Ads. The first one, we call it the top level analysis, which consists of identifying what brought you sales in the last 6 months. Here we're looking for the best performing audiences, angles, and ads. And then we have the in-ad analysis, breaking down the ads that brought you sales in the last 6 months. Here we're looking for the best performing hooks, guts, brains, and pockets. This is going to be a very cool one. So without further ado, let's dive in. Fastest wins. Here's how to get the fastest wins. So I want you to understand the difference between data analysis and creativity. Creativity is amazing. And we are constantly getting clients who come to us just because of our creative side, just because they've seen some ads we created for other clients and they really want the same level of creativity applied to their business, which is great. And we are very honored when that happens. That being said, there's something that's extremely important and needs to be addressed. Creativity is not sustainable. You cannot rely on creativity for as long as you want. You can rely on data analysis. You can rely on science. So data analysis replaces, at least partially, creativity. So you don't necessarily need to come up with brand new ideas from the get-go to get results. And the way you do it is you follow this process, as easy as that. So everything starts on the business manager. You bought data with all the ads you ran. And this is another incredibly important aspect that everybody tends to just forget about. Did I get results? No. Then whatever's on my media account, business manager ad account is not relevant. It's not something that I can leverage in the future. This is just something that doesn't work. Well, even if none of the ads was profitable, which is unlikely if you ask me, you can still find some valuable information that can make you speed up the entire process. What we are after is patterns about the gut, the brain, the pocket. We really need to understand what doesn't work, as it still brings certainty to our work as creative strategists. There's much more than just ROAS. You have, again, winning audiences, you have winning angles, and then you have the value blocks that brought you results. If you don't know what a value block is, we're gonna dive very deep into it in the scripting module. Then, if you're starting from zero, so you don't have data available in your ad account, in your business manager, which again is very unlikely, then you will find the path to your fastest wins on the competitor research chapter. So I'll send you there. Now, setting the right columns. This is how we set our own columns. This file will be available to you, so no need to take notes on this. You can, but this is how we set our columns. Here you have the main voices. I can just share them here. We call it the creative analysis columns, and you have, this is an old ad account that we don't really use, but you have reach, impressions, frequency, CPM, video average play time, attention rate, hold rate. These two are custom metrics. Attention rate is 3-second video plays divided by impressions on Meta, 2 seconds video plays divided by impressions on TikTok. Then you have the hold rate, through plays, impressions on Meta, 50% video views divided by impressions on TikTok. Then we have 3 to 25% retention rate. This is a custom metric as well. Video plays at 25%, 25 to 50% retention rate. Video plays at 50%, 50 to 75% retention rate, and then video plays at 75%, then 75 to 95% retention rate, and then video plays at 100%. Clicks, CTR, link clicks in CTR, link click. Now, on top of this, we will also be adding the KPIs that are relevant to our campaigns. So if we are selling, actual products, then we will have the add to cart, cost per add to cart, initiate checkout, cost per initiate checkout, purchase, cost per purchase, ROAS. If we're doing leads, same thing, leads, cost per lead, and so on. So the KPIs are related to the objective or your campaign. So this is something that you will have to customize yourself based on what you're selling. If you need help, as usual, just ask your coach. But this is the structure. We really like these columns because they help us understand which and what part of the ad actually performs. Where do people drop? Where do people lose interest in our ad? Is it the beginning? Is it the 25 to 50? Is it the 50 to 20 to 75? Is it 75 to 100? As interesting as that is. But this is the easiest way for us to see where people drop. Where are the constraints on our best performing ads? And that's cool because we are working on best performing ads. And we want to improve those best performing ads. And this is how we find our fastest wins. Now, top level analysis. The time window for this analysis is last 180 days. That's the most relevant data, the most recent, still good, still fresh, and we can still use it. In order for this analysis to be statistically relevant, ideally, you've spent $100,000 minimum in that time frame. If not, you can still do it, but take the results with a pinch of salt. Let's start with the audiences. First step, audiences. We are focused on audiences. Having a strong naming convention is key to speed up your ads analysis. If you don't have one yet, just go through the chapter in this course and adopt it right away. Your future self will appreciate your effort. At the ad set level, take notes of all the interests, demographics, and geolocations you targeted in the past 6 months. And at the ad level, do the same thing, taking notes of all the people you targeted or called out through your ad creatives. As you know, ever since the iOS update, part of the targeting that used to be just related to the media buying tactics shifted towards ad creatives, and we want to take notes of that. We want to make sure we understand, even if we're targeting people at the ad level, how we're targeting them, who we are targeting. That's extremely important. Here we want to focus on audiences that have generated at least 20 sales given the time frame above. If you've generated less than 20 sales per audience, consider lower amounts to as long as the audiences have generated multiple sales. It's not just one. And if you have many audiences that have generated 20 plus sales, then focus on the top 5. This will be your top audiences. Then we move on to the angles. Here we want to focus on the angles that have generated at least 20 sales given the time frame above. If you've generated less than 20 sales per angle, consider lower amounts to as long as the audiences have generated multiple sales. If you have many angles that have generated 20 plus sales, focus on the top 3 per audience. These will be your audiences. Finally, we move on to the ads. Here we want to focus on the best performing ads that target the winning audiences through the winning angles. You can sort them by amount spent. Here, the more you take, the better. Now, you've got the best performing audiences, the best performing angles, and the best performing ads. You already have a lot of useful data here, but we want to bring it to the next level with the in-ad analysis. Now, in-ad analysis, the new custom columns will make it easy for you to spot the best performers. The goal here is to download all the best performing ads, download all the videos you're going to analyze in depth. You can store them in a visual tool. You have a few options here. The first one, the one we use, is Iconic. Iconic is great, but it's relatively expensive considering how we're using it here. You have Milanote, which is good. It's not as good as Iconic, but it's good. And it's a very good option to store videos, being able to watch them and consume them quickly, take notes. For that is very good. And then we have Google Docs. And by the way, Milanote is much cheaper compared to Iconic. And then we have Google Docs, which is pretty good. If you use Google Docs, I would recommend downloading the plugin Imagus, which I think is this one. It's pretty good, and it allows you to see an anthem, to see the preview of whatever image or video you hover over with your mouse. That being said, make sure there's a space that you can add notes on. So if you're not using these ones, just make sure you have space available for your notes. Once ready, let's dive into the best performers. What we are looking for. First, we're looking for the highest attention rate, which is first 2 to 3 seconds of our ads, and we call this hook. Take notes of everything that happens within that time frame. Look at animations, frames, visual compositions, transitions, and everything in between. Then the second one is the highest 3 to 25% hold rate. From second 3 up to 25 of your video, we call this the cut. Take notes of everything that happens within that time frame. Look at animations, frames, visual compositions, transitions, and everything in between. Then we have 25 to 50% hold rate. This is the brain A. And here again, we take notes of everything, and we do the same with highest 50% to 75% hold rate. And this is the brain B. Finally, highest 75 to 95% all hold rate. From the 25% up to the 95% of your video, this is the pocket. This is the least important, to be honest. This is the one that we work the least on, but it's a very important aspect that we can definitely improve if we are going for our fastest wins. Now, you see what we're doing here. Basically, based on the custom columns we have here, we are able to see in a very modular way what are the parts of our videos, of our ads that perform the best. So we know where people are dropping, but when people go through the least performing part, we know how many people go through the following part. Well, if the following part is good and the previous one is bad, let's change the previous one and see what happens. This is the goal. So once we find a bunch of ads that like a bunch of best performers hook, then a bunch of best performing 3 to 25 hold rate, then a bunch of best performing 25 to 50% hold rate, then a bunch of best performing 50% to 75% hold rate, then a bunch of best performing pockets, that's where we have gold in our hands. And that's how we can start creating ads that are pretty much proven to work. Obviously, it's not always that easy, but it's still relatively likely that we're going to find winners this way. So at the end of the exercise, you will have a list of best performing hooks, guts, brains, and pockets. All these blocks can be mixed and matched together, creating completely new ads with the best performing elements. Building your repository of winning information, you can use it as a source of inspiration to come up with new ads, as well as a way to mix and match winning scenes to create new variations. This is where we want to start. This is how we are going to find and we are going to get our fastest wins. In my opinion, this is one of the most underrated parts of media buying, of creative strategy in general. This is where we get the results we want and we get them fast. So if you are running ads, if you have ran ads in the past, I want you to start here. If you need help, as usual, ask your coach, but this is exactly what brings the fastest results. Conclusions. This is how you get results fast. We want to get you to see results as fast as possible once enrolled in this program. This quick analysis allows you to identify the best performing elements and get them to bring results right away. Please implement everything you've learned in this video. And if you have any questions, refer to your coach. Hopefully everything is clear. If not, please do let me know and I'll talk to you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to be talking about the marketing analysis. Marketing analysis is something that we do before we get started, especially in this program. Now, this is a crucial part of the process. I know it might sound like something that you can skip because you know your brand, because you know your product, because you've been working with this company for such a long time, but it's absolutely crucial that we go through this process. So please just go through it. Let's not skip this important part. In this video, I'm gonna show you why it is so important and why we want to make sure that we follow the entire process to the T. I noticed that I say to the T quite a lot, so I should start avoiding it. But anyways, in this video, this is what we are gonna cover. First, we're gonna be talking about principles. So why we want to start with our best chances and we want to take our best chance from the get-go. The average stores approach versus the 99 ads approach and how we can avoid the blank page effect. Then what are the sources of information that we have at our disposal when we are creating our ads? That's the questionnaire, the media buying data analysis, and the competitors research. Then we're going to go through some additional sources of information as well. Then we'll be talking about tools. So the Creative Intelligence spreadsheet in Foreplay, which is an external platform that we will learn about very soon. Then the project details, the brand, the product, the audiences, and the competitors. And finally, the system. So the value blocks, the angles, the formulas, and the hooks. Now, let's get started with the principles. So as we get started, as we go through this program, we want to get our low-hanging fruits right away. Why we want to do that? First, because we want to build momentum. We want to make sure we're getting results from the get-go so that you can actually see a return from what we're doing and you get more excited about implementing more and more. Now, the way we do it is we gather all the information available and we get an overall understanding of what works in our market. We do this again to maximize our chance to get winners from the first batch. In overall, the reason why you should be doing this marketing analysis at the beginning is because at the end of the day, you want to beat the competition. What does the average store do? Testing what others are doing without fully understanding it. So they just copy bits and pieces, but they don't know exactly what they're copying. Outsourcing their marketing research to external agencies who are not too interested in making sure that everything is perfect. Making decisions based on what they believe is true about their audience, and simply failing, as simple as that. They don't rely on a scientific approach, but they just keep reinventing the wheel and crossing their fingers, hoping that something's going to stick. What is the 99 ads approach? So the approach you're learning here. We spend almost a full day understanding the market, understanding where we're at, understanding what we're doing, understanding how we are gonna attack this niche, this audience. We take useful information from what our competitors are doing, quote unquote, take. We create ads based on real customer problems. And we surprise prospects with in-depth knowledge about their problem. As I mentioned multiple times, the goal is to make sure people think like we understand them. We want them to think that this brand understands everything I'm thinking about as regards this problem, as regards that problem. They really thought about everything. This solution has been put together and thought through the right way. And as a bonus, doing the marketing analysis the right way will pay dividends in the future. How we avoid the blank page is simply by focusing on our marketing analysis. A good marketing research leads to never running out of ideas. There will be so many good ideas that we will need to learn how to prioritize and understand the testing order of all of our ideas and expectations on the market. Now, sources of information. The first one is the questionnaire. What is it? As part of the resources, you have a ClickUp form that's been provided, which is this one. So it's quite a short one. So I really hope you go through it. And your coach is going to ask you more and more and is going to hold you accountable. So please do it. We'll be asking you for your name, the project website, the phone number, the contact email, the region. And then we are going to start with the actual questions that get into details, that get into the nitty gritty of what we're doing. So product, which products or category do we want to prioritize in the ads? Please provide a description and a link to their page. All of this information will be used also by your team when they have doubts, when they want to go back to it. So the more clear this is, the better. Target audience, describe our ideal customers, age, gender, demographic, interests, location. Market needs, what problems can we help the prospect solve? Why is it important for them to solve these problems? Uniqueness, what sets our product or service apart from the competition? What can we say about our product that our competitors cannot? Obstacles, what are the most common objections customers have about our product service? What should we be aware of? Competitors, who are our competitors? The more we can list, the better. Platforms, what platforms are we currently advertising on? How would you define the main line of business? Lead generation, direct consumer, application or SaaS, coach or consulting. Please enter your CPA, the target CPA, and attribution. What's your main data point. You have multiple options here based on your third-party tool. And finally, top ads, please provide the top performing ads on your ad account historically. Now, why is this important? This is a good assessment of the brand overall, and it contains all the information we already know you will need. What we want to understand here is what products we are prioritizing and we want to promote first, and what are the targets and CPAs that we are going after. Collecting knowledge about the audience and the brand in general. One of the common pitfalls is filling out the questionnaire a little too quickly. So just going through and replying with just one word each question, like that's not the point of what we're doing. Media buying data analysis. What is it? This is the second source of information, and this is the document with historical data on the ad account. So we're looking at this one. This is a sheet that we put together. Obviously, we're hiding whatever customer information you might have, but to give you an idea, we start with the best performing ads. So we rank ads based on their performance. KPIs and low-hanging fruits. This is where we connect the dots and we see what are the things that have brought us the most results and what are the things that we can double down on as regards to the CTR, the CPC, the CTR, and so on. Then what are the comments that might be interesting and that we can use at a later stage as part of our angles, as part of our ads. And finally, what are the concepts we can test. Then one more thing we do is drop here on Milanote the actual ads. And the reason why we use Milanote is because it's quite an interesting, quite a good platform when it comes to visuals, and it's very visual. You can see each and every ad, and when it comes to ads, you can see descriptions, but it's not the same thing. You want to see the ad. So we like Milanote. There are more alternatives. We talked about it in another video. You have Iconic, you have Google Drive. You can use that as well. It's a little less functional if you ask me. Iconic is a little more expensive. Milanote is right in between, and I think it's kind of a good option. So you drop your ads here and you highlight the elements that you believe are the winning ones. Then you also do the same thing with best ads in the last 6 months. And then you analyze the demographics breakdown, breaking it down by age and gender. As simple as that. So here we're basically gathering all the information about the audience, the best performing ads, the thumbnails, the elements, what has worked so far and what hasn't worked so far. What we want to understand is what has already been working during the past months, what audiences Meta is driving traffic to, and we want to read the comments under the ads. This is a crucial part, and this is where we get a lot of ideas. Again, we're talking about avoiding that blank page effect. This is one of those options. If we have a good amount of comments, a good amount of opinions, ideas, and some sort of an exchange of energy from other people, that's something that really helps us. Now, common pitfalls here: starting competitor research without doing the media buying analysis first. Unless you don't have any data available, in that case, you can start with the competitor research. And finally, we have the competitor research. Objectives here are analyzing what competitors are doing and starting with the ones you know, plus sourcing new ones. So there are 4 methods that we use, and you will find these methods in the resource section as a walkthrough. I didn't want to get this video too long, and I wanted to separate each and every one of these methods. To give you an idea, you have the foreplay, you have the TikTok organic, you have the TikTok ad library, and you have the Facebook ad library. The common pitfalls here are limiting yourself to the competitors previously known and not sourcing new ones. Foreplay is great at sourcing new ones. You can do the same on Facebook and TikTok as well, but I really like foreplay. And also not considering indirect competitors, which sometimes turns out to be the best source. So let's say you're selling products to women over 50, you're selling them skincare products, and you are completely ignoring all of the other products that are related to self-care of a person, of a woman over 50. But since they're not selling exactly the same product, you're not considering them. That's wrong, and you want to take those indirect competitors also as part of your sources of inspiration. Now, additional sources of information, there is Quora, which is a great source to get angle ideas. You'll find a walkthrough for this as well. And reviews. You have Amazon reviews, Trustpilot reviews, Facebook comments from like for other competitors, and so on. Tools. Creative Intelligence spreadsheet. Why is it useful? This is a container of all the information we gathered. This is the Creative Intelligence sheet. And this is what it looks like. We have all the audiences, all the angles, all the value blocks that we are going to be using and that we are also finding from our competitors. So let's say we find one that's using the angle of the clinical grade, selling a serum, audience, women 45 plus, desires. These are the ones related to the life force that you learned about in the angles video. And here you can also tell what is the type of angle your competitors are going for and what is the description of that angle. You do the same with the audiences, you do the same with the value blocks, you do the same with the products. Then here we can also prioritize our future batches and the ideas that we want to test out. Then we have the scripting. This is kind of an interesting way to put together the scripts and the ad insights. So once we analyze our ads, we put them together here and we look at the patterns. We try to understand everything, but don't worry about it. For now, let's just focus on the marketing analysis, but you'll get a walkthrough, an in-depth walkthrough on the creative intelligence as well. What is the main point is that this is the main document that we use to plan our batches on a weekly basis. How we use it, we analyze the questionnaire and the media buying analysis, and then we organize the information. The second tool we use, again, is Foreplay. What is it? It's a tool to save ads from several places, including TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And the way you use it, you will find in the walkthrough in the resources section. Now, project details. This is the final part of our marketing analysis. And we want to start with the brand. So what we want to understand about our brand is the history of a brand. Do we have recognitions? Do we have awards? Do we have endorsements? How people perceive us. Is it a luxury brand? Is it a like a brand with a specific ownership? Is it like a sporty, a status? Is it a family-oriented business? What is it? Let's dive into it. Then where we get this information, we can do that from the ad library. We can do it from the comments. We are doing it based on how people perceive us. This is quite important. And how to use this information, we use it to create ads that take into consideration their point of view. And we do that also for brand consistency, and we do that using the elements that we gather as social proof. Then we have the products. What we want to take into account. Are we selling a single product or we're selling multiple products? Do these products have a certain order of priorities? How do we want to promote them? In what page are we driving traffic to? Where you get this information, again, the questionnaire, the best-selling products, how to use this information. We plan the first batches of content according to the main product, and we make sure we have enough assets available for all of our plans. Audiences, what we want to understand, how many audiences we're targeting, and the ad spend breakdown based on age and gender, just like I showed you here. Sorry, here. Where was it? I think it was here. Nope. Oh, sorry, it was here in the media buying analysis. In We get it in the questionnaire and the media buying analysis. It was written here. In how to use this information, get 2 to 3 audiences that we can test out from the get-go, and prioritize only one for the first batches. Again, the goal here is still to find our first asset and leverage it as much as we can. So one audience, one angle, multiple ads. Competitors. What we want to understand from our competitors. What format is the most common for them? Is it static images or is it videos? If we had to do an us versus them type of ad, what are the main differences between us and them? Then what ads they run, where we can get this information. We can do it obviously in the competitors research. And how to use this information, we do that by preparing an inspiration board on Foreplay with all the relevant references and getting the first ratio between images and videos of our competitors. Now, what's the system? System is pretty simple. We start from our value blocks. What we want to understand here is what to mention in our ads and what is useful to our prospects. Where we get this information, we do that in the media buying data analysis, in the most frequent ads that we find in our ad account. And if you need more, you can find more value blocks on the product page. How to use this information, adding value blocks to the creative intelligence spreadsheet, highlighting the ones from winning ads and make them bold, and using the ones in bold in your next scripts. Best angles, we want to understand the best angles within the ad account, which ones our competitors are using that we haven't tested yet, and where to get this information. We do that on the media buying data analysis and on the competitors research. And we use this information simply by prioritizing the angles in the order that we find here. Then best formulas. What we want to understand is what are the formulas that are working, that are performing best in our niche and also for us. These are the 4 ones that we usually find give us best results at the very beginning. This is the PAS, the AIDA, the 4 Ps, and the testimonials. But it really depends on what you're selling and on what you are promoting and how you are promoting it. So which ones to prioritize? That depends on the marketing analysis. Where to get this information? Media buying data analysis and competitors research. How to use this information? We do that prioritizing all these formulas in our next batches and reiterating until we find the best winners. Then we do the same thing with hooks. What we want to understand is what elements grab the attention of our audience. Where to get this information? We do that with the best ads. TikTok organic is great for hook ideas, and you will find again a walkthrough about this in the resources section. And also YouTube shorts lately are picking up. It's a different algorithm. Most of the time it's the same content, but looking at the same content from a different algorithm perspective, if you focus on the number, that's very interesting, and it's something that I would recommend you do. Then how to use this information, create a repository of hook ideas on Foreplay and test them on your next ads. As simple as that. So again, this is the marketing analysis. In the final part, we explain the system and how we can leverage all the information we found through the marketing analysis to get our best chance, to take our best chance at the very beginning. It's going to get much more clear once you go through all of the walkthroughs in the resource section. To conclude, doing a proper marketing analysis is absolutely essential for the success of your ad creatives. Although it's something you don't need to do on a weekly basis, building solid foundations is crucial for the long-term success of your brand. See the marketing analysis as an investment on your brand for the future. So, hope everything is clear. As usual, if anything's needed, please do let us know, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about value blocks. Value blocks are a crucial part, a crucial element of our strategy, of our system. This is pretty much what makes our, well, at least part of what makes our system unique and our approach unique. So, understanding value blocks and understanding how to use them the right way is going to revolutionize the way you create ads. I stand by it. I'm pretty sure you will be of the same opinion as soon as you understand what I'm talking about, and as soon as you understand how to leverage value blocks the right way. So, without further ado, let's dive in. What are we going to cover in this video? First, introduction. We're going to be talking about providing value versus describing. And what is a value block? Then we'll be talking about the different types of value blocks: benefits, functional products, features, physical products, scarcity and social proof, offers and discounts. Then finding your value blocks, starting from your product, finding value blocks from winning ads, and then how to organize your value blocks, how to use value blocks when scripting the ads, and finally, common pitfalls on value blocks. Once again, this is going to be a very interesting lesson, a very interesting video. I think you're going to love this. So let's start from the overview. Providing value versus describing a product. Most people think of scripting an ad as a description of the product. And as much as this is going to hurt you, as much as this hurts me sometimes, and quite often, if we're talking about 99 ads or other projects I'm part of, people don't care about your product. People don't care as much as you, at least. However, they do care about how your product impacts their life. And this is where benefits come into place, and this is where value blocks come into place. We need to make a switch from informing our customers to making them excited about our products and about how it's going to impact their lives. This is why we want to mention only things that represent value for the prospect, and these things are the value blocks. Value block equals what represents value for our customers. Value blocks are all the things we can mention about our product that are perceived by our prospects as value. If you follow our approach, your scripts will be scientific and performance driven. Scripts consist of a bunch of value blocks that follow a specific formula. Once you find the best performing one for your business, you can stick to that for your variations. Scripting becomes copy and pasting value blocks into your formula and combining the best performing ones depending on what you are optimizing for. Are you optimizing for attention rate? Are you optimizing for for hold rate? Are you optimizing for ROAS? Let's focus on the value blocks and how they are performing so far and how we can leverage them to make our variations perform better than the original one. And we will show you how to do it the right way. So nothing to be worried about. Now, types of value blocks. We have benefits. These are particularly indicated for functional products. These are the dream outcomes or end results that prospects get thanks to your product. This is the ultimate reason why people buy it. Looking at the EPIC framework chart that you can find at in the resources section, we can be talking about the product both directly and indirectly. Some examples: it makes you look younger, here's the energy boost you were looking for, feel cozy during your commute, and this will make your baby fall asleep faster. Using benefits to grab attention, that's how we do it. The sooner we communicate the benefits, the better. And something that we started doing quite lately that's bringing very good results is basically stacking up benefits in the first half of the ad. Common pitfalls: you want to stay away from numbers and statistics when it comes to benefits. We're talking about their dream outcomes. We're talking about their end results. Looking at the EPIC framework chart, benefits should fall under the feelings side of the axis, not the facts side. And one more common pitfall is overdoing with promises and unrealistic claims. People are used to companies that make bold claims that don't deliver, so you kind of want to avoid them to raise that shield at you. It's just not worth it. Then we have features, particularly indicated for physical products. You can use them for pretty much all the products as long as there's something factual you can talk about, but physical products are great for it. These are all the features that make our product unique and stand out from the competition. And looking at the Epic framework chart, features, here's a misspelled word, but features should fall under facts and not feelings. So here are some examples. Batteries that last twice as long than the average. It gets softer after every wash. Durable fabrics designed to last longer. Four-way stretch for maximum comfort. Using features in your script. First, we grab attention with the benefits, and then we handle objections with the features. Test out as many features as possible until you find the ones that get people to either buy or watch the video for longer. This is something that I think it's quite interesting. Again, we are currently testing something like stacking up benefits in the first half of the video and then adding the features. And this is what we're talking about here. First, we grab attention with the benefits and then we handle objections with the features. Now, some common pitfalls. Mentioning features that don't make you stand out, things that are common for the entire market and you kind of brag about it's just a turn off. And then getting too nerdy and technical about your features. All the features must be immediately understandable by the prospects. Now, the third type of value block is scarcity and social proof. Everything that creates FOMO for the prospects is scarcity and social proof. Scarcity will make our product look even more valuable and convince the customer to buy right away. Social proof will make the prospect feel like he's the only one missing out on a big change. We want to always be part of something, and this is quite a big deal when it comes to advertising. Social proof is massive and it's been around for a long time. Examples include limited stock available. They're not going to be around much longer. Handmade, only 50 items produced. More than 50,000 happy customers. Over 100,000 five-star reviews on Trustpilot. As seen on Forbes, GQ, and Elle. Using scarcity and social proof, we recommend always adding an element of scarcity and or social proof in our ads. And we usually use them right after the features in the pocket, just to be clear, on new concepts. And then when we're doing variations, we kind of want to test them out right away after the benefits. So at the gut level, this is something that brings results somehow. And it's quite interesting to anticipate that offer or that social proof when it comes to variations, just to see how that variable, that single variable, impacts our results. Common pitfalls, there are quite a few. Ineffective social proof. Social proof can be of two types, qualitative or quantitative. You can use authority, but make it qualitative. It can be a doctor, an influencer, a university, an author, or similar. And you can also make it quantitative. And in order to make it quantitative, you have to use big amounts. So 100,000 happy customers, 50,000 pants sold, or similar. If you use social proof, make sure you use at least one of the two. If you use both, that's even better. Also, fake scarcity right now is a big problem because people are just not stupid anymore. They're just used to people adding an element of scarcity to whatever they are selling, to whatever ad they create. So people won't buy your limited supply if you're placing it under every ad. They won't buy your 2-hour countdown if you do that every single day. You kind of always want to justify FOMO, fear of missing out, with realistic reasons. And then finally, we have offers and discounts. Incentives we use to make people buy our products and take action today. Includes discount codes, limited time offers, promotions, and similar. Examples: 15% off on your first order, 50% off on selected items, buy one, get one free, the BOGO, and take advantage of our summer sale. Using offers and discounts, Every ad should give people a reason to take action sooner than later. Here's the problem: if you generate demand, but then you're not ready to fulfill it, or you don't give any prompt to fulfill it right away, it's going to get people that get into the market, but they will find somebody else to fulfill their need, to fulfill their demand. And this is obviously not cool because we're paying for that person to buy. But then if they buy from another company, that's a big problem, and we're losing a lot of money. And adding this element of buying now and this is why, that's what makes our ads direct response. So that's quite important. That's quite a big deal. We usually place offers and discounts in the CTA. And things to avoid are a lack of variety. It's good to test different offers and change them often. If you have the same offer, but you change the framing of the offer, it feels like a different offer. It's quite cool. Some people do it also with products, especially digital products. You can change the name of the same digital product and it sounds like a new launch. And the same works with offers. So that's something that you can test out. And then lack of deadlines. Any offer should push the user to take action sooner rather than later. Finally, we have to gather our value blocks. The right approach: put yourself in your prospect's shoes and filter all of the information you have about your product and brand through the lens of the WIIFM. What does it stand for? What's in it for me? Don't fall into the ego trap. Nobody cares about your product as much as you do. Unfortunately, it's a sad thing. I agree. And starting with the product, analyzing the product page and listing all the features of your product. What are the valuable features for our prospects? Add these features to your value blocks as features. You can also take the LF8 from Cash Advertising, the Life Force 8. You can find it in the angle video, if I'm not wrong. What needs can your product fulfill? Add these to your value blocks as benefits. Then rating the reviews and finding out what people like about your product. Add these points to the right category, either benefits or features. Save the best parts of the reviews and add them to your value blocks as social proof, and count how many reviews you have on each platform and save it as a quantitative social proof of your on your list. Now, I'm not going to be the one saying that nobody fakes that number. It's obviously how the market behaves. That's up to you and up to your ethics if you don't have a huge amount of sales. But I'm just saying it and putting it out there. If we believe that everybody counts each and every review or counts each and every pen that they sold, like that's not exactly how it works. Unfortunately, I agree. It's a tough world, but that's up to you and to your ethics, I guess. Listing all the active offers on your website. This will be your list of offers and discounts. Then finally, finding value blocks in your current winning ads. Winning ads represent the best place to find value blocks because you know that you are analyzing things that actually worked for your brand and got prospects to take action. That's why value blocks that have been validated already should have a higher priority compared to the others. Now, how we organize our value blocks. How to organize your value blocks. We actually have a spreadsheet where we take notes of all the available value blocks for each product. The team will create the same spreadsheet for you, and you will find it in the resource section. When a certain value block is present across several winning ads, we highlight it in bold and label it as winner. How to use value blocks when scripting your ads. Once the organization is done, you will simply copy and paste and adjust your value blocks into the formula every time you need to create a new script. Conclusions. Value blocks are essential for our system. They are the essential foundation of our system, and they are extremely important to recognize and implement within our formulas and ads. Now, the next step will be going through everything we talked about here in highlighting your value blocks, the value blocks that you have available, the things that you can mention that represent value for your customer. And this is how we start. Make sure you do this exercise. Go to the resource section and open your spreadsheet and start filling it out. That's absolutely crucial for your success of this program. If anything was not clear, please do let us know, and I'll talk to you in the next video. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about scripting formulas. Why are formulas so important? First of all, performance is formulated. By now in the course, you have probably heard 1,000 times that performance is formulated, but when we say formulas, when we say formulated, it's never clear what we mean. And here in this video, we are going to be talking about exclusively formulas. So this is going to be an important topic. I would highly recommend you take notes through the video simply because it's one of the most important of the entire course. Now, when it comes to creative strategy, we have two main school of thoughts. We have the ones that lean towards art, and we have the ones that lean towards science. As regards us, as regards 99 ads, we don't want to rely on art. We want to rely on science. We want to make sure that out of 100 ads, a very high percentage of those ads are taking the least risk that we can. So out of 100, the highest amount possible is very, very, very likely to be a winner. Why do we want to do that? First of all, we don't want our clients to waste money on stupid tests. We don't want clients to rely on a certain creative strategist that's extremely artistic for a period of time. Then the day after, he wakes up without his artistic spirit, he burns out, or for whatever reason, it is not in the same mood as it was back in the days. We need a process. We need a reliable system. And that's what you need for your creative department, right? So how we do that? This is the video. Now, as long as you rely on art, there's going to be a problem. Every day, you're going to wake up obsessing over the next big concept idea. This is not effective. This is absolutely not sustainable. I can guarantee. Then, if you rely on science and you understand what formulas tickle your prospect's attention the most, and you understand how to leverage that, then everything becomes more effective and everything becomes finally sustainable. Now, once you understand what is the formula that tickles your prospect's attention the most, you will also be able to build your library, your content library, around your best performing formula. Let's say that formula is the PAS, so problem, agitate, solution. If that's the case, you'll have to make sure that you have at your disposal a bunch of problem shots, agitate shots, and solution shots. Once you find which ones of these shots work per category, then you will start shooting a bunch of variations of those shots. There's going to be an entire module on how to produce content, how to shoot content. So don't worry if now we are going through it in a superficial way. We're going to get in depth in the specific video. Now, another extremely important thing to understand, this is a key factor when it comes to building your own creative department, is that data analysis replaces, at least partially, the dependency on creativity. Doing data analysis right is one of the biggest levers you can use. There's no understanding what is the best formula you have if you don't understand how to connect the dots, if you don't understand the patterns that you have in your ad account. And in order to do that, you need to understand how to do data analysis properly. Again, don't worry, there's going to be an entire module on media buying. And in that module, we're going to get into details when it comes to data analysis. Now, we're going to be talking about also our recommended formulas out of 30 available that you're going to find in the resource section. These are the 30 available. There are 4 that we recommend, and we're going to go through them. And we are going to talk about also the concept of flying under the radar. In this day and age, everybody who owns an iPhone or who owns an Android, every day they get bombarded by ads. If they don't have a phone, which is extremely unlikely, they still get bombarded by ads on TV, on the computer. They are constantly getting ads. So as a coping mechanism, everybody develops some sort of a shield to ads in some sort of blindness. So we need to understand how to fly under the radar, how to fly under these shields and go through them so that we can actually pitch our service the right way. And by the time they understand this was a pitch, this was an ad, it will be too late and they will be already interested in our product. Obviously, we truly believe that storytelling is still key in advertising without making it too obvious that we are promoting something. How we do the storytelling, how we facilitate the storytelling at 99 Ads, we have 300 storylines available that are shared with you, that you will find in the resource section. This is, again, the file. In the handbook, you have first the formulas and then the storylines. We're going to go through some of these in this video, and I'm going to try to tell you how to use them the right way. You don't want to just copy and paste what is in the storylines, but you want to get inspired by that, and you want to build your own storyline, your own story around your own brand. Now, understanding formulas. This is very crucial. The formula tells you the goals an ad should have per section and in what order the building blocks should be presented. Example of goals: PAS, problem, agitate, solution. So in the first part of the video, we're going to be focused on the problem. Then in the second part of the video, we're going to focus on the agitate scenes. And finally, on the solution. So we're going to be presenting the solution at the end of the ad. The AIDA formula is another extremely popular formula. This comes from copywriting, and it starts with attention, then we have interest, then we build desire, and then we get our clients to take action, to take the leap of faith. Formulas show you the right order to place each of these goals. The PAS, if we were to start with a solution and we were ending with a problem, it would not be as effective. The AIDA, if we started from action, so first we ask people to buy our product and then we explain them what it is about, and at the end we call them out, hey, by the way, this was interesting for you if you had teeth. That's not how it works, and obviously all the ads are going to be less effective if we don't follow the formulas. Now, finding the right formula for your product is your highest priority if you don't know it yet. Now, there are two main situations that you can be in. The first one is that you have spent at least $100,000 on your ad account. In that case, you can start analyzing your ad account and you can check what has worked best historically and break it down into one of the formulas that you can find in the resources section. Don't see formulas as a restriction, but see them as a support. Now, if you have spent less than $100,000, then in that case, or if you did it 12 months ago as well, like if you haven't spent at least $100,000 in the last 12 months, then I would highly recommend you look at what your competitors are doing and break their ads into one of the formulas. As usual, you must analyze ads per group. By now, you know how to do it. We showed you in one of the previous videos. So once you start testing, follow the creative testing process in the media buying module. If you don't know how to test your creatives, then head over to the media buying module right after this video and see how we recommend doing the creative testing process. Now, the building blocks are the scenes that you have at your disposal to achieve each and every goal based on the formulas, right? And the 3P triangle basically tells us that most scenes can be about either the product or the problem or the person. And also that you can play with different perspectives. So given the same formula or given the same main angle of an ad, you can shoot content based on different perspectives. So what about this angle from the product perspective? What about this angle from the problem perspective? What about this angle from the persona that we are targeting perspective? This is extremely important, and it really, really helps coming up with new ideas for your content. Now, examples of scenes that we use on a daily basis are the benefits, the features, the pain, the problem, the product in use, the before and after, the testimonials, the CTA, etc. We're gonna get back to this later in the video. And once you understand what is your formula, then you're gonna start building your library. As mentioned before, your library should include hundreds of scenes per category. And once you start testing them, the goal becomes mixing and matching the best performing ones. You might be asking, what about the GBP method? Is that a formula? It's not a formula. You guys talk a lot about the GBP method. So what's up with that? That's a good question. Back in the days, we used to see it as a formula, but as time went by, we basically started seeing it as a method. So it doesn't really matter what formula you use. You are still gonna have to titillate the gut, convince the brain, and make logistics smooth. So that's the structure that will be pretty much always be included in your ads. It doesn't matter what formula you use. So these are three steps that you want to make sure you go through in pretty much all of your ads. Now, what are the recommended formulas that we use the most and that are the most likely to work for your product? Over 50% of the ads we deliver come from these four formulas. First one, PAS, problem, agitate, solution. We mentioned it previously, so there's probably no need to keep breaking it down. AIDA, attention, interest, desire, action. We talked about it earlier as well. Then we have the 4 Ps, picture, promise, prove, push. This is another formula. It's less popular than the other two, but it works extremely, extremely well for some clients, especially the ones that are selling something that takes a little longer to show results. And the same goes for the hero's testimonial. It starts with the initial situation, call to adventure, challenge, transformation, and solution. So these formulas start with an initial situation. So the initial situation of the hero of the story. Then there's the very popular call to adventure. Then there's the challenge, the transformation, and the solution. They figured out, and now they're sharing it with you in a very secretive way. So just make sure you don't tell everybody, but this is what helped me go through my journey. This is incredibly, incredibly powerful if you have talented people that you can put in front of a camera. Each part of the formulas give you a goal for that specific part of the ad. Then you have your building blocks to achieve that goal. We mentioned it before, so by now it should be clear. The way you organize your content is as important as the way you shoot your content. We talked about hundreds of scenes of problems, hundreds of scenes of agitate, hundreds of scenes of solutions. Imagine how much content you're going to have at your disposal. If you don't organize it properly, it's going to be impossible to use it the right way and to make sure you squeeze each and every scene. You're going to end up forgetting about some of the scenes. You're going to start like mixing the scenes and using the some call to action scenes as an intro and so on. That's just not what you want to do. You want to make sure you organize it properly. And guess what? You're going to have a full video in this course explaining you how to organize the content. So that's going to be cool. The way you label your content once tested is as important as the way you organize your content. So just make sure your content is organized and make sure you label each and every scene once you start testing them and once you start processing the data you gather. Now, what are some of the common pitfalls? Well, first, getting stuck on the formulas and forgetting about common sense. There are many creative strategists that find out about formulas and then they completely forget about coming up with new ideas, testing new things. I have a formula. It's been working for the last 4 years, so why should I change it? You got a point, for sure, but on the other hand, you constantly want to find new weapons to add to your arsenal. So keep using common sense, keep testing, and don't rely too much on a formula because some formulas also stop converting. Then being over salesy and blaming formulas, that's another thing that is not ideal. Don't see formulas as a way to get off your shoulders some of the weight of your job. That's not the goal of what we're doing. What we're doing is supporting you with formulas, but you are still the one who's putting in the strategy, who's making sure that the ad is actually showing the right angles of the product, you're targeting the right people, and so on. Then sitting on one performing formula and testing less than recommended. This is quite close to the first pitfall. Implementing formulas the wrong way. That's another big aspect that we want to try to avoid. And then finally, focusing exclusively on the formulas when doing competitor research. There's much more than that. There's much more than just formulas when you're doing competitor research. Don't look exclusively at ads that are based on the same formula that is performing for you, but focus on all of the scenes, all of the gold you can take out of one of their ads. We talked about this in one of our previous videos, so I'm just not gonna repeat myself, but let's make sure you have your eyes on the prize when it comes to competitor research. Now, flying under the radar. This is something we talked about. It's extremely, extremely important. So everybody gets bombarded with ads every single day. As an overall principle, if we manage to get them hooked to our ad storyline without it being too obvious that we are about to pitch them a product, the likelihood we can see good results is high. Now, storylines are what we use in order to fly under the radar, and they help us come up with interesting stories that open loops and get people glued to their screen to find out what happens. If we have a strong storyline that gets people to stop scrolling, the longer we can wait before pitching the product, the better. By the time they figure out it is an ad, we have already surpassed their shields. Not all ads need a strong storyline. Look at the market sophistication and solution awareness. What does that mean? It means that if you are selling a product that's a new solution for a very big problem, people are going to be happy, are going to be glad, are going to be grateful that you show them a new solution, that you show them your product. On the other hand, if the market is sophisticated, if there are other 200 companies that are selling the same solution that you are selling, that's where you need storylines. That's where you need to become more creative and come up with your own storyline in order to make sure that people don't understand that we are about to pitch a product right away, but let's just get them passionate about our story. Let's just get them curious about our story and about listening to what we are telling them and wondering, so how does this finish? How do we close this loop? That's the goal. And that's something that's extremely important with sophisticated markets. Now, how do we come up with strong storylines? Well, in the resource section, you have over 300 storylines available. And you want to get inspired by these storylines. You do not want to see them as something that you have to stick to word by word. Now, this is the Winning Ads Handbook that you're going to find in the resource section. And here you have some of the storylines. This is what they look like. I just opened up a random one. The Comfort Companion. Present the product as a source of comfort and relaxation. The Comfort Companion is tailored to present your product as a source of comfort or relaxation, positioning it as an essential element for creating a soothing and comfortable environment. This approach involves highlighting how the product contributes to physical or emotional comfort, its role in creating a relaxed atmosphere, or its ability to alleviate stress and discomfort. Narrative focus in visuals. Develop a narrative that centers around the product's ability to provide comfort and relaxation. Use visuals that depict the product in settings that exude comfort, such as a cozy home environment, a serene outdoor setting, or among individuals enjoying a relaxed state. So, think about your product. How could you make your product a source of comfort? This is an interesting topic. We often use red light therapy panels as example. If I'm thinking about this, well, let me think how we can make this relevant to red light therapy panels. If we're talking about recovery, sports recovery, and we compare red light therapy panels to cold plunges, between the two, obviously, the cold plunge is the least comfortable, and the red light therapy one is the more comfortable. I have a red light therapy panel at home, and at night, I kind of turn it on because I like the red light, even though I'm not in front of it. So I kind of use it as a cozy light. And I can definitely see how to fit these two angles into the Comfort Companion storyline. Here, I also find a structure of what some of the building blocks might look like. Once again, don't stick to this word by word. Just take what gives you the best ideas. Just take what gives you the most inspiration and use that to come up with your ads. So hook. Start with a scenario that resonates with the viewer's desire for comfort or relaxation, such as the end of a long day or a moment of seeking solace. Demonstrate the product enhancing comfort. Use visuals to show the product in use, emphasizing how it enhances comfort and relaxation. This could include scenes of people enjoying the product in a comfortable setting or testimonies of its comfort-enhancing qualities. Offer a comfort guarantee. Provide a satisfaction guarantee or trial period that reassures viewers of the product's effectiveness in delivering comfort and relaxation. You understand how you can get inspired by this, but it's not something that you should stick to word by word. Each one of the stories is based on these two pages, on these two parts. The first part is about the actual storyline, so what it looks like. And in the second part, you have the structure. So the structure basically gives you a bit of a head start when it comes to implementing the storyline, but don't get it twisted. It's not either you do this or the storyline is it doesn't work. The way I use it, and this is something that I would highly recommend you do, is just I scroll through it. The picture, logic, feeling. This sounds interesting. Create a picture, explain logically, evoke feelings. Cool. The picture, logic, feeling is a storyline that combines visual imagery, logical reasoning, and emotional appeal to create a powerful and persuasive message. Well, this might not be the one I'm looking for. Logical sequence, no, I need something more emotional. The WIFM, what's in it for me? This might be interesting. And I keep going until I find something that really sticks with me, that really grabs my attention. And then I use that as a starting point for my ads. So this is how I do it, and I really, really like this type of approach. When nothing comes to mind, just scroll through the storylines and think of how you can get your product, problem, or persona to fit the ones that get your attention. Back in the days, we tried to standardize storylines and create a list of fill-in-the-blank scripts, but it didn't really work at all. It's all about adapting them to your brand. Now, recommended building blocks. Each storyline comes with the recommended story blocks. Test them out and see what fits your product best. When it comes to writing your storylines, don't forget to include the elements that have been already validated. Isolate variables. This is something that, as a overarching principle, you should constantly do. If you are looking for new storylines to test them out with elements that have already been validated, so that you can see if that storyline is the strong factor of that specific ad, or if it's just one of the variables. So then you have to isolate them to understand what was the winning part. Conclusions. This is the goal you were looking for. Most of your competitors don't even know what an ad formula is. Understanding formulas and storylines made us and our clients a whole lot of money, and I'm sure they can do the same for you. Take your time to understand all of the above and test it out. This is what sets you apart from the competition. Have fun. I really hope you understand everything that here in this file. You will find the file in the resource section. You will find the Winning Ads handbook in the resource section. If you have problems, if you need ideas, as always, don't forget to talk to your coach, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we're gonna be talking about hooks. Why are hooks so important in our ads? Simply because without a good hook, it doesn't really matter how good the rest of the ad is. People are just not gonna stop in front of your ad. They will just keep on scrolling, and your perfect ad from second 5 on, nobody will see it. So, what are we gonna cover? First of all, bad hook equals bad results. So, if you wanna understand how to create a good hook, first of all, understand how important it is and how important it is to allocate the right resources. This doesn't apply to any other section of the ad. You can have the best ad from second 5 on, but if nobody stops before second 5, then nobody gets to see your incredible Hollywood level ad. Saying that the hook affects 70% of the results would not be crazy. I would probably push it a little further, but let's say 70%. Now, we need to grab people's attention and get them to stop scrolling. This is the biggest lever we have at our disposal, and it exponentially improves our results. If you're watching this video, if you bought this course, I'm pretty sure you understand how important hooks are, but I just want to reiterate it so that you are more bought into this lesson, okay? Now, what are the best practices? We're going to go through all of the best practices, such as understanding what a good hook looks like, such as simple language, clear and simple to understand. A good hook must be surprising. What does surprise mean? We're going to get into details, but to give you an idea, innovative, controversial, visually appealing, engaging, these are just some of the few options we have at our disposal in order to make our hook surprising. Then we'll be talking about the 3P triangle. By now, you know what I'm talking about. And perspectives. So is your hook about the product? Is your hook about the problem? Is your hook about the persona? And how to get inspired. Where do we find, where do we look for new hook ideas, in how we store them, how we do this completely different research compared to the others. Well, we're going to go through that in this video. Then we're going to understand how to get inspired, how to find tens of proven hooks on command. Anytime you want, you can just do what I'm going to show you in this video. How to get inspired. So what are the three main methods we use to find new hooks? In how to find tens of proven hook ideas on command. Just start using one of these methods. You take away 10 hook ideas, you process them, you elaborate them, and you're ready to shoot. You're ready to edit your ads. This is extremely, extremely useful. Then we're going to be talking about the 7 concepts that we have at our disposal to grab people's attention, using concepts that are proven to grab attention. You need to know the rules in order to break them. So we're going to share these rules, and we're going to get to stop people in a sustainable way. Finally, we're going to share also some attention rate hacks that we use at 99 Ads. First, we have power words. Then we have artificial intelligence, brand hijacking, and authority. This is going to be an interesting video. So without further ado, let's start with what makes a good hook. So a good hook must be immediate. If it's not immediate, it's very, very unlikely that people are going to stop. People are just not interested in waiting to process what's in front of them because they have to understand what's going on. They just keep scrolling, and there's somebody else who's going to give them more dopamine, and it's going to be easy. They're not going to have to think about it. It's just going to be obvious. So first things first, you want your hook to be immediate, to be clear. In the first 1 to 2 seconds, it has to get the point across. This is the goal. If you think about the viral TikTok videos, the most viral TikTok videos, the ones with tens of millions of views, most of them are super low quality, but in a split second, they get you to wonder, what's happening next? What's going to happen here? I need to see, I need to watch, I'm curious, I want to see what happens. As an exercise, I would highly, highly recommend you watch the most viral videos of the YouTube history, the TikTok history. I want you to see how immediate they are. I've gone through the list recently, and it's so funny because you see the quality is really, really bad. It's really, really low, but you can tell that the story is strong. You can tell that there's a very strong message, a very strong storyline, getting back to our storylines, that gets people reeled in, and they really want to know what happens next. I find myself doing that, and I know exactly what they're doing with their hooks. So this is extremely important, and I would highly recommend you do that exercise. Now, they have to be simple to understand. A third grader should be able to understand the language. Simplifying the language is a great test to run. The same hook with a different language leads to different results. This is as funny as it sounds. We have run so many tests. It's insane. In lowering the complexity of the text is always the easiest test to run, and it always brings the low-hanging fruits. It doesn't really matter what type of industry we are promoting in, but if the language is simpler, more people are going to understand. And as a non-native speaker, this is something that surprised me because I thought all native speakers would understand everything, but that's not the case. Most of the time we tend to over-evaluate people's dictionary, but most people just don't use most of the words that you would use as a copywriter. So for that reason, just make your hook simpler and make it simple to understand. No language in some of the best hooks, so you can make it as simple as you want, but If there's nobody speaking, the viral potential is much higher, obviously. This mainly applies for organic. A strong hook that everybody can understand can spread worldwide. And I would highly recommend you use apps to rate your language grade. Hemingway is the most popular, and I think we still use it internally. There are quite a few, but Hemingway is one of the best ones. And ChatGPT is a solid alternative. You can ask ChatGPT to proofread whatever text you provide them with, but also you can ask it to rate it. So can a third grader, a fifth grader understand this hook, this text? Let me know. Then it has to be surprising. A solid hook gets people to raise their eyebrow and cause some sort of a reaction, either positive or negative. In organic hooks, people get to stop and watch the entire video. So most of these hooks, they tap into specific emotions, specific feelings, such as happiness, joy, sadness, fear, nostalgia, inspiration, empathy, compassion, surprise, shock, and many more. With paid hooks, you want to get people to stop and purchase. So, organic hook, you want them to stop and watch the entire video. On paid hooks, you want people to stop and purchase. So, if you were to tap into the same emotions, it would be very, very hard for you to get them to stop and buy. You would get them to stop and watch, but stop and buy, that would be hard. You would have to use different angles and tap into different angles, such as convenience, life improvements, solve a problem, storytelling and testimonials, authority. Imagine a doctor explaining why you should buy a specific product, efficiency and results. Paid hooks stop less people than organic, but they get them to buy. When paid gets an opportunity to tap into organic emotions in a relevant way, you get a grand slam ad. Now, there is a video that I would love you to watch. This is extremely interesting. I'm not gonna play it here, but you will find the video here. Basically, what happened here is that when Gillette published the ad, "What is a Man?" This brand rode the wave of Gillette and all of the media attention it was getting. Gillette was getting media attention in a negative way, and this brand, it's a watch brand, it's an e-commerce store, Agard Watches, did an amazing thing. And every time you're able to tap into organic opportunities with a paid ad, that's where you get a lot of people in exponential results that are completely different. This is not exactly a hook. This is an entire ad, but it really helps getting the point across. So I would highly recommend you watch this ad. And if you haven't watched the actual Gillette ad, I would recommend watching that as well. Now, the fourth feature a great hook should have is that it has to be clear. Apart from the language, people need to understand what is going on if you want them to stop. So avoid too many objects and elements, avoid difficult structures, things that are hard to understand, as we said before. Avoid things and elements that are not familiar, and avoid things that are too abstract. You want things to be clear. You want 9 people out of 10 to understand what's going on. Ideally 99 out of 100. Then it has to be relatable. Recurring element, not only on hooks, more to come. This is something that I'm going to share with you in the second part of this video. If the prospect can see themselves or their recurring situation in the hook, they will be very, very likely to stop. You want them to think like, this brand understands my problem to the T. Now, What are some of the common pitfalls? Well, thinking anybody cares about your brand is a very common pitfall. People expect prospects to be interested in whatever they show. You have a lot of brands that start their ads with their logo. Who's interested in that? Or they start ads with drone shots from above and like a high view of their store, of their manufacturing facility. Nobody cares. Why would I stop if whatever's next is much more appealing, much more interesting? So humble yourself, I would say, in a sense that if you are the owner of the brand, it's very unlikely that 9 people out of 10 know your brand. It's very unlikely that 99 people out of 100 know your brand. And if you're part of the creative department, same thing. Just make sure you understand what actually grabs people's attention. Then being strict on brand guidelines and limiting testing options. This is a very common pitfall, especially with hooks. You kind of want to get funky sometimes. You kind of want to test more things just to see what works. And then maybe once you find what works, you make it more close to the brand guidelines. But you really want to make sure you find what works. You really, really, really need to experiment. Then you have people who use B-roll intros to create atmosphere. Don't do that. It's very unlikely that works. And then you have underestimating the impact of big brands when taking inspiration. We talked about this in one of the previous videos. I think the one about the overarching principles. But if Gucci or Nike starts an ad with a weird B-roll to create atmosphere, that's Nike, that's Gucci. You don't want to do that. We are playing a different game, and we're much better than, we can be much better than what they are doing. Obviously, if they want, they could be great at direct response, but they are playing a different game. So just make sure you take the right brands as a source of inspiration. Now, building a winning hook. How do we do that? First things first, let's pick the character, the main character of our hook. We do that using the 3P triangle. We have at our disposal 3 main characters. First, the product. Is your hook about the product? Second, the problem. Is your hook about the problem? Or third, the persona. Is your hook about the persona you're targeting? This is something that really, really helped us skyrocket the results we were getting and also become more artistic in a way. If you think of all of the perspectives and the POVs you can explore when you start thinking in terms of the main character of your hooks, the same hook can be translated at least in 3 different perspectives, which makes it very interesting. You get interesting hooks by changing the POV of the hook, as I just said, and GoPros are great for this. They are absolutely amazing, extremely, extremely underrated when it comes to ads. We use GoPros pretty much in all of our shootings. Then you gotta pick your concept. At 99 Ads, we use 7 concepts for 90% of the hooks we create. Now, picking one of the proven concepts to get people to stop scrolling, 90% of the best performing hooks fall into one of these concepts. The first one is old way versus new way. Show the new way and compare it directly to the old way. The goal here is in bullying the old way. Make it sound almost nasty. Make it sound unbearable. And the new way in your hook, in your ad, must sound like the only way to solve the problem you're talking about. There's nothing else available in the market if you really want to solve that problem, or if you don't mind spending a little more. The new way has to be the way. and the old way just has to be bullied. Second concept is demonstration. You want to grab your prospect's attention in a visual way. One of the most utilized angles you can find out there, demonstration, as easy as that. You can go the show-off route. You can also go crazy with bizarre shots, close-ups, and satisfying scenes. Or you can also show the product in use, ideally focusing on something that prospects have never seen before. This works extremely well with markets that are not very sophisticated yet, but you can use it for many markets. To be fair, this is one of the most utilized out of all of the 7. Then we have transformation, showing the caterpillar that becomes a butterfly thanks to our solution. Before and after pictures and videos fall into this concept, so you can understand how impactful they are. Works well with products that require a longer time horizon to show actual results. Think of supplements, think of education, for example. In focusing on the persona works like a charm. So when you're picking your like your main character in the 3P triangle, I would recommend testing the persona for the transformation concept. Then we have the storytelling. Storytelling, we start open loops through stories, allows you to fly under the radar of your prospects. This is absolutely amazing when paired with the right problem and you drill on the pain as hard as you can. We talked about bowling the old way. Here we're doing something similar with those who are still fighting against the problem that we solve, against the pain that we solve. Then we have the social proof concept. Using this concept to build social proof for the product you're selling. Most online advertisers do not understand how to use social proof. It's not about creating fake urgency, which is something that you see pretty much everywhere. Especially for the new platforms, people tend not to understand it. Back in the days with the old school advertising, old school copywriting, people used to leverage social proof the right way. To give you an idea, think of industry veterans, doctors, biking stock alerts, hundreds of thousands of happy customers, university research, leaked chat screenshots between prospects and recurring clients. This is extremely interesting. Just be creative. This is a great place to be creative. You want to leverage all of the creative power you have left from adopting formulas here. This is a great way. If you know what you're doing, if you know what is the concept, and you can come up with new ways to build social proof, that's perfect. Then we have provocative questions. Getting people to stop and think about a problem that they are currently going through and a solution. The solution they're currently adopting or the solution they don't know about, for example. Make prospects aware of a problem they might have but are ignoring for whatever reason. Or make prospects rethink if what they're currently doing is the actual best solution to solve their problem. Or make them understand at a deeper level what makes the solution you are offering stand out. Provocative questions are absolutely great. This is another underrated concept. And then finally, we have platform trends. This concept consists of writing the latest social media trend. It's crucial to understand that whatever trend you want to write, it has to be relevant to what you sell. You don't have to ride all the waves. That's amateurish. You don't want to ride all the trends, and that's going to impact your brand for the long term. I just do not recommend doing that. And you want to preserve the long-term vision of the brand. So understand what are the trends that actually make sense to ride. And when you do that, make sure, first of all, they're relevant to your brand. But second of all, you're not just copying as a monkey. You're elaborating that trend and making it yours. There are some great examples you will find in the resource section. Now, scripting a winning hook. Not only scripts, visuals play an incredibly important role in hooks. Most of the winning hooks that we created are mainly visual. So take it with a pinch of salt. It's all about the headline. The headline is everything we have at our disposal when it comes to copy. At the end of the day, we only have 2 to 5 seconds when it comes to hooks. To be honest, right now, especially with the TikTok generation, I would say 0 to 2. But depending on the industry, depending on the target, 2 to 5 is still good. Now, grabbing the attention of the right audience within that limited frame is not an easy task. So something you might want to do is understand what other people are doing and leverage their proven hooks for your brand. How we do that? First, the first method is TikTok organic. So you head over to tiktok.com, explore, and you type your keyword, the keyword you're looking for, the product, the type of product you want to promote. So toothbrush, in this case, this was the easiest I thought about. And as you can see, there are many organic posts that are making millions and millions and millions of views. So you can think of many interesting ideas. For example, here, husband versus wife toothbrush. This is a very good hook. You can think of how many people can relate to this hook, and it's pretty insane. Now, a few things you want to keep into account. This is an amazing way to find strong headlines. And husband versus wife toothbrush, this is great. When I'm brushing my teeth aggressively, then I remember 4 things I regret buying. I just created the cutest, this is an ad. What does your toothbrush say about you? This is very cool. All these angles are very interesting. Now, one thing I want you to understand is that when you do organic, TikTok organic, you need to screen the content based on the amount of followers. What do I mean? You don't have to take inspiration from something that went viral because of the author and not because of the content. Make sure it is, or it can be relevant to your audience. So if, for example, here, Hailey Bieber, this lady is very popular, and obviously whatever angle, whatever idea she gives us, the results are not relevant because we will not have her talking to our camera. Most likely we're going to have another person that is not as popular. So in this case, I would just skip this ad. Let's go back to this one. I'm curious to see what is the average amount of views that this page gets. So 32,000 followers. Well, this is a very clear winner. As you can see, the average is relatively low. It's not too high, but then they have these crazy ads that go these crazy posts that go extremely viral. But this is definitely the strongest of the entire page. So I would definitely take this hook, this headline into account, and I would save it. I would save the entire ad. I'll tell you in a second how to do the second part of the research. But we can keep on doing 4 things I regret buying. 500,000 views. That's pretty good. And I'm curious to see. Well, as you can see, she's more popular than the previous one. Although 500,000 views, it's still a lot. You want to make sure. It's kind of hard to make sure. But and you can keep doing this all day long, and you're gonna come up with some amazing ideas. Now, the next way to do this research is with TikTok top ads. So we do the same thing we just did, but we do it on the top ads page. Now, what you want to do is, again, add your toothbrush keyword, top ads dashboard. This is where you want to go. Inspiration, top ads dashboard. Make sure you are located, or you're actually filtering out based on the country you want to advertise in. And I like ranking ads based on 2-second view rate and 6-second view rate. You don't have to do it, but I would recommend doing so. So let's say we go for the 2-second view rate. Here you have another list of headlines you can look at. This was gross, but you have a bunch of ideas that you can find here. Once again, I would highly recommend you look at the actual numbers. Keep in mind that all the reach, all the part of the metrics at least will be affected by the amount of money that has been spent on these ads. So keep it with a pinch of salt, but you can still look at the headlines and take the ones that you like the most. Now, one more thing you can do here is keeping an eye on the top CTR ads. Usually try to stay below 10%. You can probably push it to 20%, but ads like this, you can tell they're solid. And as time goes by, you will be able to recognize very good ideas at the first glance. You can also pick your industry. As I said, would recommend taking inspiration from other industries as well. We mentioned this in another lesson as well. Now, foreplay, third method. We like using foreplay as well. Discovery, you type your keyword here, and then you head over to filters. If you're looking for videos, I would recommend filtering for videos, obviously. And here you have some of the ads. Again, the good thing about foreplay is that you can see for how long these ads have run. And you can, based on that, assume which ones were winners and which ones were not winners. If something has been running for 106 days, then it's most likely a winner. Looking at the most saved brands and the ads that have been running for the longest time, and creating your own swipe board and going back there anytime you need ideas. Now, taking advantage of these ads, the way I do it is pretty simple, and this is what I would recommend you do. My recommendation is to download the scripts of all the ads you like, of all the videos you like, and work on the scripts directly rather than on the videos. When you want to take visual ideas, you take visual ideas. In this case, we are working on the script. This module is all about scripting. So make sure you isolate the variable of the words, of the text. Visuals play a massive role when it comes to the hooks. You don't want to get influenced when you are going through your new scripts, and you don't want to get stuck on other brands' visuals that maybe you don't have at your disposal. You will find our swipe file in the resources, and feel free to use it anytime you need some ideas for your hooks. Now, attention rate hacks. This is very interesting, and I'm guessing it's going to be the most practical thing you're going to take away from this lesson. Now, power words. They can turn a mediocre hook into a strong hook. The way we do it is we use ChatGPT, as easy as that. This is the prompt we use. Let's go for it right away. So I'm creating an ad for, let's say, Instagram ads. The product is a toothbrush. Our target audience is people, young people between 18 and 24. We want to grab the audience attention within the first 5 seconds and get them hooked. Please provide a list of power words that align with our industry, product, and advertising goals, which we can use to make our ad compelling and attention grabbing. Let's see what it tells us. Innovative, eco-friendly, brighter, revolutionary, smart, effortless, glowing, essential, instant, premium, sustainable, exclusive, advanced, confidence, invigorating, sleek, transformative, vibrant, gentle, ultimate. These are power words that you can use and you can add to your hooks and to your copywriting and text in general. And these tend to be very, very useful when it comes to creating your hooks. Then you have brand hijacking. This is another thing that we use at 99 Ads. You can use big brands as part of your hooks to leverage the attention they gather. To give you an idea, this is the Rolls-Royce of microphones, or this is the Gucci of microphones. Make it relevant and avoid banal comparisons. The more relatable the two brands are, or the closer they are in terms of demographics, target demographics, the better. Then you also have authority, and you can leverage authority when it comes to your hooks. Same words read by a random person and then read by a doctor get completely different results if we're talking about some health advice, health products, or stuff like that. So keep into account the authority. That's, again, same text read by another person gets completely different results. We saw the Hailey Bieber. In this case, she's a very popular person, but that's the authority effect. You can get that effect with fame, with popularity, or you can get that effect with authority. If I see somebody with a scrub, by default, I give them some authority. If I see somebody wearing a police uniform, I will give them some authority. And same works online when we see ads. Take advantage of other people's authority. And finally, ChatGPT. Prompts in the resources section. Just go check them out. Use it not only to find power words, but also to find actual hook ideas. But you will learn more about it in the specific video. Important, don't aim at finding the final version of your hooks, but look for ideas and then work on them based on what brought you results. This is when you use ChatGPT to give you ideas on your hooks. Conclusions. Hooks are the most important part of our ads. Full stop. And we want to get a good understanding of how to structure them and how to script them. This lesson gives you everything you need to build high-performing hooks, and please make sure to look at the resources section and integrate everything you learned here with the swipe files, prompts, etc. Time to step up your hooks. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I'll see you in the next video. All right, educating the prospect. This is the brain part. We just went through the gut part. We are about to go through the brain. Now, what is the big difference between the gut and the brain? The gut is emotional, the brain is rational. This is extremely important. And if you start thinking about your ads in this way, first emotional, then rational, that's where you start getting the big steps ahead. That's where you start taking the big steps ahead. Now, in this video, we're going to be covering how to provide the rationale using the brain to convince our clients to buy our product. It consists of presenting the product and the benefits, then handling the objections. We call this this transition PPOO, presenting product, overcoming objections. Now, gut is emotional, brain is rational. This is the main difference, as we just said. The gut doesn't have to make sense. The brain has to make sense. Then when it comes to overcoming objections, at the end of the day, it comes down to the likelihood of success. Does this work for me? Whatever you're selling, is this gonna work for me? Are you sure this is gonna work for me? You know how different I am. You know I'm 50 plus. You know I'm 30 plus. You know I'm under 20. These are all questions we're gonna be discovering in this video, and we will also go through the 6 macro categories of objections that we can get. As long as we provide the right information, we are good to go. Also, we will talk about leveraging the mystery on price to get higher CTRs. Finally, overall principles to follow. These are just a few that we will be talking about, but they are extremely important. Putting everything in the right order and maximize the impact per scene. So, if you liked the gut video, the brain video, in my opinion, is going to be even more interesting. The gut is hands down the most important part of the ad, but the brain is right after it. So it's extremely important for us to understand to the T how we can provide the rationale. Okay, so let's dive into this video. As I just said, the second most important part of the ad is the brain. Once we got the gut, we need the brain. Why is this important? This is important because people get bombarded by ads every single day. So everybody has a built-in self-defense mechanism. As soon as I realize that's an ad, my brain turns on. Wait, what are you about to buy? Why are these people trying to sell us this product? Does this really work for us? Do we really need it? We don't. Convincing the prospect, we can deliver on our big promise, showing the prospect how our product delivers. This is the goal. First, if we grab their attention with the gut, then we need to convince them to buy or to click. Now, the way we convince them is, first of all, presenting the product. The first part is PP, presenting the product. We want to focus on facts rather than feelings. Focus on tangible aspects of the product. The more measurable, the better. Show results and add scenes of how the product works. This is very good when it comes to the brain aspect of the ad. One thing that I really want to make sure you don't do, and we'll touch on this towards the end of the video, is that you don't get too nerdy about your product. It's cool to focus on the features, but it's even more important to focus on the benefits. We talk about the benefits through the facts, right? The reason why you can get these benefits is because we have this, is because our product does that. This is one very good way of presenting the product. Don't forget, we're still in the first part of the brain. Then comparisons are great. Factual comparisons with other options in the market are very effective. As long as they're factual, they are not going to be a problem most of the time, unless you have a very particular competitor who's very happy to start legal actions, but it's very unlikely that's the case. And as long as it's factual, it's not going to be a big problem. Then blurring the competitor might add an element of mystery, but it's on the policy edge. And you can pull it off in certain niches. In other niches, it's not ideal. Just test it out with one ad, see what happens, and then take it from there. Now, authority, just like at the gut, having an authority to present the benefits of your products increases the likelihood of people stopping their scroll. An authority can be a doctor as well as anybody who's supposed to be an expert in that the prospect can recognize. Ideally, you want them to introduce themselves and talk about their relevant achievements. This is a crucial part. If you're having somebody with a scrub, let's just make sure that they introduce themselves in a very short way and they talk about their achievements that are relevant to to the product they're selling or to whatever they're about to talk about, right? Then common pitfalls, getting into granular detail on the features of the product. Just like we said, don't get too nerdy. Nobody's interested. Getting nerdy about topics the average person doesn't understand. This is another big aspect. With biohacking products, this is something that happened to us. And you don't really want to get too specific on certain topics simply because people they cannot understand what's going on. They know the benefits. They know the benefits are good, but they are not able to understand why they're good for them. As long as they're good, they're happy to buy. And we've seen this with many products recently. The more in detail we would go in terms of the features of the product and why it works this way and why it works that way, the harder it was to get a profitable return on the ads. Whereas if we stayed shallow, that was much better in terms of results. So this is something you might want to consider depending on the niche. Then expecting prospects to be interested in what we want to tell them and not fighting for their attention. By now, you know that ads analysis is the most important part of what we're doing. And it's extremely, extremely important to keep doing the ads analysis and the brain evaluation when we start running our ads. As mentioned, the brain is split in two parts, BA and BB. These two parts, they must be analyzed and they must be mixed and matched between the best performing ones. And you keep fighting for the prospect's attention, right? Never take it for granted. Then being too vague about the benefits, this is something that can definitely be a common pitfall. You want to address the benefits, but you also want to tell them why it works. Again, in the first part, we talked about facts and feelings, comparisons, authority. Being too vague wouldn't help at all. And then finally, working with limited content. You can test as much as you want of this, but if you're doing it with the same content, with the same product shots, it's very unlikely that people are going to stop in front of your ads. Now, second part is all about overcoming objections. Now, as I mentioned before, it mainly comes down to likelihood of success. We tested a bunch of objections. We tried to overcome pretty much all of the objections out there. The best performing ones for us at the brain level are the ones that address the likelihood of success. Now, what we want to do in the second part of the brain, so where we are handling the objections, overcoming the objections, is wear the prospect's shoes. What do you think their brain is gonna say? If their gut gets hooked and their brain tries to defend them, these are some of the phrases their brain can come up with. I doubt this actually works. And even if it does work, would it work for me specifically? How hard do I have to work to see results? How long will it take to show results? Does this work in my country? Do they even ship here? How hard is it to use? Answer these questions in a relatively subtle way. No need to address them one by one, but make sure you explain the benefits in a way that answers the direct question. I think there's not much to add here. This is pretty clear. You don't want to reply directly. So this is actually going to work for you because if you're wondering how hard is it to use, you don't need to do that. You don't need to be that direct, but you do need to reply to those questions. Again, the goal is to make the prospect feel like we understand them. We understand their problems. We understand what they want to the T. That's the goal. Now, there are 6 macro categories of objections. These are the 6 we like the most, and we can go through them right now. So the first one is the time frame. The objection is something along the lines, how long will it take to see results? Being as precise as possible with a time frame really helps. We can test several options. Obviously, when it comes to the time frame, you can test multiple ways to say 1 hour, 60 minutes, 3,600 seconds. So to give you an idea, we can do the same with 30 days. We have 30 days, we have 1 month, we have 4 weeks. This is very interesting, especially when it comes to subscriptions. This is something that we tested quite a lot. When it comes to supplements and results that people are going to get, this is interesting. Most of the time, you see weeks as the best performing option, but just test it out. On a niche by niche level, it changes. Depending on the demographics, it changes. I wouldn't guarantee, but just check it out, try it for yourself. Now, think of these 2 options. First, buy Burner, the supplement that makes you lose 20 pounds. Now, think of the second one. Buy Fast Burner, the supplement that makes you lose 20 pounds in 30 days. Which one is the strongest in your opinion? In my opinion, it's the second one. Then the second category of objections is the personal features. The objection sounds like, does this work for me? And here you can think of body type, you can think of age, races, you can think of sex genre, you can think of backgrounds, countries, and even diseases sometimes. Some of our all-time best performing ads touch on this. Here are 2 options. First one, buy Gainer, the supplement that makes you gain 20 pounds in 30 days. The second option is buy Skinny Gainer, the supplement that makes you gain 20 pounds in 30 days, even if you weigh less than 160 pounds. Imagine if you actually weigh less than 160 pounds, how impactful this can be. You've been probably waiting all your life to find something similar. And now that you hear a brand that makes a specific call out for people who weigh less than 160 pounds, that's just a blessing probably for you. So you will be very likely to be interested in the product at least. Then the third category of objections is the effort required. Objection, I don't really have much time to work out. We refer to both the actual work volume required as well as the time they have to allocate to it. So, again, 2 options. Buy Burner, the workout plan that makes you lose 20 pounds. Versus buy Easy Burner, the workout plan that makes you lose 20 pounds just by working out for 15 minutes twice a week. If you're busy, which one of the 2 would you be more interested in? Then sophistication. Objection. It must be nice, but how hard is it to use? I kinda have a hard time starting a computer. Imagine using an AI tool. Learning how to overcome sophistication-related objections will help you make bank if you sell to older demographics. We had this with several products. One of them was a daily duty item. It was a kind of an interesting product. In overcoming this objection, literally opened up a new wave of winners for us. So this is super underrated in my opinion. Now, think of the 2 options. Buy ChatTPG, the AI tool that finds an answer to all your questions. Versus buy Simple ChatTPG, the AI tool that finds an answer to all your questions, even if you have no idea about what a language model is. Which is very likely if we're selling to older demographics, but you can think of more and more options. right? Now, geolocation is another important one, objection. This product would be great. Do they ship to EU though? How long does it take? Am I going to pay customs on top of it? How much will that be? Don't think of it just in terms of shipping, but also in terms of actual usage of the product. Think of these two options. Buy whatever, the product that gives you superpowers, versus buy whatever, the product that gives you superpowers, we ship worldwide for no extra fees. As a European who lives in Europe for now, I can tell you that the second one would be much more interesting. Obviously, depending on who you are targeting with your ads, you might want to consider doing this or not. If you run a US company selling in the US, most likely for those campaigns, you don't want to use these objections. You don't want to handle these objections. But if you are selling somewhere else, then it's very, very worth exploring. Then history track, objection. This would be great, but am I part of a beta test or this has been around for a while? How many success stories do they have? This objection is very common for two main types of products. The first one is products with a higher price point. And by a higher price point, I would say $200 plus, depending on the niche. Again, if you're selling cars, $200, it's cheap, but you get the gist. In products that show results over a longer period of time, 3+ months, think of supplements, for example. Now, this is where you can use social proof in the second part of your ad. You can talk about how many happy clients are still using your product or how many success stories you collected. Now, our two options this time are Buy Burner, the supplement that makes you lose 20 pounds, versus Buy Successful Burner, the supplement that makes you lose 20 pounds. Our clients have been using this for 10 years with an outstanding 95% success rate. History track is another very interesting objection to handle. Simple because people don't want to be part of that beta group. They just want to make sure that they're buying something, they're getting what they're paying for, and they do it as fast as possible with the lowest risk possible. Now, overall principles to follow. We talked about this earlier in the video. If you can talk about it, you should show it. Picking the right scenes is crucial at the brain level. Showing benefits is better than talking about benefits. This overall principle is extremely interesting. And again, if I have to add an extra point here, make sure you have new content to show. Don't do it every single week. Don't do it for every batch of content, but make sure at least once a month, once every 2 months, you're shooting content. You don't need anything fancy. You don't need anything high level, any Hollywood studio to work with you. You just need to shoot content. You can do it just based on this course. You have access to the content production module. Just take advantage of it and get new content for yourself. Then avoid distracting footage. This principle is very underestimated. Big brands get it wrong. Make sure the product is clearly visible and it's quite obvious that it's the product that we are promoting. Now, think of earrings. We had multiple clients. Jewelry usually tends to be the hardest to promote. It tends to be the one that underestimates this principle the most. Sometimes you see pictures of earrings and the person in the picture has like this massive sunglasses, and it's hard to understand if the person who shot that image is promoting earrings or is promoting sunglasses. Which one of the two is the highest priority in the image? You want to make sure that that priority is clear. Everybody knows that you are selling those earrings. You're not selling the sunglasses. Another one, we had a leather jacket brand we used to work with. And there was this one actor who was amazing on camera, but he always had this massive Rolex watch. If we're looking at the details of the sleeve and then you see this big watch, this big luxurious watch, it's very hard to get the prospect to understand what we are promoting here. Is it the jacket or is it the watch? That line is very thin, and you want to make sure you give a very easy job to the prospect when it comes to understanding what you're promoting. Okay? Then product in use, much better than still product. If you're picking your scenes for the brain part, make sure you show people using the product in that not only helps the prospect see themselves in the shoes of an actor, but it also adds an element of social proof. Speaking of that, we talked about the beta group. Just to give you an idea, if your ads have no people using the product, that's going to help them feel like they are going to be part of the beta group. That's not ideal. So if you can choose between product in use and still product, go for the product in use most of the time. Then obviously use common sense. Now, next one is benefits beat features every day of the week. We mentioned this earlier in the video, but getting nerdy about features will be outperformed by a simple explanation of the benefits 99% of the times. This is quite obvious by this part of the video, but make sure whatever you are talking about in your brain part of the ad is understandable. And then finally, follow the formulas. If you're wondering about the order in which you should solve the objections, go back to the formulas chapter and make sure you figure out which one works best for your product. This is crucial, and if you missed the chapter about scripting formulas, go back to it. That's a great chapter. And we want to make sure we understand how to formulate our ads and what is the formulas that work best on our prospects. So, conclusions. This is it for the brain. Again, the order is simple. Get your prospect emotionally hooked first, and then get them rationally convinced. The brain helps you with the latter. Hope this video was clear. As always, I highly recommend you go through the resource section, and if there's anything that is not clear, just let your coach know and they will be more than happy to help you. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Show me the money. Let's talk about the pocket. This is the last part of our ads. This is the last piece of our ads. And in my opinion, this is one of the most controversial ones, simply because it's very hard to turn around an ad that's not doing great with a good CTA, but it's very, very easy to completely ruin the results a good ad can get thanks to a very bad CTA. Now, in this video, we're gonna be talking about a good CTA versus a bad CTA. What are the differences between the two? Why is the CTA even important in the first place? Is it more important to find the bad CTA, or is it more important to just avoid the worst one? Then we're gonna go through a breakdown of a bad CTA, what it looks like, what are some examples, and also a breakdown of a good CTA, what it looks like, and what are some of the examples. Finally, we will be introducing static CTAs, how to approach them, and I'll show you some examples, both of static CTAs and spoken CTAs. Now, with that being said, this topic is not as long as the rest of this module, but this is something really important that we really need to understand. And as usual, I want you to understand the reason why this is important, so that when you have to put in the work, when you have to think about your CTAs, you will not just go about it thinking, well, it's not going to change much about my ad. Why do I even waste my time? But you will understand what are the risks related to running a bad CTA, and also what is the potential of a good one. So a good CTA almost goes unnoticed. The hard work has been put in already, and we just need the next step logistics to be loud and clear. You want to make it easy for people to buy or reach into their pocket, as we say. And a good CTA sounds smooth and as a direct consequence to the rest of the ad. Now, you can have the best CTA in the world, but a big part of the prospects that are interested in your product will click on your ad before the CTA. So even if you have the best CTA, a lot of people are not even gonna see it. The reason why it almost goes unnoticed is because a good CTA is like a hardworking donkey. It just works. It's quiet, brings in the result, it's loud, it's clear. This is what you have to do next. Click here, buy this, buy that, that's it. A bad CTA instead doesn't go unnoticed. Obviously, again, if people are interested, very interested in the product, they will click before the CTA. Doesn't really matter. Some of the people will scroll through just because they're not interested in what we're selling, or we were not able to grab their attention with our gut and with our brain. However, those who get to the CTA and see a bad CTA, it doesn't matter what we show them before, there's a very high chance we're gonna ruin the results of our ads. Now, you can do everything right, but a bad CTA ruins it for you. Think of that product that you wanted to buy, but the urgency was too obvious to be fake and it raised an extra shield. I can give you so many examples of this. So many limited time offers that are gonna last just for today, and then you see the same ad for like a full month or 2 months. That's not cool. And we'll dive into this in a second. The bottom line is a good CTA doesn't add much value to your ad, and a bad CTA can literally kill you. Kill your ad. Obviously, it is not gonna kill you. Now, with that being said, if I had to give you some numbers, I think a good CTA can impact your results up to 5% probably, whereas a bad CTA can impact your results by a minus 50%. Obviously, for the people who watch the video till the CTA, it's not going to impact whoever is not going to watch the CTA. That being said, let's go through the bad CTA breakdown. A bad CTA is rushed, is misleading, and it creates confusion. Misleading directions, what does that mean? It means cluttered images, noisy videos, and the actual CTA is all over the place. Here's an example. I don't remember what product was this for, but this is something that we had in our internal training for a long while. But this is an actual CTA that we saw out there. Click on the link down below, check out our products, and pick the one you like the most. Then use code BADCTA10 at checkout to get $10 off your first purchase. You won't regret it. There's no way the average prospect is going to remember all this information, and he's going to be able to process this information as the talent, as the person, as the voiceover is speaking it. It's just too much. It's just confusing. What product am I about to buy? It's just confusing. The link down below, I have to remember the code. If I land on the landing page, then first I have to pick the product, then I have to remember the code. Obviously I forget it, so I go back, I lose the track. It's just crazy. It's way too complicated. You don't want to go towards misleading directions. You don't want to give misleading directions. The second main problem is that it's rushed. It lasts between 1 to 2 seconds. An example can be buy now, or buy now, get yours now, which is very short, and it has a place. You can still see good results with short CTAs, but you gotta give people enough time to process what they're watching. Usually, I added it underneath, but we noticed that most of our best performing ads have a CTA that lasts between 3 to 7 seconds. In 1 to 2, in my opinion, and based on our experience, is way too short. You kind of want to keep it a little longer. 3 seconds, if you're not adding any value, if you're using a static CTA, 3 seconds is quite reasonable. And then as a bonus, you want to add urgency that is genuine. And the emphasis obviously is on the word genuine. Urgency has been abused in the past, especially with internet marketing. It was just ridiculous. Starting from coaches, info products, and then slightly more recently with e-commerce, it's just been abused. And when it's forced, people get switched off by it. To give you an idea, by now, landing page available only for the next 2 hours, and obviously you will come back tomorrow and you will find the same landing page. You will come back in 3 days and you will find the same landing page, probably with the same countdown, which is something that the average prospect doesn't really realize. But those who realize it, you just lose their trust right away, which is obviously not what you want to do if you care about the long-term vision of your brand. Now, what does a good CTA looks like? Now, here's the breakdown. A good CTA avoids confusion and feels genuine. So, clear direction. A good CTA leaves no room for doubts. We want to do all the heavy lifting for our prospects so they only have to reach into their pocket and complete the checkout. By the way, this course is not about CRO, it's not about landing pages, it's not about website development, it's not about how to create a Shopify store, but if you want to have a good CTA, make sure your landing page is good. As mentioned before, if you get a landing page and then people have to add your your checkout, your code at checkout, if your landing page is not relevant to the ad that people clicked on, it's just not ideal. So CTA is a part of it, but the landing page is the second part of it. Just make sure everything is good. Then keep selling. A good CTA keeps selling. As mentioned before, we noticed that the best performing CTAs last anywhere between 3 to 7 seconds. And to give you an example, click on the link below and finally get back to your high school weight. So this get back to your high school weight basically keeps drilling on the pain that we discussed, that we touched on during the ad. And it also confirms what's the benefit that the prospect most likely wants. So a good CTA keeps selling, and as a bonus adds genuine urgency. Again, emphasis on the word genuine. If forced, prospect can smell it and they end up losing trust in your brand. To give you an idea of something that really works well, and we've seen working relatively well, especially back in the days, but recently as well, are the new limited time offers. So limited time offers that are actual limited time offers, and also limited stock available. It's something that tends to work, especially if true. If you tell somebody, hey, here's a new drop, we just restocked this product, usually doesn't last long, I would recommend check it out. That's something that adds urgency, and it adds it in a genuine way, especially if your product actually sells out. Now, static CTAs are underrated. Static CTAs are a great way to avoid problems and keep it simple. So if you are not an expert or if you don't feel comfortable creating your own CTAs, or if you feel like, hey, this might be a lot of elements, this might be a little confusing, this might be a little misleading, obviously, I would recommend you talk to your coach. But apart from that, static CTAs are a great way to avoid problems and keep it simple. Many winners in our portfolio come with a static CTA. Again, you can keep it simple. You just avoid cluttered images, and you keep on the static CTA as few elements as you can. And finally, I would recommend to prepare a few and keep them ready for your test. You can find the resources in this chapter, and you will be able to see more static CTAs. Now, to give you an idea, I wanted to show you 3 spoken CTAs and compare them with some static CTAs. First, here's a spoken CTA. And this is the static version of it. Then here we have another spoken one. And here's the static version of it. And finally, we have a third spoken CTA. And here's the static version of it. As simple as that. To conclude, the pocket is probably the most controversial part of our ad creatives. A good one won't turn around a bad ad, but a good ad will be ruined by a bad CTA. Once you understand the rules, you know how to play, and this chapter gave you all you needed. So, once again, I would recommend you check out the resources attached to this chapter. If anything is not clear, just let us know, and we will be more than happy to integrate this lesson, this video, with whatever is not clear. But again, we're talking about the final mile. We're talking about the final inch sometimes. We're talking about the last part of our ad. And there's a very good chance that people will never see it. A lot of people will have clicked by the time you get to the CTA. A lot of people will have scrolled through by the time you get to the CTA. We still want to be professionals, and we still want to make sure we look and we make the most of all of our variables. However, just make sure you don't get it wrong. Make sure you're not running bad CTAs, and make sure you're focused on good CTAs. Okay? So hope this is clear. I'll talk to you in the next video. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about copy for static ads. Now, static ads are still very important, and we still see a lot of results coming from static ads. And for that reason, I really want you to get a full understanding of how static ads work and how to make the most of static ads. If you are watching this video, most likely you've heard of our GBP method and how the GBP method applies to videos. GBP method can still apply to static ads, or at least can be translated to static ads. In this video, you're going to learn everything and more you need about static ads and how to use copy about it. Obviously, the copy is one of the main parts. You have two pillars. You have the copy and you have the visual side, so the images. Now, let's see what we're going to cover. So the first one is the role of copy. Stopping versus educating. When it makes sense to use copy, in writing copy with purpose. How much text should I add to my static images? What should we mention in our copy? We have three levels: value, context, and offer. Then making important things stand out, how to use accents, so the general rules, the fonts, the contrast, and the spacing. And finally, the common pitfalls: compensating a bad ad with copy, expecting all users to read your copy, not prioritizing the right elements, and using fonts that are hard to read. So, this is going to be more of a practical video. And let's dive right into it. The role of copy: educating versus stopping. The visual part of your ads stop the prospect when we're talking about statics, of course. This is not the role of the copy. In the editing module, we will talk about how to stop people using static ads, but the goal of copy is to educate the prospect about our product. As simple as that. Do not expect people to stop because of your copy, but expect people to get educated by your copy. That's the thinking that you should start adopting. Write copy with purpose. All of the copy inside our static ads should have a purpose. It can be adding value, adding context, or making an offer of all of the three above, or a combination of two of them. In addition, copy can be used to add humor or specific information. How much text should I put in my ads? Well, the least amount possible. The less, the better. Less is more, as they say. If you feel like a lot of copy is needed, it means that you should simplify something somewhere. Think of the way you are presenting the product, the offer, or the brand. Why you need so much copy? How can you make it simple? How can you make less words more meaningful? That's a question you should be asking yourself. And another thing you should do is avoid overcompensating foundational mistakes with lots of copy. Nobody's going to read it. That's the main point. That's the main reason why you shouldn't go so hard on copy. And as a thumb rule, I would say that you kind of want to avoid the third line. And the reason why you want to avoid it is because you want to avoid that wall text effect. And we've seen it multiple times. There are some studies about it as well. The third line of the same text block in the same font makes it look like a text wall. So that's not ideal. And you don't want to make it happen in the eyes of a potential customer. If I see something and I feel like it's a wall text, I'm out. I just keep scrolling. Why should I even get into a wall text if I don't have a reason to do it, when I have the next post right next to yours, right after yours, that is there to entertain me, and it's more than happy to entertain me. So avoid the third line. Now, what to say in your copy? The first thing is adding value. And if we want to translate it to the GBP method, this is the gut. So this is how we titillate the gut of our client. This is how we grab their attention. What is the definition of adding value? Communicating to the user what dream outcome or end result they can achieve with our product or service. These are usually claims or reviews talking about results, benefits, and desires of our prospects. Some examples: 10 extra ROAS in the next product launch. I was able to lose 21 pounds in 3 weeks. The shirt for men who want to stand out. Improve your English overnight. Use cases: when the desired outcome is not tangible or it's difficult to convey with images, then we use value to highlight what we're showing in the ad and add some clarity when needed. Then we do that also for reverse thinking, where we say something that sounds bad about the product, but then we turn it around as a good thing. Then finally, recommend it in fashion, digital products, and health and wellness. So, examples: stop buying yogurt, just make it yourself. This is a value line. Show yourself some love. Here's a value line. Make 2024 your healthiest year. This is a value line. This is not cheap, but this is a value line with the inverse thinking we talked about. Then adding context. This is the second type of text we can use. This is the one that can be translated to the brain. So here is where we are adding context to convince people. We can see that as handling objections as well, but this is where we add context. Now, one thing that's extremely important, it's not either one or the other. You can have both. You can have a value line and you can have a context line. Look at this. This is not cheap. This is a value line. But, and here you have the context. This is very interesting. So in the same ad, you have the gut and the brain. This is how I want you to look at it. Definition. Explaining to the prospect how the product works and how it is made, especially if that's something that differentiates us from the competition. Think of a product breakdown, list of ingredients, bullet list of benefits, features, amount of products sold, happy customers, or statistics. Examples: over 10,000 happy customers, better sleep, improved focus, more energy. Handcrafted, waterproof, 24K gold, as seen on Forbes, GC, and Men's Health. What are the use cases for the context side of copy? Well, it's perfect if product features add value to it, as in it is something that makes your product unique in a sophisticated market. Then adding social proof with endorsements, researches, magazines, happy customers. And what are the niches this is the most recommended in? We have supplements, fashion, accessories, pets, and luxury products. Examples: step by step to gluten-free bacon. All these features here, this is the context. Goodbye dirty towels. This is the gut. This is the value. And then you have all the features. And the features are the brain or the context. And then finally, real hunters use USA-made performance alpaca socks. And this is, again, explaining the features and adding context to the product. Then we have a promotion, which is the third type of copy that we can add to our static images. This is the pocket. This is where we use this type of angles to get people to reach into their pockets and pull out their cards and insert their card details on our website. What is the definition? Providing a reason to buy now. This works particularly well in retargeting, and it cannot be done in static ads without copy. Pretty simple. If there's just an image without copy, how can I say it's 20% off? How can I say it's 30% off? How can I say it's Christmas sale? I cannot do it, and I need copy to do it. Includes coupon codes, different banners, offer buttons, and so on. Examples include 15% off on your first order, buy one, get one free today, summer sale is on. What are the use cases? We can use the promotion or pocket. When the purchase is not impulsive, above $100 usually, depending on the niche, $100 can be an impulsive purchase, but it really depends on what you're selling. As a rule of thumb, we can say $100, but again, keep an eye on it. And the sales cycle is slightly longer. This is the main point. A discount helps getting people to take action sooner rather than later. It also makes sense when the competition is high and our product don't have much to make them stand out. It's recommended in accessories, fashion, and health and wellness. Here are some examples. Up to 20% off, one free shipping, use code FRESHSHIP. In a Black Friday sale, 20% off site-wide. Now, how do we make the important things stand out? How we use accents in our ads? General rules is understanding the order of priority. This is extremely important. And people read your copy in a specific order, and you must learn how to take advantage of it. You will find more about this in the editing module. But the way we do it basically is applying the GBP theory to static images as well, highlighting the important words, emphasizing the words that provide the most value to the prospect. Example, 10x your ROAS in the next product launch, adding contrast, or playing with fonts. I'm gonna show you everything in a second. Fonts, this is another way we have at our disposal to make important things stand out. Playing with font size is very good. Make the element that has to be read first bigger, and the biggest elements usually grab attention first. Using different font weights is another option you have at our disposal. People read the bold text first, using bold to highlight the important words in our copy, and making only the important words bold in a sentence. So, some examples. Burnout. What are you gonna read first here? The little tiny fonts or the big burnout? Obviously, the big burnout. Here as well, what are you gonna read first? I have a smoother, softer skin and no chub rub. There's also over 500 plus 5-star reviews. There's also an endorsement by Vogue. That's interesting. So here again, the person who created this ad played with the fonts just like we recommended, and this is where your eyes land first. Then color contrast is another option you have at disposal. Adding boxes or different colors behind the value words in your copy, that's a great way. And using contrast as an attention grabber when you need to communicate value with your copy. Here are some examples. This is how we make these lines pop up. And this is how you make your homemade kombucha pop up compared to the energized with homemade kombucha. Learn more. Spacing is another very, very good way to emphasize your value words. Adding space around the most important part in this order: value, context, offer. So emphasize the value right after the context, right after the offer. And you can obviously use space to emphasize everything. With the space here, obviously what's popping up is no weird smells, top-notch formulation, incredible results. Here as well, there's a very smooth spacing. Elevate your style with meaningful pieces. So these are the options you have at your disposal. We start with the fonts, then we have the color contrast, and then we have the spacing. Hopefully everything is clear now. Let's look at some of the common pitfalls. Overcompensating with copy. Static ads should be effective with or without copy. Obviously, with the copy, there's an added value, and that's what we're doing here basically. Starting with the copy when working on a static ad, and ideally you want to start with the image and then work the copy around the image, and then adding the copy too late in the process. So just find a good compromise when you are creating your ads. Then expecting people to read all your copy, show them something valuable, or they are not gonna read it, and avoid wall texts again. Not emphasizing the right elements, not highlighting anything will cause confusion on your prospects. In making sure you give them an order of priority to process the information. Finally, using brand fonts that are hard to read. Clarity is always the top priority. At 99 Ads, we recommend avoiding italic and fonts that are hard to read. Writing capitalized copy like this sentence is okay. We do that quite often. We avoid all caps, and the reason why we do that is because, as you can see here, letters that are all caps, they kind of have a similar shape, so it's kind of hard to make everything stand out. And this is pretty much it. These are very advanced concepts that I would really like you to understand in depth. But if you were to create your ads following everything you learned here, this is an amazing starting point. This is how you make your static ads work. And for certain niches, you can just not avoid statics. So, very important to understand how to add your copy to the static ads. With that being said, here are the conclusions. So, in this lesson, we covered how to use copy in our static ads in order to improve performance. Once again, every piece of copy in the ad should serve a purpose, value, context, and offer. And not everything is needed at all time. The key to success is understanding what your audience resonates with and reusing it over and over again. Hope everything is clear. Hope you enjoyed this video. And as usual, if something is not clear, please do let us know, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about Facebook ad policy. There is a lot that can be said about the Facebook ad policies. And when it comes to policies, a lot of media buyers just go mad and wild and they hate their representative at Facebook. It's just a very touchy subject. So I'll try to walk you through it in a very simple way so that you get a full understanding of how it works. You have a full understanding of what we have to deal with on a daily basis when we are testing new ads and how to bring the ad policies on our side, pretty much. And the way we do it is by understanding what is the reason why they exist and what is their purpose, why platforms like Facebook, like Meta in general, or like TikTok, they must have policies so that their advertisers, their shareholders, their users are not going to complain, they're not going to turn to the media, and so on. So this is what we're going to cover in this video. First of all, Facebook ad policy 101. Why policy exists in the first place, understanding how policy works, and why it is important to follow them, and what are the best practices to follow them. Then I'll give you some recommendations for tricky industries such as supplements, weight loss, skincare, and anti-aging. And finally, we'll be busting some myths, including split screen, promises, and using the second person. Let's dive right into it. Facebook ad policy 101. Why policies exist in the first place? They exist to protect the interest of Meta and its shareholders. As easy as that. That is the reason. If Meta could prioritize money over the shareholders, they would do it every day of the week. However, they're not doing it because their future depends on shareholders, and they don't want to make a mess when it comes to media, when it comes to user experience, and so on. Everything that gets published on Meta might potentially represent a threat to the company. Traditional media and public opinion can use it to attack the company, and making the platform safe by monitoring its content and avoiding controversial topics. At the end of the day, they want it to be politically correct, which it's something that I'm not going to share my opinion on, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Preserving the user experience is the second reason why they have policies in place. Meta earns more money when people spend more time on the platform. Making people happy means ad policy helps only get a pleasant experience when interacting with their feeds, at least on paper. At least on paper, the ad policies make the experience better, hence people happier. Then prioritizing relevant content. If I only find interesting ads on Meta, I will have a higher opinion about ads. So I will not be so opposed to getting ads served on my feed and not just seeing my friends' posts. Understanding how the review process works is extremely interesting and very important. Here again, we don't have full clarity on how it works, but based on mistakes, based on learnings, based on a lot of years in the field. This is what we understand. We understand that people and bots monitor the content published every day on the platform to ensure its safety and relevance. Since the amount of content published every minute is incredibly high, uh, I think I read something like 350 million posts a day or something similar. It's just an obnoxious amount. Meta has developed a complex system of bots and human revisions. Bots recognize visual and textual patterns that trigger specific tags on the ads, and every single ad gets analyzed. Now, ads that go over a certain limit of tags or higher severity ones get flagged for human review or rejected. Random ads also go through manual review instead of going through the standard path. Bots rarely review the ad entirely. Most of the approvals are based on the first 3 to 5 seconds of the ad or frames. In You can include the thumbnails and the text as well in the review. Why is this important, and why it is important to follow the rules? Even if your ad doesn't get rejected right away, getting tagged means getting penalized for the quality of the content with higher costs. So you might not know that your ad has been tagged, but you are paying more than you are supposed to pay, simply because either the bot or a person didn't like your ad and they tagged it. Moreover, the approval process is not one off. So your ad can enter again the pending approval stage at any given time. And that happens when you're scaling, which is the end result of what we're doing. So hopefully you'll start finding winners. You'll start scaling those winners. So this might be relevant for you at that time. Best practices: acting in Meta best interest is definitely the easiest way you can do. And we can publish virtually any ad for any product as long as we're politically correct and we create a positive experience for the users. At the same time, be careful of the parts that the bots analyze. Just make sure that those first 3 to 5 seconds, thumbnails, and texts are immaculate. Now, recommendations for tricky industries. Some industries are harder than others to stay compliant. As general rules, you want to avoid medical conditions, diabetes, acne, etc. When working in tricky industries, just avoid bold promises with a specific time horizon. 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, whatever. Obviously, this is what works. This is what brings results. So you have certain advertisers that tend to be more aggressive. Here we are sharing what works according to the algorithm and how to bring it to our side. It's up to you what you do with this information. Addressing the customers directly with strong claims: fight your extra weight. So you're basically assuming that I have some extra weight. This is how the user think, or how the algorithm think. In specific claims, direct, get rid of, it removes, less than 58%. These are just not appreciated by the algorithm. There are some workarounds though. One of them is using testimonials in personal experiences, personal opinions to say what you can say. So, for example, rather than saying fight your extra weight, you can get somebody to say something like, "This is how I fought my extra weight and I lost 8 kilos in the way." Watering down the claims with words like helps, supports, promotes, and sustains. Look at this. Get rid of, or helps. Get rid of acne. This helps against your breakouts. This might help against your breakout, or against breakouts. Against it, probably is even better. In using generic time horizons like in a few weeks or in a bunch of days. This is something that's much more appreciated by the platform compared to the specific time horizons. Then, as we talk about the tricky industries, we have supplements. And what we want to avoid in supplements is any reference to hormones. Think of testosterone, serotonin, and dopamine. As time goes by, I think policies are getting less strict. They're getting more loose, especially as TikTok is growing and there's more competition in the market. But this is still obviously not appreciated. But if you look at the ad library and you search for testosterone, you start finding things slowly but surely that get approved. So it's interesting, and I'm keeping an eye on it. Any reference to physical conditions like stress, menopause, and similar, taking for granted that they need help with problems like stress, as in fight your stress with. Again, just like the extra weight, why do you take for granted that I'm stressed? That's the thinking of the algorithm. Workarounds. Using watered down expressions like improve your T levels, improve your mood, or better sleep. Be less specific with conditions, trouble sleeping versus insomnia. In using reviews and personal stories whenever possible to state claims, just like we did above. Then weight loss. This is another tricky industry. What to avoid? Any references to words like diet, burn calories, or body shape. Any references to physical conditions like obesity or anorexia. And finally, taking for granted that they need help with phrases like get back in shape with whatever. Workaround. Using indirect claims such as helps your metabolism or might decrease your sense of hunger. Be less specific with conditions, flat belly versus make you lose weight, and using reviews and personal stories whenever possible to state claims, just like above. Then we have skincare, what to avoid, specific claims like eliminates 99% of bacteria or get rid of acne. Any reference to physical conditions like acne or rosacea, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, in taking for granted that they need help with expressions like say goodbye to acne. Then we have, obviously, as usual, the workarounds. Being less specific with conditions, get a smoother skin versus get rid of acne. Using informal terms, not related to conditions, so zits, breakouts rather than acne. In using reviews or personal stories whenever possible. Anti-aging is another tricky one. And what we want to avoid are words like buttocks, wrinkles, fine lines, and any reference to medical treatments like surgery or surgeons. Taking for granted that they need help with phrases like get back your younger skin. Workarounds, as usual, using software expressions like signs of aging or aging skin, and using reviews or personal stories whenever possible. Now, let's bust some myths about policies. First one is a split screen. Back in the days, people used to demonize before and after vertical split screen. It's perfectly fine to run split screens in before and after in most niches. It's not a big deal, to be honest. We have a bunch of them that get approved on a daily basis. The only thing is avoid unrealistic results and showing specific timeframes. That's not ideal. Promises might be tricky if we guarantee results to the prospects. So in borderline niches like the ones above, it can be tricky. But if you don't make it too bold of a claim, if you don't make it something crazy, or if you don't make it sound like a guarantee, it tends not to be a problem. Just make sure you test it with one ad and not with like 10 variations right away. And also using the second person. If you can avoid talking in second person, that's good. Testimonials are great for it, just because people talk in first person. But you want to make sure that if you can avoid it, you avoid it. Just because you might not get rejected, but you might get higher costs, which is not ideal. Conclusions. The goal of this lesson was to bring awareness around the purpose of meta policy and provide effective ways to work around it. Understanding the rules help us break them when necessary. However, we recommend staying in the safe zone with your ads in order to keep everything smooth. This is it for the Facebook ad policy lesson. We're keeping it simple. We're keeping it safe. That's the goal. We don't want to deal too much with rejections, accounts ban, and so on. As time goes by, as you keep spending money, you might gonna start experiencing more problems in that direction, and we will be more than happy to help you with our contacts, with whatever you need. But this is something that gives you a pretty solid understanding of how the policies work, And this is more than enough if we're talking about creatives in creative strategy. So, hope this is clear. If not, as usual, reach out to your coach, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about the more, better, new framework. When I talk about this framework, it's interesting because everybody talks about iterations. Everybody talks about creating variations of your winning ad creatives. However, when we tried to Google how do we create ad variations for our clients, there was nothing available. So back in the days, creating ad variations meant change the hook or change the color of the button of the CTA or change the CTA. Well, that's not enough. It's not enough because the point of what we're doing is not trying to understand what converts more, if a CTA with a blue button or a CTA with a red button. But what we're trying to do is multiply our winners. So turn 1 winners into 10 winners, 1 winner into 100 winners. And that's where the more, better, new framework comes in, takes the field, it comes into place. So in this video, we'll be pulling the curtain once and for all about the more, better, new framework. And I'm going to be sharing with you how it works. I'm going to be sharing with you how you can use it to turn one of your winners into multiple winners. And this is on its own the solution to ad fatigue. If you find one winner and you're able to turn that one winner into 4 winners, and then ad fatigue hits that first winner, but it doesn't hit the other 4 winners, then you're in a very good spot. And then you can apply this framework to the other 4 winners you just found. So that's how we are able to spend so much money at 99 ads for our clients. This is how we are able to rely on a system that constantly brings in new winners to our clients. So here we go with this very interesting video. So what we're going to cover, why iterations, turning one winning ad into multiple winning ads. So at the end of the day, what we're doing is multiplying winning ads. And this is also a great way to split test variables. The more, better, new framework, what is more, how to maximize the results with more when testing more makes sense. What is better, how to maximize the results with better when testing better makes sense. And the new framework, what is new, how to maximize the results with new, and when testing new makes sense. Finally, what to do with new winners, updating the system, iterating over and over again. So let's start with some of the overarching principles. Multiplying winning ads. Winning ad is nothing else than an asset that needs to be preserved and multiplied. If we don't turn that one winner into multiple winners, ad fatigue will hit. At the current in the current landscape, given your ad spend of, let's say, $100 a day, $1,000 a day, whatever winner can last 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks maximum. But at some point, you will need to preserve that winner or it will just die. And the way you preserve it is by multiplying it. A winning ad consists of a combination of several winning blocks. In finding new alternative combinations, it's basically what we're doing. So we need to find new combination as regards the formulas, the angles, the audience, the content, the music, and so on. The iterations allow us to multiply our winners, as we said. And another definition of winning ad is that what finding a winning ad means is not the end result of our work. It's not putting in all this work to just find one winning ad. The point is, the work starts when you find a winning ad. The winning ad is the starting point of our work. It's not the end result. The real goal is outperforming the original winner. So I found one winning ad. That's the original winner. I want to create 4 variations of it. And my goal is to outperform the original winner with those 4 variations. And in the process, to find, while I'm looking for the new variation that's going to outperform the original winner, I will find many more variations that perform within the targets. And that's where my winner is not dying. The best way to do it, the best way to create these iterations, the best way to combine our formulas, angles, audience, content, and so on is the more, better, new framework. We tested everything and more. This is the most reliable way to keep coming up with new winners on command. Now, split testing variables, refining the repository. Iterations represent the best controlled environment for split testing value hooks and value blocks. The key is understanding what are the scenes and value blocks that appear in multiple winning ads, and a refined repository of proven to work value blocks will help you produce unlimited winners. What are we talking about here? Simply, if I have a winner, and out of this winner, I'm only changing the CTA, I know that the first 2 parts, pretty much, of my video are proven to work. And then I'm isolating the only variable that I'm testing out, which is the CTA. In this framework is one of the best ways to split test new variables. Just because if we're not touching anything else, but we're working with winners, we know that everything in that ad is very likely to work, but the variable that we're testing out. So that's what allows us to isolate the variable that we're testing and making sure we can get results that are actually in line with our hypothesis and with something that's sustainable and repeatable, like in the long run. Then testing new ideas. Again, this is the best controlled environment, not only for combining winning elements, but also to test out new ideas. Isolating single variables make results more accurate. So this is pretty much what we talked about. And let's get started with the actual framework. Let's start with the more framework. What is more? Creating more variations based on different hooks. So as you can see here, we have our ad. This is the concept. The triangles represent the concept as we draw them. Then this is the ad, which consists of G1, BA1, BB1, P1. And these are the variations. These variations are following the more framework. And we have 4 different guts, which in this case, we can also consider hooks. So we have G1, BA1, BB1, P1, G2, BA1, BB1, P1, G3, BA1, BB1, P1, G4, BA1, BB1, P1. So we have 4 variations that are based on 4 different hooks. And the most important part, and this is something that will destroy your tests if you don't take it into account, is that the rest of the ad has to remain the same. If you're changing more things on your ad, it's just not going to work. I know that sometimes we are very happy to test out multiple things. We're very happy to change multiple things at once because we believe that a different BB1 would help us get better results. That's cool. But if you are doing that, you are not using this more framework. You're just creating a new concept. You're just creating something completely different. And you cannot consider the rest of the hooks as an isolated variable because simply it's not if you're also changing another part of the ad. Now, how do we maximize the results with more? So one thing that we do, and this is quite interesting because I haven't seen anybody doing it, but once we will publish this, most likely we will see it more often, is reviews. Reviews are extremely impactful when it comes to obviously building trust and social proof and taking reviews of our comments and turning them into hooks. Why are these reviews interesting for us? Because, first of all, if they're actual real reviews or comments, they speak the same language of the target audience, since it's the target audience that wrote them. And also, they increase the relevance in they show us as more empathetic towards our target audience. So, one thing you can try is using reviews and comments to build your new variations based on the hooks. Another thing is winning hooks. So reusing winning hooks from past winners. This obviously increases the chance of finding new winners simply because we are merging a winner with a winning hook. And this is the point of our repository of winning scenes that we can use. But also, it allows us to improve results by default for winners that have a low hook rate. So this means that out of this ad, this is a winner. If the hook rate is low, it means that we can improve the gut, but the BA1, BB1, and P1 work. They are winners, most likely. So if we add another winner that's proven to work to something that's winning, that's where we can expect improved results from the get-go. Then we have TikTok hooks. And this is what we can do to come up with new guts and new hooks. We can model hooks from viral TikTok videos. These are obviously, they come with proven relevance for our audience since they already went viral. And we can obviously expect the hook to work if we do a good job at modeling it, which is something that we'll talk about in the course. Because modeling hooks and modeling anything that you can find online is not as easy as it looks, but it's something that we'll talk about when the time comes. Now, when testing more makes sense, when should you use the more framework? First of all, you should use it as soon as you validate an ad. As soon as you find a winner, first things first, you want to create variations of that winner. Why you do it? Because one, you can get an instant push coming from new hooks. And two, you have a very high chance of outperforming the current hook, especially if you use winning hooks from the past. Then it makes a lot of sense to test the more framework when you are in a downward spiral of losers, when you're struggling to find new winners, and when you want to turn around the situation with more that are based on past winners. So rather than looking for new winners, you simply find a past winner and you apply the more framework to it. Another situation in which you can use the more framework is when the performance is declining. So when the current hooks are suffering from ad fatigue, or when changing the hook can restore the initial performance of your winning ad, of the ad that's bringing results, but it's now declining in performance. Now, the second part of the more better new framework is the better framework. What is better? Creating better variations based on different bodies. 4 variations based on 4 different bodies. Important, maintain the rest of the ad the same. And the goal here is increasing the watch rate or decreasing the cost per click. As you can see here, we have our winner, G1, BA1, BB1, P1. And here, rather than having different guts, we have different brains. So BA1, BB1, BA2, BB2, BA3, BB3, BA4, BB4. And this is the better framework applied, as easy as that. Maximizing results for with better, there are a few techniques that we use. One of them is the double hook technique, which has a very fancy name that I really like. But this is relatively simple. This is basically consists of adding more best performing hooks right after the hook. And this is a great hack when dealing with low hold rates or cost per clicks. What does it mean? That a winning hook is basically what grabs attention. Now, what happens if you have 4 winning hooks and rather than having just one hook, you have 2 hooks? So people stay hooked from second 1 to second 3, and then they stay hooked also from second 4 to second 6, because that's another proven to work hook that's proven to work. And merging together multiple hooks is multiple winning hooks. It's something that tends to improve and increase the hold rate, as well as tend to reduce the cost per click, which is pretty interesting if you ask me. Then another thing you can do when you are when you want to maximize your results with better is adding social proof. So you basically take your ad, in this case your G1, BA1, BB1, and P1, in the alternative brains that you're putting together are just a bunch of social proof that you use to reduce the CPA. So the CPA is the cost per acquisition, and the cost per acquisition tends to decrease when we have more social proof, when we're showing more testimonials or validation after the hook or before the CTA. These are the two main options that we have at our disposal. And if you want to apply our framework, this is one of the best ways to turn one winner into multiple winners. Then another opportunity you have to maximize results with better is going for a visual refresh, taking the same identical script but changing the visual content of the ad. This works amazingly when we have many different faces at our disposal. Adding some variety in terms of the faces and the people that are presented in an ad is absolutely great and tends to improve the trust that our clients have towards our brand. And this is, if you ask me, the ultimate tool to fighting ad fatigue on winning ads. You just recycle the same script, the same ad, but you change the visual content. And this is something that we also recommend internally within our system, is when a winner stops converting, stops performing, just shoot new content that's based on the same angles, the same audience, the same ad, and so on. So this is something we'll be talking about later on in the program. Then another thing we can do is moving sections around within your ad. So you can change the order of the value blocks. You can move the best sections, for example, 50% to 75%, so BB in this case, right after the hook. So you can anticipate BB1 in this case rather than BA1, simply because we might want to improve the hold rate, and we might have seen that BB1 has a better hold rate compared to BA1. Now, when does testing the better framework make sense? First, when we have a fresh batch of content production, we just got new content in, maybe it's based on winning value blocks that we have already validated. And when it gets available, we definitely want to do better as soon as possible. And then when we want to recreate the same winner with new content, as easy as that. One winner stops working, we redo it with new content. Also, we want to use better when ad fatigue starts kicking in. So when results start decreasing on a long time winner, what we want to do is going for a visual refresh or a double hook as showed here, but creating better versions of that one specific winner that's declining. Finally, we have the new framework. Now, what is new? New consists of creating new variations based on different concepts. We have 4 variations based on 4 different concepts. We maintain the same angle and value blocks, but we change the concept. As you can see here, we're still playing with G1, BA1, BB1, P1, but we are packaging it in a different way, in 4 different ways, as you can see here, based on the 4 triangles. Now, how do you come up with different concepts? It's pretty simple. I would recommend modeling or swiping, as you prefer, a winning ad we would recommend using one of the 7 concepts we use. So you can swipe or model one of these 7 concepts, which are the old way versus new way, demonstration, transformation, storytelling, social proof, thought-provoking questions, and platform trends. More on these later on in the program. We will break down each and every one of these concepts. Now, maximizing results with new. How you do it? How do you get the best results applying the new framework? First of all, you have more high-performing concepts available. You have found new winners based on different concepts. Then you want to test out those new concepts with the angles of your winners. Or when you want to model a concept from a competitor. So you want to adapt it to the angle and the value blocks that are already proven to work and that we want to use. Or you might want to test out a new TikTok trend. Let's say there's something that went viral for your audience, which is extremely important. Just don't copy, don't hop on random trends. Make sure you're hopping on the trends that are relevant to your audience. Then you can use the new framework. And this is great because obviously it's a way that's relatable and proven to work on your audience. We can convey our message in a faster and more effective way. Then, when it makes sense to test the new framework, first of all, this is a last resort to revive a winning angle that's not performing anymore. So we can use this framework to find new winners based on high performing angles. And we can also use it when we want to multiply our winners. We want to expand the amount of winning ads for a specific angle with new concepts. Now, what we are going to do with the new winners. So first of all, we want to update our repository. What is a repository? A repository is basically the catalog where we label all of our winning value blocks, our winning footage, our winning scenes, making sure we can put them all together as proven to work. So we add the new value blocks to our repository, testing new winning value blocks inside new ads. The more variety we have in our repository, the lower is going to be the impact of ad fatigue on our ads. And then obviously, once we update our repository, we want to iterate over and over again. This is a game that doesn't finish. We'll keep on looking for new winning ads at any given time when we are working with advertising, online advertising. So we can repeat the more better new framework on the new winners. And we can obviously constantly improve the baseline. This is our goal. So what is a winner today might not be a winner tomorrow if we increased our baseline, if we raise the bar of what is a winner. And again, finding a new winner is not the final line, but it's just a starting point. So, conclusions. Understanding how to implement this framework alone solves the ad fatigue problem once and for all. Please make sure you understand how it works, but most importantly, how to implement it properly in your creative strategies. As usual, ask your coach. If you need any help, if you need any support, please do let us know so we can make sure you're applying it correctly and you are making the most of this extremely valuable framework. So please do let us know if you have any questions, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, so this is going to be one of my favorite videos of the course. We talked about value blocks in the scripting module, and now we're talking about value blocks in the editing module. In the scripting module, somehow we kind of lost a bit of practical elements during the recording, but that's part of the theory that's necessary. But here we're going to be talking about the actual practical advice that from today will revolutionize the way you create ads. So in this video, we're gonna cover the difference between scripted ads and assembled ads. Why value blocks? What are the advantages that value blocks give us? One of them is the predictability in terms of performance and the smoother editing process. Then building block types. I'll show you the definition of each and every value block. I'll show you the example, the use cases, and the tips related to the value block types. Then we'll be talking about how to organize your content library once you start building your value blocks, how to store them, and most importantly, how to tag them so that you can reuse them and you can make sure you put together, you combine, you assemble your ads based on the best performing ones. Then fitting the formulas, how to fit our value blocks within the formulas we talked about in the scripting module, and also how to improve our chances of success by understanding what are the main metrics of the value blocks, and finally how to multiply your winners thanks to the value blocks, the ad fatigue problem, and the content production element. This is going to be a very, very in-depth video about value blocks, and this is one of the core videos of the entire course. So I would highly, highly recommend you sit tight, you make notes, and you make sure you pay attention to this entire video. It's going to be a very good one. So let's get started with scripted ads versus assembled ads. This is something that we do differently at 99 Ads. Back in the days, we used to hear a lot about, I need a company that makes that one advertisement that's going to change my business. I need a Hollywood production team to create that ad, that one ad that's going to revolutionize my business. Well, that doesn't really work at the minute. That doesn't really work with like within the current landscape. You don't want to go all in on a scripted ad, but you want to have a bunch of value blocks that you know for a fact are proven to work, and you want to put them together and create ads, assemble ads based on those value blocks. This is the theory. The problem with scripted ads is that there's a specific storyline that the script is based on, and it gets harder and harder to combine pieces of those scripted ads with other winning blocks. So for that reason, we focus mainly on assembled ads. We use the analogy of the bridge. Think of an ad as a bridge between the platform and the website. Scripted ads look like a bridge made of a single block, as you can see here, this gray one. And the assembled ads look like a bridge made of multiple blocks. So once you find the blocks that are proven to work and are proven to bring people, in this case users, from platform to website, then you put them all together. Scripting consists of scripted ads from start to finish. Creating ads this way is time consuming and not efficient. Going all in on our idea and facing the shooting costs without knowing if it will be profitable. This is the main problem. At 99 Ads, we talk to thousands of store owners. And it's funny how sometimes stores that haven't even gotten any sale, they get pitched right away on these scripted ads. This is going to be 3 very high quality ads for $15,000, $20,000. That's a massive cost for a brand that's just getting started. And that's not ideal. It's just not a good product they should buy. They should focus on building their content library. And the way you build your content library is by putting together the value blocks. So these scripted ads, especially if you are at the very beginning of your store, I would absolutely avoid them. There is a place for scripted ads, but that place is not at the beginning of your store. It's very unlikely that one single ad, one single storyline will drive enough sales for your store to grow on its own. It's a little complicated. Another problem, apart from the enormous costs that you would have to face creating scripted ads, is that ads are not reusable, meaning that we constantly need to create new ones. It's very hard to readapt the ad if it's built following a strict script, a strict structure. It's very hard to replicate winners as we don't know what's working. Scripted ads have a place in our strategy, as sometimes we do find Grand Slam ads. However, we want the majority of our ads to be assembled through value blocks. Now, value blocks, as mentioned before, these are the assembled ads. They create. They are the pieces that put together create the assembled ads, and they consist of the bridge built on multiple blocks. The idea is to have all blocks on a timeline, and each block performs a certain way individually. The goal is putting together as many high-performing blocks as possible. Each block consists of an independent segment we can reuse over time. Creating variations comes down to rearranging the blocks in different order, and the formulas that we talked about in the scripting module dictate that order. Now, why value blocks? If you're not sold yet, let me give you a few more reasons why you should be using value blocks. The first one is the performance predictability. Building ads based on value blocks gives us the opportunity to recycle and squeeze our best performing scenes or blocks, which are the value blocks as we're talking about. Then analyzing blocks individually, replacing the ones that underperform, reusing the best performers. So we have an ad that's bringing in sales, good ROAS, but once we start analyzing the ads in a modular way, just like we showed you in this course, you notice that there are certain parts of that formula, of that ad, that are just underperforming compared to the other parts of that ad. Well, in that case, if you are working on assembled ads, what you can do is just take that out and replace it with another winning scene. As simple as that. It doesn't get any simpler than that. And again, this is something that you couldn't do in the scripted ads, because if you're missing a part, a crucial part of your storyline, that's a problem. And obviously, the rest of the ad is not going to make a lot of sense. Then the smoother editing process. This is definitely one of the perks of reusing winning building blocks, because you can save time on editing, but also you can reuse the value blocks just by copy pasting the actual value block piece of the timeline to another timeline on Premiere Pro, for example, or whatever you're using. Then fitting the formulas. The thing is, value blocks are pretty much have been created by us to fit the formulas. And it couldn't get any easier for you to play around with your formulas and test new formulas and test new value blocks and combine, mix and match each and every part of it. Once you understand what's your formula, what's the formula that works best on your audience, that's a game changer. So matching value blocks with the right formula segment is absolutely a piece of cake. And then building a database of recommended value blocks per part of your formula. And then finally, understanding how to use value blocks and understanding how to mix and match and assemble your ads provide you with the opportunity to have unlimited iterations. Rearranging value blocks creates new variations of your winners, and you virtually have unlimited combinations at your disposal. Now, let's get into the actual types of value blocks. So I gave you a bit of an overview of the differences between the scripted ads and the assembled ads, why scripted is not exactly what we recommend to our clients, why assembled ads are exactly what you're looking for if you are looking for new winners. Now, we are going to analyze and talk about each and every one of these pieces, right? Each of them consists of a different type of value block, and we'll be going through them right now. The first one is the problem or pain value block. So these are all the scenes that remind the user about the problem we solve or hammer on their pain. So this is where we want to remind them that they are experiencing this problem, or sometimes we also want to just let them get to know about our problem. They are experiencing it, but they don't see it as a problem. They don't see there's an alternative solution. And this is why this type of value block is so powerful. Now, they consist of representing a problem the user is experiencing right now. These are powerful value blocks since they tap into emotions that are usually based on discomfort, pain, disgust, and fear. Here are some examples. Discrediting or belittling the alternative solutions, throwing products away or showing how they fail at solving the problem. Then we can, in the problem, pain, value blocks, we can also show somebody having an emotional reaction to their problem. Or we can picture the same environment and situation in which the prospect is experiencing the problem. Again, we always want to find that relatability. We want our customers, we want our clients, our users to think like we understand their problem. So we want to show them what their problem looks like. We want to show them where they experience this problem in their day-to-day life. And if we are able to recreate the exact scenario where they experience this problem, that's where we come up with those Grand Slam ads we talked about, even with the assembled ads. Now, when to use? First of all, at the beginning of the videos, strong way to grab attention and be relatable. If you find the right problem, pain, value block to use as a hook, and it actually gives you a good attention rate, that's gold. Then they work like a charm in the PAS formulas, so the problem, agitate, solution formulas. And obviously they are great at addressing all the functional angles of our product. Here are a few tips you can use with the value blocks. First, adding a bit of humor makes it more compliant and engaging, hence lowering the CPMs. When I say compliant, we'll be talking about this in the Facebook policy video. If you haven't watched it yet, I would recommend to watch it. But basically, the policies want us to stay away from whatever can make our users feel bad about a specific situation, about like certain topics. And this type of humor helps us go around all these problems. They help us go around all of the policy edges. For example, things like this obviously are very hard to represent. But in this case, it's just a cushion. It's nothing more than that. But it really conveys the problem. And it's also funny because, everybody's like, oh, well, that's a weird cushion. What are they talking about? Ladies, if you sometimes smell a bit funky down there, what? And I'll keep watching. So especially if I'm on target for this specific ad, this is a great way to grab attention. And obviously you have the same problem here. Imagine how hard it would be to show somebody with like crooked teeth and like the very dirty stained teeth. It's much easier to do that with props like this one. And here as well, it's hard to talk about it, like to talk in second person about how dirty somebody's towel is. But in this case, we can just talk about wet towels in the bathroom become clogged with bacteria and show the actual bacteria. So these are amazing ways to grab attention, an amazing way to hammer on our users' pain. And obviously also lower the CPMs because again, all of these things, they tend to grab attention very easily because they're different. They are very different compared to what you usually find on the platforms. Giving people a pleasant experience while avoiding negative emotions. This is how they help us. Then using metaphors or analogies, especially if we're using them as a hook, just like I showed you, helping people relate to the problem, particularly useful when representing what is on the policy edge, intimate parts, erectile problems, etc. Highlighting the problem with motion graphics when it's not too obvious, example, showcasing bacteria on a towel, just like here. Now, second value block, product introduction. Introducing the product as a solution to the problem. The first frame in which the product appears. Within the first 5 seconds of our videos, this is where we kind of want to make sure we introduce the product. There might be exceptions as usual. So As always, I would recommend to take this with a pinch of salt, but if you have a very, very specific product and you think this might not be the case for you, just let us know. The coaches are there for this reason. So let's just make sure you use them the right way. Sometimes replaced with product in use or benefits. As regards the examples, we have holding the product in hands, just like this lady is doing. Close-ups of the products in front of the camera. Here you have some of them. And reactions to the product. When to use the product intro is the only value block that must be present in every ad. And running an ad without showing a product won't bring any sales. Again, there might be exceptions, very unlikely, but there might be exceptions. As a rule of thumb, you always want to show your products on the ad. That's a bit of common sense. Often follows the pain problem value block. Again, we are introducing the solution. We are introducing the product that solved the problem we just highlighted. So right after the problem pain, it might make sense to add a product introduction value block. Some tips for you. Zooming in on the product to make the shot more impactful. Rotating the product or showing it from different angles and perspectives. Showing multiple people and demographics. Increases social proof, desire, and value for the product. Retains people on the ad for longer. This is a very, very underrated tip. If you want to increase your hold rate on the ads, add more people. The more faces, the more people, the more different these people are, the better. And you want to leverage this, as well as also adding more people from different demographics increases social proof, because it's quite obvious that there are multiple people that are helping. The product is helping multiple demographics, so that's very helpful. And if you haven't tested it yet, please do. It's very, very interesting. Now, here you have more people holding products, like us zooming in on certain products, and so on. So this is, as we said, the product introduction value block. Then we have the product in use value block. The goal here is to make the user feel like they have already bought the product and they are using it. So we want them to feel what it feels like once they buy the product, once they receive the product, and once they start using the product. That's the goal. Showing the product being used in its natural environment, including tutorials and lifestyle content on how to use the product. And we can also show the product in use on product intro clips as well. So just to make it clear, sometimes you have scenes that you can tag in multiple ways. And in this case, for example, let's say a scene like this one. This is a scene where we are introducing the product, but we are also showing the product in use. So the same scene can be a product in use scene and a product introduction scene. Now, some examples. We have a woman using the product in the bathroom, just like this one, which is the product we showed up above. A man wearing the t-shirt, the product at a party. And then another example can be a dog on a calming pad, which is the product next to the couch. When to use the product in use value blocks. Effective, very effective when offering a solution with multiple use cases. A B-roll of all of the use cases mentioned is absolutely key to improve the retention rate of the people on the ads, but also to make sure that we can add a little bit of proof and build trust with our users. Then we can use product in use clips or value blocks when describing how the product works in steps, showing all the steps of the process. And then again, we can use them to build trust. So we show multiple customers using the products. As regards the tips, split screen showing different angles of the product in use are absolutely great. And then tips shared on the product intro are relevant here too. So all of the ones we talked about here, zooming in on the product to make the shot more impactful, rotating the product or showing it from different angles and perspective, showing multiple people and demographics. This is great also with the product in use. So here are some examples of it. As you can see, these are just people using the products. Then the next value block is benefits. This is the next value block type. On the benefits, we show what happens after using our product. So we show the benefits of our products, we show our customers after using the product, and we can include demonstrations after shots and people reactions to the actual results. Now, examples. A woman showing the peach fuzz removed with a razor. A guy who gets complimented for his outfit by a cute lady. In the skin of a lady, maybe, or a guy, or a teenager, or whatever, looking glowy after using our product. When to use it. Effective as a hook, especially with powerful demonstrations. They're great as a B-roll to support the benefits mentioned by the voiceover. Ideally, we want to visually prove everything we say. And for this, benefits value blocks are absolutely amazing. As long as we can talk about something, we want to show it, and we want to make sure we show hard proofs. We show scenes that actually prove what we are talking about. Social proof is one thing, but actually showing results and case studies and before and after, this is obviously, and it's always been, one of the strongest types of value blocks we have at our disposal. And these are great both in the gut space and in the brain space of the ad. Tips: avoid distractions and crop the footage the right way. So just make sure that whatever you see on the clip is exactly what you're talking about and what you want to show your benefits of. Then leave just the main characters of the scene. Cut the fat, go straight to the highlight moment of the demonstration. And here are some visual examples. As you can see here, this is a glowy skin type of scene. So it's an after. This lady has been using the product for a certain while and now her skin is glowing. Then here you have white teeth, which are always an amazing angle and something that everybody wants. Here we have a man using height boosting shoes, appearing taller than the lady. Unbeatable comfort. Here we're talking about the clothing. So this is the type of content we want to create when we are showing the benefits of our products. Obviously here we're just showing screenshots. In the resources section you will find the actual videos. In the more options, the more videos you get influenced by, the better. Obviously think with your brain, but everything we're showing here is something that's proven to work. So you can go straight to the point. You can expect things to work out relatively fast if you're following everything we're talking about here. New value block type, product features. Here we want to show a specific feature or functionality of our product. We focus the attention on a single functionality of our product. This is great with close-ups and slow motions again. Then we can include demonstrations of how a feature works, product details, the different colors, the ingredients, and so on. To give you some examples, motion graphics highlighting the functionality of our product, showcasing a 4-way stretch t-shirt, for example, close-up of buttons on the side of a red light panel, and listing a supplement ingredients. When to use? These are very effective in the brain part, where we kind of have to overcome objections of our clients. When we are showing the product details, for example, the inside of the pocket or the inside of a jacket, the internal part of a jacket, to increase the perceived value of our product. And then when promoting products that are not simple to explain. For example, if you want to do a tutorial, this is a great way to do it. And this is a great type of value block that we can use to do so. Some tips, again, close-ups tend to work very well for this category of footage as well. Close-ups are great when it comes to ads. By the way, I'll go on a little tangent. Most of the time, when we are talking about ads on Meta, TikTok, etc., you kind of want to zoom in. A lot of ads we see from the clients we take on are very far in terms of perspective. It's kind of hard to have the same eye as a videographer when you're shooting a video for a TV commercial or when you're shooting for ads. A very, very high percentage of ads would convert much more if they were zoomed in. As simple as that. If the videographer would get closer to the actual object, or if you just zoom in the post-production part of the process. We'll talk about this in depth, but here, like this tip just triggered me. Close-ups are great, pretty much for all of the scenes. When possible, add more actors to add social proof. We talked about this as well. Visual examples, you literally only have to add it on the top of your toothpaste. So here you can see how simple it is to use this product. You put this foam on top of your toothpaste. Or here we're actually showing how these two different pads deal with water or liquids in general. Here we're showing how the height enhancing shoes work and how they are structured so that they are comfortable, but they're also giving you that extra inch or extra inches of height. And here we're showing the memory foam insole and so on. So this is, once again, the product features value block. And this is a great one, especially for products that solve a problem or for products that you kind of want to use a certain way. Now, new value block type is validation. Here, what we're doing is adding qualitative and quantitative social proof. We want to show the product getting recommended and endorsed by some kind of authority in the field or by a big number of happy customers, moms, plumbers, etc. Obviously, you can replace moms, plumbers, and customers with whoever you're selling to. For example, in our case, hundreds of happy advertisers, hundreds of happy e-com owners, hundreds of happy business owners, and so on. Includes mentions on magazines, list of people recommending the product, and or showcasing a list of reviews. To give you some examples, showing a grid of testimonials of happy customers with the product in their hands, listing the magazines that feature our product, showing how many 5-star reviews our product got, and awards, recognitions, and badges we won. When to use this? We want to use it before the CTA to overcome customers' objections. In this case, it's absolutely great. There's nothing easier than overcoming an objection by showing how something works. The more you can get into details, the better, and the easier it's going to be to overcome that objection. These are great in the pocket part of the video as well. And you want to have at least some form of validation in every single ad. So that can be testimonials, but that can also be reviews, that can be magazine mentions, that can be awards, that can be whatever you want. But you want to make sure you have some sort of validation, just so you are not telling people, hey, just trust me, buy this. But this is why you have to trust me. That's the point of the validation value blocks. And then tips. Using multiple types of social proof at the same time is ideal. Not all the people react to the same kind of validation, and stacking them up builds even more trust. This is another underrated tip. In playing with both quantitative lot of customers and qualitative magazine validation at the same time. Qualitative obviously doesn't have to be only magazines. One thing that we noticed that is great is, for example, people with scrubs, doctors, psychologists, or university researches. Many people fund actual researches to back up their product, and that's another great way to push your advertising. Anyways, here are some visual examples. Here are the reviews on our website. These are literally just screen recording of our phone. Then you have here magazine mentions, as is that. Here, over 400,000 packages sold last year. Here you can see the doctor's recommendation in front of the lady using the product with the product in use. So validation, this is another great value block. Then one more value block type is testimonials. Here we have customers speaking highly of our product. Featuring people speaking highly of the product. Obviously, in this case, they don't have to be famous. They don't have to wear the shoes of any authoritative figure or persona. They're just people. They're customers. They're customers just like the user who's watching the ad. And they're people who are experiencing the same problem as the user who have now solved it thanks to our product. That's the point of this value block. They fit perfectly in between blocks to confirm the previous one. So every time we say something, every time we have a promise, every time we have a bold claim, having somebody to back it up right after, that's gold. And that type of value block is called testimonials. Examples, customers with the product in hand talking about their experience. A wife discussing the improvements our product brought to her husband's life. Or prospect discussing their feelings when they got the product as a gift. When to use it, both in the gut part and before the CTA. Include testimonials whenever possible. Again, the more the better. The more faces you can use, the better. Tips. When the review is longer than one sentence, consider adding B-roll, just because nobody wants to hear somebody they don't know forever. And whenever possible, include testimonials from different people. One thing is having a long testimonial just by one person, but given the same testimonial, hypothetically, we had the same words, the same testimonial with the same words said by 3, 4, 5 different people from different demographics, that would work way better. That would work much better. Then adding subtitles to increase the video retention, absolutely recommending. And selecting testimonials that demonstrate a benefit or features that we discussed prior to it, if possible related to the angle or main objections. Visual examples. Here, obviously, this is quite simple, but these are just people talking about their experience and about how they liked a specific product. One more type of value block is the CTA. I'm pretty sure you heard of the CTA, the call to action. The goal here is making logistics smooth. So this is basically the last inch of our ad, and we're telling people how to buy. We convince them, we grab their attention, we convince them. Now we overcome all of their objections. Now they want to buy. How do they buy? Where can I buy? This is where CTA or call to actions take the field. So we want to make logistics smooth. The last frame of the ad where we explain how to buy the product. The call to action is the last inch of the ad where we want to make the prospect take action. Examples, we can do something like this where it's just a graphics and we have the product, the offer, and the text shop now. As easy as that. Or explaining how to apply for our product or service, or having somebody actually saying what are the next steps of our buying process. When to use, this is a must-have in pretty much all of our ads. An ad without a CTA by default loses a lot of people simply because people are not as smart as we believe, or at least they don't apply their intelligence when they're scrolling on social media and when they're watching our ads. So we just want to make sure that everything is as immediate as possible, as clear as possible, and that they don't have to process the information. That's the main point. Tips. Command only one action per ad. This is an old school kind of tip, but it's very important when you're pitching something just to pitch one thing. Otherwise, people, they might be interested in buying, but then they would be asking themselves, well, do I want that or do I want the other option? Do I want like that solution or do I want the other solution? And this is something that we cannot afford, especially when it comes to social media ads. We want to make sure the sales cycle is as smooth and as short as possible. So for that reason, we want to pitch one offer per ad and we want to make one command per ad. We don't want to add like more comments, more instructions. The actions that we are commanding should be trackable unless you track conversions in a different way. For example, retail, that's something we did in the past. There are obviously many alternatives, but as a rule of thumb, obviously you want to make sure you track your conversions. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to see if the CTA works in the first place, but also if the ad actually is bringing some profits. Then visual examples. Here are some examples. As mentioned, like very simple. These are graphics and motion graphics. This is it. These are some of the main value blocks we use at 99 Ads. Now, once you have a bunch of value blocks you shot or you put together, etc., you're gonna need to organize them into an MAM, a Media Asset Management tool. This is something I'm gonna explain here very quickly. And I want to do this here just because I want to make sure that from the get-go, from second number 0, you start building these value blocks, you understand how important and crucial it is to keep them organized, to keep them tidy, to keep them neat, clean. We want to make sure that everything is organized. I'm not being annoying on purpose. I'm telling you this because, first of all, we lost a lot of winning value blocks just by not tagging them, just by not organizing them the right way. Second of all, every time we have a new onboarding, we find a bunch of value blocks that clients or marketing teams or whoever was creating ads for them just forgot about. And that cannot happen. You're looking for winners. You have winners. Just reuse the winners. If those winners hit ad fatigue, I'll show you in a second. If they hit ad fatigue, just reshoot them. But don't forget about your winners. You want to make sure you constantly tag them and you want to make sure you constantly have them in front of you. So you understand what's working. You understand what's bringing results. So how we store value blocks. First, introducing you to media asset management tools. Pretty simple. These are tools that help you organize the content and divide it in value blocks. The most common alternatives are Air.inc and Iconic, which is our platform of choice. Iconic has pros and cons. They're both quite expensive. We use Iconic. Obviously, working with multiple clients, it makes sense to have Iconic. If you're working just with one brand, you might want to look at alternatives. Here you have some that are less expensive. I would still probably go for Iconic. When I say expensive, it's around $100 per user. Might be even lower now, but just don't want to make this video longer. Just check it out. We might have an affiliation as well. Just check out the resources. If we pretty much reached out to all of the platforms we are talking about here in the course. If we are able to get some discounts for you, you will find them in the resources section. Anyways, pros, storing the same video in different locations. So you have a backup of the backup of the backup, which is very important. Just make sure you don't lose any content. Then another pro is that integrates with Premiere Pro in a panel, so super smooth, very nice. Another one is that it automatically transcribes videos and recognizes objects. It's got a very advanced AI function that's very nice, and it helps you tagging your videos. As a con, as I said, might be expensive. The pricing is hard to calculate because it's based on the storage fees. And then you have to upload the content manually, which is not ideal, and it's a little hard to automate. You can solve it hiring a VA, you can solve it getting somebody else to do it basically, but somebody has to do it manually, which is not ideal. Then Air.inc, pros and cons. The pro, it integrates with Google Drive instantly, which is amazing. Pro, it's cheaper than Iconic with good functionalities. Con, it doesn't have the features described on Iconic. So it doesn't integrate with Premiere Pro. It doesn't transcribe videos and recognize objects. Might change in the future, I'm guessing, especially now that everybody seems to be integrating AI to their tools. But for now, it doesn't. Other alternatives, Frame.io. It's similar to Air.inc and Iconic, but it's got less features. And Recharm, manual service that organizes your assets into different categories. So you give them all your content and they do it manually for you. Pricey. That's the main difference, but somebody else is doing it for you here. Then tag system. Which tags are necessary? First, the winner. This is valid for hooks only. So we want to tag the winners. We want to tag the creators so that we can filter out our content based on who's the creator, who was in front of the camera. And that's going to make things easier for us when we are looking for a specific scene. Well, who was the actor? Oh, the actor was John. The actor was Mary. Okay, let me check. You just search for Mary, and then you find all of the scenes shot by Mary. Then the product. You want to use tags based on the product as well. You want to use tags based on the category of your building blocks, and you want to use tags based on the collections. This is obviously not for all the products. If you have a mono-product store, this is not going to be interesting for you. But if you are in fashion, for example, this is going to be crucial. Then what makes a good tag system? First of all, sticking to it. I've seen so many brands just letting their content library fall apart because they don't want to keep it updated. They start, they're very excited, let's update it daily. And then let's update it weekly. Let's update it bi-weekly. Let's update it monthly. And then it becomes a mess because they have part of the content library on an MAM tool, and then another part of their ad library on Google Drive, and then another part on what it's called, Dropbox, because a videographer uses Dropbox, and then the link expired, and then it's just a mess. Just stick to it. Make sure, especially at the very beginning, it becomes a process for the entire company to upload everything, every single piece of content we produce in the MAM tool. Crucial. You're going to waste your time and you're going to waste a bunch of money by losing content. Not ideal. Keeping the system lean. Too many tags can be consuming. So just make sure you have the tags you need. And you don't want to overdo with tags. Just don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate. Now, applying value blocks to formulas. Disclaimer on hooks. Value blocks do not always apply to hooks. The thing is, we want to grab attention. And we want to work with whatever grabs attention the right way. So we need as many options as possible to capture our audience attention. At the same time, you can use almost all of the value blocks for the hook. As long as they're grabbing attention, we're good and we're happy to use them as hook. And we're also going to give you specific value blocks for the hooks in another lesson. Now, here per formula, you have different value blocks that we recommend. You're going to find a different, and more in-depth explanation of this in the resources section. So no need to work on this for now. But we can move on to how to leverage value blocks to increase ad success. So first of all, what metrics should we consider? Using video metrics to analyze the performance of each value block plus the CTR. What's important here to understand is that we are using value blocks in order to create ads and work on ads in a modular way. And as a rule of thumb, the goal of each value block should be retention. If we don't lose people, then we're doing a good job. CTR is good, hold rate is good. There's only one king, which is ROAS, if we're selling products, obviously. If our goal is conversions, ROAS is always king. Then analyzing data. Ideally, you want to reuse again the value blocks with high retentions. So take notes of the script and visual for each of the best performers, and then reuse them again the next time you have ads that you're creating. There's a caveat, of course, if CTR and conversion are high, low retention rate is not always bad. Are people leaving for what reason? If they're leaving to buy the product, that's what we're trying to do. So if we have high retention rate and high click-through rate on the link and conversion, then we're happy. That's a clear winner. We might want to try to increase the hold rate, but it's still a winner. So we're still happy with it. In this case, if this is the case, another test we can do is the reverse analysis. What is the reverse analysis? The reverse analysis is basically taking an ad that's bringing in conversions, bringing in a high click-through rate on the link, but we just got a low retention. So in that case, what we can do is test out the same ad without a specific scene so that we can see how a scene or a value block impacts the ad. If the number of sales improves, we can get rid of that value block and see what happens. If it gets worse, then that's a clear winning value block, and we want to use and reuse that because it's bringing sales, it's driving the sales. In that case, we should save it and tag it and yada yada. Then multiplying your winners with value blocks. The ad fatigue problem. If you have a winning building block, you want to reuse it forever, pretty much. However, sooner or later, it will get caught by ad fatigue and stop working. That means you need to multiply it before it's too late and keep it alive. Now, we can do this by creating variations, creating a bunch of variations and looking at what works, combining our winning scene with new winning scenes and value blocks and put them all together, or we can resort to ad production. Whenever you create a content brief, you want to structure it with the same value blocks that we're using to create our ads, which makes it simple. So we'll be talking about this in the ad production, in the content production module. But basically, the way we shoot the ads is the same way we create the ads in the post-production, so that there's a bit of harmony and some sort of consistency between the two different teams. Don't bother to create sound bites except for testimonials, as we can simply generate them with AI. Once we train the AI with the voice of the actor, that will be very simple to do, and we'll see and we'll show you how to do it. And focus on creating more versions of your winning value blocks. So as I said, when you have a value block, the problem is that at some point people get blind to it, but you can still reshoot the same value block with a different actor, with a different model, in a different location, with a different product. You can do a lot of things to keep it active. So, conclusions. This was one of the most intense videos of the entire program, hands down. This video alone can literally change the way you think about ads and how you advertise your company. Take your time to process all the information, and I would personally recommend going through this entire lesson a few times. Also, don't forget about the resource section. We put in a lot of work in the resources, so make sure you download them, you go through them. They are as important, if not more important, than the actual videos. So, I hope you enjoyed this video. I really, really hope you found it insightful, and I really, really hope this is going to bring you a lot of money. Anyways, I'll see you in the next video. right. So in this video, we'll be talking about hooks. Why are they so important? And why this is where you want to locate most of your resources to get the best result possible. Now, it's quite obvious that you can have the best ad in the world from second 5 to minute 30. If nobody stops within the first 5 seconds and watches through those first 5 seconds, your perfect ad is going to go wasted. And that is the reason why it's so important to work on your hooks and allocate the right resources to your hooks. Now, in this video, we're going to go through everything you need to know when it comes to hooks. And this is what we're going to cover. First of all, grabbing attention, why the hook is important, and the principle behind it, which is stopping the right people. Then we'll be talking about what makes a good hook, how to swipe a hook, swiping versus copying, what is the main difference, and why is it so important for us to learn how to swipe the right way. In the TikTok organic method, which is something we talked in the scripting module, but we'll be talking about it here as well. Then we'll be going through some of the proven to work hooks that we use on a daily basis at 99 Ads. We'll be going through the definition of each and every option we have at our disposal, the examples, and the use cases. Then we'll show you some of the things to consider when it comes to hooks, the demographic, the platform differences, and the lifespan. Then finally, we'll be sharing for the first time some hook enhancers, the science behind them, the list of hook enhancers that you can use, and a final disclaimer before wrapping up the video. So as you can tell, this is going to be a very interesting video. And as usual, I would recommend you take notes and sit tight. Just get rid of all of the distractions that are available in your desk, and let's get started. So, grabbing people attention. The hook is a modern world storefront. The hook is the opener, is the first scene of a video ad. This is what the highest percentage of people will watch. And for many people, this will be the only part they will watch about our ad, which is quite interesting. And resources spent on hooks have exponential returns. It's relatively fast to put together, but you have great returns in terms of results. So, as mentioned earlier, you want to locate the right resources to your hooks. They're not as hard to put together, especially if you already have the content, but if you don't, then even shooting the hooks, swiping the right hooks, that's something that brings exponential returns. It makes everything else get better results. So all of the hard work you put on the hooks will exponentially improve all of the hard work that you put on the rest of the ad. So the body, the pocket, the brain, and so on. Now, the core principle of what we do with the hooks is all about stopping the right people. The first part is stopping. In order to stop the right people, you want to think outside the box. The hook should surprise users and generate what we call a pattern interruption. You want to look for the unexpected, for something that as they're scrolling, they will come back and say, whoa, wait, what was that? Let me see. That's the goal. And do that while focusing on giving them a positive and pleasant experience. Obviously, you want to keep the algorithm in mind. You want to put and bring the algorithm on your side. And this will pay dividends, obviously, in terms of lower CPMs. The reason why I'm mentioning this in this video, obviously, you will find the entire video on the policies, on the algorithm, how it works, and so on. But it's quite important to understand that thinking outside the box doesn't mean just putting on your hooks the most crazy scenes you can shoot. That's not the point. The point is not stopping random people. The point is stopping the right people. And stopping the right people means stopping people that are interested in your product, and also doing that in a way that is relevant to your product. You don't want to just, like, obviously, if you show explosions, people fighting, if you show like all the stuff, you are going to get people surprised and you're going to get people to stop and watch your video. However, that's completely unrelated to what you're selling. So that is not the right people. Okay. And on top of that, that would go against the algorithm. So you would not be providing a pleasant experience to the people who stop, to the users of the platform. So for that reason, either you get your ads rejected or you get to pay higher CPMs, which is not what we want to do. Now, the second part of what we are talking about here is the right people. Stopping the right people. First part, stopping. Second part, the right people. Now, you want to be creative, but you also want to stay relevant to your audience and people who might be interested in what you're promoting. You want to avoid cheap and recycled hooks. The main thing that has changed since the iOS update is that our creatives are the new targeting. This is why we need to stop and surprise the right people. We want to make sure we can call them out. We want to make sure that whatever we are talking about is something that's relevant to them, and it's not just something that grabs attention, but it does it just for the sake of doing it. The more people in target engage with our ads, obviously initially they do that with the hooks, the more people in target we will get from the algorithm. So obviously the algorithm is going to get to optimize for the right people if we're stopping the right people. It's kind of a virtuous cycle, and it can easily become a vicious cycle if you get to stop the wrong people, because then the algorithm is going to optimize for the wrong people, which is not what we want to do. On the other hand, if we try to stop everybody, including people who are not interested in our product, then the algorithm will optimize for the wrong target, and this will be detrimental to our returns. What makes a hook stop the right people? Use these questions to analyze what is performing in a winning hook. The first one is visual cues. Close-ups, split screen, red color, and other hook enhancers. We're going to go through them through this video. Animations, sound effects, caption style, captions placement, emotional scenes, people crying, people screaming, sex appeal. Identify the winning patterns and test them out on your next ads. So, just so we are clear, the goal here is not to just copy, and we're gonna go back to this in a second, but the goal is not just copying, but the goal is understanding what is working in breaking it down into the visual cues, the animations, the emotional scenes. We want to make sure we understand what are the visual cues that compose a winning hook, and that's how we break it down, and then one by one we test out all of the winning elements, the potential, the possible winning elements that we have at our disposal. Now, finding the right references. When it comes to hooks, we want to make sure that we provide our creative team with the right references so that it's going to be very hard for them to get it wrong. And we can isolate the variables as much as we can, just because we are doubling down and testing and swiping something that is already working for one of our competitors. And we want to make sure we stay as close as possible so that we can see right away if it's something that's going to work for us, and not that it's something that we're kind of copying, but we're doing it wrong. We're not copying the right elements. So that's the reason why we want to work with the right references. Now, when it comes to references, we want to make sure that the video references we're providing our creative team with are aligned with what we're selling. They are aligned with our brand guidelines. They are aligned with our prospect. So this comes down to formula and angle, finding references that are aligned with our scripts in terms of formula and angle. A good hook that sets up a completely different type of ad would not be a great reference for our brand. Then the age. The reference should be suitable for our targeted age group. For example, TikTok trends are great on a younger demographic, but not necessarily on an older one, 60 plus years old, just to give you an idea. As regards the brand guidelines, they should be in line with our brand. And we don't want to take as a reference something that we wouldn't feel comfortable representing our company. In the way we do it is by asking ourselves, how do we want to be perceived? How does the brand we took as a reference want to be perceived? These two answers, they do align? Are they in the same line? If yes, cool, that's a good reference. If not, then we should probably keep searching. Then we have the niche and the competitors. Is there any particular hook that multiple brands are using within your niche? If yes, you might want to test it out, as it might help the algorithm optimize for the right target. Now, as regards the methods, the one we recommend and the one we like the most as regards hooks is the TikTok organic method, which is something that we explain in the writing hooks lesson in the scripting module. And the reason why we really, really like TikTok organic is that it is a fast platform. So right away you see and you sense and you feel if people like it or if people don't like it. What they do is either they like it and they stay there and they improve our metrics, or they leave it fast. What we do with our TikTok organic method is we look for unicorns. What is a unicorn? A unicorn is a viral video that outperforms the rest of the content on the account. Why we do this? Simply because we don't want to take into account, we don't want to take as a reference videos that go viral simply because Kim Kardashian published them, or another like Joe Rogan talked about a certain thing. We're not going to have Joe Rogan on our ads. We're not going to have Kim Kardashian on our ads. So we want to have a person that's not a celebrity, that's not extremely popular, and we want to see which ones are the hooks that are proven to bring better results in terms of amount of views to that specific account. Everything is explained in depth on the writing hooks lesson in the scripting module. So just go there and watch that. Finally, we want to build a swipe board on Foreplay with all of our references. Now, as regards the data that we want to look at, basically, we consider a winning hook all the hooks that have a hook rate that goes beyond 40%. In as regards whatever brand you're working with, is very likely that you already have ads that have performed very well in the past that have a very good hook rate. If you find them, please do add them to your swipe board on Foreplay. The reason why you do that is because not only you want to use them as a reference, but you also want to get influenced with things that are proven to work, both for your competitors, but also for you. And you want to do that when you're scripting new ads. You want to do that when you are editing new ads and so on. So this is extremely, extremely important and highly recommended. Then as regards swiping a hook, the meaning of swiping is something that in this industry is absolutely opinable, I would say. It's absolutely controversial, I would say. And the way we look at it is a bit different, and this is the way I want you to look at it. Once you find a good reference, you want to break it down into winning elements and test them in your ads. There could be several winning elements most of the time. Then you need to adapt the winning elements to your specific brand and product. This is what we refer as swiping. Swiping doesn't mean copying. This is the reason why it gets controversial. Finding the elements that make this hook a winner and translating it into your own product and brand is absolutely what we want to do. And we just don't want to copy from anybody. We want to find the winning ads. We want to break them down into winning elements, and then we want to test out each and every one of the winning elements until we find what makes our ads win. This is why we out-test pretty much all of our competitors. This is why our clients out-test all of their competitors, simply because we are absolutely obsessed with data and with finding what is working for us and for other people. So we swipe a hook, we don't copy a hook. That's a very big difference. Now, when you are swiping a hook, the factors to consider are the following. First, you want to make sure you're able to recreate a specific reference. If the hook is tackling a problem, our product should solve the same problem or a very similar one. Otherwise, it would not be a good reference. And then we should ask ourselves, do we have enough footage to recreate the same scene with our product or problem or not? And then, as I said, we swipe all of the winning elements. Often, winning hooks are the result of a combination of several winning elements, and in that case, swipe them all, test them all out. Now, let's talk about hooks that are proven to work. If you are watching this video, this is probably one of the most interesting parts and what you were looking forward to. So the first proven to work hook is the emotional reaction. This is footage of people having emotional reactions to the product or to the problem. Might include reacting to alternative solutions as well, and obviously it can be a negative reaction and a positive reaction. To give you some examples, think of the person that starts crying after receiving an unexpected gift. Think of the person looking in pain while holding and massaging their foot. And finally, think about the person describing how hard it used to be before coming across our product. As regards the use cases, these type of hooks are great in gifts, supplements, wellness, and kids. And these are also worth testing in accessories, fashion, pets, and luxury products. As regards the examples, here you have some. This on your skin, there is a typically safer solution. What we're looking here is this person who's having an emotional reaction looking at this dermadroller, and the doctor talking about it as well. Then this person in pain holding her foot. This one is a very happy person who's like about to feed their dog with real food meals, and obviously you can tell that this is a positive and happy reaction. This is a guy who's reacting to a cold plunge. So this person quite obviously is having a bit of a negative reaction. Might be positive as well, but it's definitely a strong reaction. And this is what gets people to stop scrolling in our hooks. We are, as humans, we are attracted to strong reactions, to passionate reactions. And that's what we're looking to portray here with this type of hook that's called emotional reactions. Now, the second one is weird, bizarre demonstrations. The goal here is creating weird, bizarre analogies based on our product or problem. Metaphors are absolutely amazing when it comes to hooks, and close-ups make shots even more bizarre. To give you some examples, shaving tennis balls with a razor. Think of brands like Manscaped. They've been doing this for a long time, and that gives us amazing hook rates. Then putting fruits into a bra, which is here, for example, one of the ads that you can find. Another idea can be plastic eggs with slime to represent testicles sticking to thighs. Yeah, this is kind of gross, but this is the point of the weird and bizarre analogies. These are great, especially when we want to circumnavigate and work around the policies. Obviously, you cannot talk about testicles sticking to thighs, and you cannot like show somebody shaving testicles with the razors. You can't do that. But what you can do is use metaphors, is use weird and bizarre analogies. Now, use cases. These are great in skincare, health and wellness, pets, and luxury products. Then they are also worth testing in fashion and supplements. Here are some examples. Does your breast support your breast shape? And here you can see two different fruits with a different shape. You need to watch this, and this gets quite gross as the person is cleaning the ear of their dog. Why are you buying so much of this? And here you have a weird and bizarre interaction between two dogs. And this is kind of fun because it shows the husband, the wife, and so on. The bladder protection you deserve. And here again, we're getting those weird, bizarre shots with the close-ups, and we're showing something that usually tends to stay private, let's say. Then we have problem highlight. The goal here is hammering on the problem we solve and making it look unbearable and nasty. Putting a spotlight on the problem we're solving, no need to show the product while showing the problem. The goal here for this type of hooks is that we want to emphasize the problem. We want to make it nasty. We want to make it unbearable. We want to make it like our users and prospects, they have to find a solution. And here we are. And the next frame, the next scene, the next footage, the next clip is us introducing our product most of the time. As regards examples, it might be showing panty lines for seamless underwear, showing yellow teeth with stains for teeth whitening products, and showing a dog limping for a bone strength supplement. Use cases, these are great in supplements, beauty, and functional clothing, and they are also worth testing in fashion, pets, and kids. Here's the guy with the testicles sticking to the thighs. My mom thought if you shave your face, it will come back thicker and you'll look like a man. And this is how she looked. So this is obviously like a problem that we're trying to emphasize. My sister keeps her teeth yellow. And here you have more derma rolling. This will minimize your. This will not minimize your fine lines. I'll never go back to meal prepping, and this is why. It's time for a real solution. This is quite interesting, and this is one of the best options we have when it comes to hooks. The problem highlight is absolutely great when it comes to hooks, and this is something that you want to take advantage of. Now, things to consider when creating hooks. Demographics. The age of our demographics is absolutely interesting, and it's something that we should take into account while creating our hooks. Older people take their time to process information, so we need slower hooks. We don't want to use too many elements and animations, and we might want to test out big captions in the center of the screen to make sure they can read. Then younger people instead process information much quicker. Don't make your ad look like an ad because they will spot it instantly and they will keep scrolling. And it might be worth testing hooks that are so fast they need to watch again to understand, and they have to watch it twice. Play with animations and consider using split screens just to add more distractions. One more thing that you can test out that we're currently testing out is interrupting the video ads suddenly so that it starts again, and that gives us a bit of a longer retention of the people. And when it goes over 100%, that's kind of a good sign for the algorithm, because obviously it shows that people are enjoying our videos. This is more of a hack, so it's something that I wouldn't recommend too much, but it's just something that you might want to consider. Then Meta versus TikTok. The main difference is that Meta is most of the time on mute, sound is off, so always include captions in your hooks to make your ads immediate and easy to understand. And then consider a second hook at second 16 to leverage the second tab. You know, when you're watching stories and your ads are served as a story in a placement. If you tap, then you go to second 16 most of the time. And that's where you kind of want to put the second hook so that you have the first hook. If that didn't work, they tap, they get to the second part, and then we have another chance to hook them again. That's the point of this point. Then TikTok is a very competitive platform. There's a lot of high quality organic content. So we really want to make sure that our ad belongs there and it's part of that league. In the sound is on, so we can take advantage of sound effects to grab attention. As regards hooks, some tips: removing faces to increase lifespan of the ads. People will soon associate talents with your brand and instantly notice when you're selling something. Consider removing faces to increase the lifespan of your content and your hooks. And you can obviously show faces in the letter frames. As regards hook and answers, here are a few that you might want to consider. First of all, there's a science behind it. It's not just random hacks or random gimmicks. We are leveraging visual cues that people are wired to react to, basically. These are obviously some powerful tools at our disposal, and the only disclaimer, the only thing that I would recommend is using them wisely. You don't want to overdo, you don't want to go crazy, and most importantly, you don't want to forget about your brand guidelines just to squeeze the opportunity you have with these visual cues. Now, here's a list of hook enhancers at your disposal that you can use to improve your hooks. First of all, arrows. If somebody points that direction, a lot of people will look in that direction. And that same happens. This is like what I'm talking about when I say that there's a science behind it, and that these are visual cues that universally people tend to react to in a certain way. If I point there, a lot of people will look in that direction. And this is pretty much what's happening. If I say this, a lot of people will stop. Even if I don't say anything, their brain just is wired to stop. And this is pretty much the point of these hook and answers. So the first one is arrows, directing the attention to a certain element and using contrast to grab attention. Might be worth testing more than one arrow. Just, again, don't overdo. Then you have red elements, adding red circles or boxes around the main element. That's where you want your users to focus their attention. And also testing red frames around the ad. That's something that might help standing out on the platform. Not necessarily, but it's something that you can definitely test out if in line with your brand guidelines. And you can also test out red captions. Split screens are great. You can use them to put problem and solution one next to the other, product and solution one next to the other, static elements versus moving elements, text versus video when it comes to an offer, for example, or when you have a strong, bold promise, or when you're solving a pretty big problem. That's something that you might want to test out as well as a split screen. Then fluo colors in contrast, changing colors to emphasize the main words in our captions. That's something that you can definitely test out. Overlays are great. You can have an overlay with people, overlay with the product, overlay with extra screenshots, overlay with people indicating some elements, which is something that you tend to see quite a lot on TikTok. Emojis are great. And you can use the emojis that are related to the visual cues that we're talking about. So for example, this is a stop sign. It can be a stop sign emoji. It can be a stop hand emoji, and so on. Test emojis, they're interesting. Raining elements are quite interesting as well. Raining elements are basically emojis that rain top to bottom in your screen, and that happens obviously in your video ad. You might want to test it out. It's something that grabs attention for sure. Catching the attention with moving elements is useful as well. If you have an emoji that floats around, probably that's going to grab more attention than an emoji that's stuck in a specific place. That's something that you can definitely test out. Warning signals Again, people are wired towards reacting to things like this, so you might want to test it out. Then people reaction might be an option as well as a visual cue. People dancing might be interesting. People faces might be interesting. People crying might be interesting if you're talking about the product. If you're talking about the problem. And then audio effects, screaming audio effects, catchy songs. These are all things that enhance the power of our hooks. Obviously, the original idea of our hooks is what matters. But if we can have a marginal incremental gain of 0.1% thanks to these hook enhancers, this is great. As a quick reminder, don't forget that you don't want to overdo with these hook enhancers. That's the only thing I would recommend. Use them wisely. Now, in this lesson, we analyze the importance of stopping the right people, understood the difference between bluntly copying and swiping the winning elements, and most importantly, we've gone through some hooks that are proven to work. This is it for this video. This is everything you need to know about hooks. I'm pretty sure just going through this video, you got a lot of inspiration, you got a lot of ideas. Every time you need inspiration for your hooks, please come back to this video. This is the reason why we are recording everything. This is the reason why we want it to be available for you at any given time. So I think that's it for this video. I'll see you soon. And don't forget to watch the resources. In this video, we'll be talking about thumbnails and why thumbnails are becoming more and more important in the current landscape. This is kind of an interesting lesson, and this is something that has recently changed, because back in the days it used not to be like this, but thumbnails are becoming more and more relevant. Just to give you an idea, we have an enormous amount of tests with the same ad that we launched with different thumbnails and give completely different results. And if we're talking about the same ad, you would ask yourself, well, how is that possible? How does that happen if it's exactly the same hook, the same brain, the same pocket? How is it possible that you get so different results? It makes no sense. Different attention rates, different hold rates. How does the thumbnail impact the hold rate? It makes no sense. It's not even part of the video. However, there is a science behind it. And in this video, we're going to cover it so that you have all of the latest information about thumbnails, why they're important, why you get different polls of people when you change thumbnail, how does the algorithm make its decision. And this is going to be an interesting one. So what we're going to cover: first, the science behind thumbnails. What is a thumbnail? What makes a good thumbnail? Why thumbnails are getting more and more important. Then what impact the thumbnail plays on results. Then crafting the perfect thumbnail. Principles to follow. What thumbnails can we test? In the common pitfalls when it comes to thumbnails. Where to find thumbnails ideas. YouTube, Pinterest, your previous ads, so on your ad account, and on other static ads. Now, the final part of this video will be about taking advantage of thumbnails, retesting winning ads with new thumbnails, giving a boost to new ads with several thumbnails. And is it worth testing an ad with multiple thumbnails? We're going to answer this question as well. So without further ado, let's dive in. The science behind thumbnails. What is a thumbnail? A thumbnail is simply the preview image of your video ad. It's served to prospects when the video is not loading or the autoplay feature is disabled. This can also happen when the connection is slow. For whatever reason, you're outside, you're in a tunnel, you're wherever you want. It doesn't work, and the data is slow, and for that reason, people get served your thumbnail instead of your video. Thumbnails appear both on Facebook and Instagram. Every video has a thumbnail. If we don't pick it manually, Meta picks it automatically. And automatic thumbnails as a rule of thumb, are not recommended. Not always. Obviously, there are exceptions, but they are not recommended. Meta may choose a risky frame for policies or simply a bad one. When it comes to like when I say risky frame for policies, please do watch the entire video lesson on the meta policies. That's going to be very important. To give you a very, very quick, brief overview, Meta makes their decision on thumbnails as well and on the first 5 seconds of the video ad. So you want to play it safe on the thumbnail and on the first 5 seconds. Just watch that video. It's going to be much more clear, but this is a very quick overview just to give you context on this video. Now, what makes a good thumbnail? Good thumbnails should follow the same rules as hooks. They have to grab our viewers' attention, and they must stimulate interest in our product or service. Why thumbnails are relevant nowadays? First of all, they're very relevant, as I just said, in the approval process. Thumbnails and hooks are scanned by bots, and you want to avoid borderline items in your thumbnails. Again, see lesson on policies for more context. Algorithmic targeting meta-analyzes the content of our thumbnail, both visual and textual, and serve our ads to a relevant pool of people, which this already answers what we asked ourselves before. How does a thumbnail impact the hold rate of a video it's not even part of? Well, this is why. The thumbnail dictates partially, at least, who the ad is going to get served to. So that's why it's very important. And it's also visible on slow connection. As I said before, nowadays videos are autoplaying most of the time. However, thumbnails are still visible when the connection is lower or when you set your device in data saving mode. What impact the thumbnail play on results? Better audience, stopping the right people. This leads to lower CPMs and better results for the same amount spent. And in terms of historical data, this is a legend. So just rumors, allegedly. Meta remembers the previous performance of the ads that used the same thumbnail. So if you are using the thumbnail of a winning ad, apparently, allegedly, Meta might serve you the same audience and give you the same metric, the same costs as the previous ad. This is something that you want to verify on a case-by-case basis. Different brands, different ad accounts, different business managers. It's always different, but this might be something worth exploring. What it does is recognizes winning thumbnails when used a second time and might give our ads the same audience as the previous one. And this obviously impacts the soft metrics, CTR, CPM, hook rate, and hold rate. Now, crafting the perfect thumbnail. What are the principles we want to follow? There are pretty much three. The first one is that they have to be catchy. Good thumbnails stop the scroll, adding a curiosity element to it, showing the potential benefit for the prospect in what they will experience, basically. Then they have to be relevant, stopping the right people, calling out the audience by name, adding some elements that resonate with our target. This is important both for the bots, but also for the audience. And then finally, they have to be clear. They have to be easy to understand for humans and bots. Frames that include blurred images, hidden words, tough questions, or anything against the policies will be rejected, which is obviously not ideal. Which kind of thumbnails we can test? We have weird, bizarre, close-ups of the product in use. Different POVs are also worth testing. Adding some text that explains the product or the benefit. Then talking heads, influencers or creators talking about the product overlays or product in hands, and same captions about a direct benefit of the product. Problem-related thumbnails might be a good call as well. Good choice, especially with problem aware audiences, for example, products for babies or pets. Then we have emotional reactions. Capturing the emotional reaction of somebody using the product might trigger the desire to experience the same reaction. And this is very powerful in gifts. Then, dream outcome, mostly related to products that solve a specific problem, for example, joint pain relief. In visually showing what the prospect can do after the product is something that tends to grab attention. CTA, using it with well known or immediate products, so things that are very easy to understand. And these are better with solution aware audiences. Here are some of the common pitfalls on thumbnails. First, you want to avoid before and after. These are great on YouTube, but they're very risky on Meta due to the policy constraints. So I wouldn't recommend. You can definitely test out vertical split screens in comparisons, and this is something that's completely fine to test. And you want to avoid too much information on the thumbnail. Just like on YouTube, the best performing thumbnails are the ones with fewer elements. So you want to keep it simple. Less is more when it comes to thumbnails, when it comes to even YouTube thumbnails. You want them to be immediate and clear. If you have a wall text, it's not going to be immediate. It's going to take a second to read everything, and people are just not going to read it. Then you want to avoid also adding many items, which is something that we talked about already. Then one thing is, when you are thinking about your thumbnails, you want to make them reusable. So you don't want to make them too specific to a specific angle. You want to make them a little more vague so that you can use the best performing ones in multiple ads. And the way you do it is by preferring generic texts around the product, USP, or problem. And again, the goal here is to reuse the winning thumbnails on multiple ads. Testing frames for the video itself. You don't always need to create a new thumbnail from scratch. Test sketchy frames from the video ad. So this is quite obvious, but it's something that, again, we used to do back in the days. I would just test multiple, as mentioned here, and not just go for the first one or the coolest one. Where do we find thumbnail ideas? So first of all, your previous ads. You already have some winning thumbnails, so find the good ones and reuse them. Spot patterns between them, see which ones are the patterns that are more frequent among the winners, and reuse them in your new ads. Then YouTube shorts especially are very interesting, and this is probably the best place when it comes to finding thumbnail ideas. Search for your niche or product and see what is working for other people. Then Pinterest is an absolutely great platform when it comes to thumbnails. You want to focus on what catches your eyes. If you find something good, you can try to swipe it as a thumbnail. Better for products that have active audiences on Pinterest. And then finally, static ads. Also, your static ads can be tested as thumbnails for your video ads, especially if they're winning ads. Then you should definitely test them out. And ad fatigue might be a downside for some brands, but it does work well anyways. So test them out. Static ads are definitely something that you want to test out as thumbnails. Then finally, leveraging thumbnails. How do we take advantage of this change in the algorithm? How do we take advantage of knowing that different thumbnails give different results, get our ads to be served on different feeds? So how do we do that? First, retesting winning ads with new thumbnails. When an ad stops working, and when you want to improve the soft metrics, one thing you can do is testing 3 to 4 new thumbnails and see how the metrics change, and keep the best ones and reiterate. Then another scenario in which you can leverage this information is when you want to give a boost to new ads with winning thumbnails. Testing new ads with past best performing thumbnails. And this is a good way to give these ads a boost, especially if you're testing them in the same campaign with winning ads. This is not necessarily recommended, but if you're doing that, if you're not following what we recommend in the media buying module, then that can be an option. This might be a good idea when graduating a winning ad that is not ramping up due to meta, always preferring the old content. This is what happens when you don't follow the testing framework we shared with you. Is it worth testing an ad with multiple thumbnails from the get go? At the early stage, it's not worth testing the same ad with multiple thumbnails. Just make sure you find a good thumbnail for each of your ads and stick to that. This is because you're adding another variable to the equation and you want to validate the first ones first. Optimizing thumbnails, you can do that, but once you find a winner, you don't want to do it from the beginning. You don't want to do it from the get go, simply because it doesn't really make a lot of sense to add more variables if you don't know if the main ones are validated. You don't know if the ad is a winner one. So how do you know what is the impact of a different thumbnail? You don't really know. So let's start getting the first results and then we play with thumbnails. Conclusions. Thumbnails can be an important tool to optimize the best performing ads. At the same time, creating thumbnails for each test might be time consuming and not the best investment of our time and budget. The best approach is to choose a thumbnail manually from each ad that we upload on the Business Manager and make tests only when it becomes one of the last variables to optimize. Enjoy. So this is it for the thumbnail video. This is very good information. This is something that you can use in a practical way and you can see results right away. So first thing you want to do is go through your ad account, take a look at what are the current winning thumbnails, make a collection of them, and test them out in your ads. So this is it for this video. I'll talk to you in the next one. We'll be talking about static ads. Static ads are kind of a funny topic to me because ever since we started creating video ads, we focused exclusively on creating video ads, especially at the very beginning. And the funny thing is that we take so much time to create our video ads. We shoot them, we edit them, we script everything, we make sure that everything is absolutely perfect. And then you get this random static ad, and that's outperforming all of your videos. So this is what happened at the very beginning of 99 ads. And that's when we started adding at least one static concept to all of our deliveries. But the funny thing is that once we started understanding how static ads actually work, how to actually get the most from our static ads, that's where everything has changed, at least as regards the static ads. So it's quite interesting to see how much it costs to produce a video ad compared to a static ad, and what is the return. If we're talking about returns, most likely static ads are very hard to beat. Anyways, in this video, you're going to learn everything you need to know about static ads and how to get the best results from static ads, pretty much. So as regards the topics and what we're going to cover in this video, we'll be talking about the static ads. Are they still relevant or not? The anatomy of a static ads and templates, branding on static ads and concepts, what is definition, how to swipe the right way, and some tips. And finally, what are the common pitfalls with static ads? Using template in not considering the text hierarchy in our images, failing the what's in it for me test, not enhancing the product, and failing on aspect ratio and safe zones. This is going to be a very good lesson. This is going to be, in terms of practicality, probably one of the most practical you're going to find in the course, and probably the one with the highest return, if I have to guess, as an individual lesson. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Are static ads still relevant? Unlike videos, static ads can deliver your marketing message at one glance. And this is what makes them different. This is what makes static ads so good and so much different from videos. As videos grew in popularity, the public opinion became that static ads were confined to retargeting. However, static ads still perform incredibly well on many, many brands we work with and we don't work with. Delivering at least one static ad concept in every batch is what we're doing right now and what I would recommend you do as well. As regards the static ad anatomy, you have these elements. You have the product, you have the headline, you have the background, you have the call to action, and you have the branding piece. As regards the product, usually you want to show the product in use or in a comparison or as a close-up. You are instantly communicating to the prospect what's the point of the ad, and you want to include the product in the vast majority of your ads. This is what we do. And considering that everything is there at the first glance, you just want to make sure that the product is there. It would be like not having a product in your video ads. You want to put the product. Otherwise, it's hard to introduce a solution, right? And the same thing has to be done with your static ads. Then we have the headline, which is the text part of the ad. This is usually based on the angle we picked. We want to keep the headlines short and sweet. We want to generate desire for the product. There are many templates that revolve around the headlines. For example, the callouts that we're going to show you in a second. In copywriting is still key, is still incredibly relevant, especially on static ads. And it's funny how often people tend to think like whatever used to work in old school advertising doesn't work anymore. It does work. And static ads are a very clear example of why they work and how they work. Then you have the background. The background supports the rest of the image. For example, if you want to make the product pop up, you want to get a contrasting background on your static ads. And this also helps the algorithm understand our target. Then you have the call to actions. And here you want to avoid buttons because they can be confusing. People are not too technologically savvy. And sometimes they try to actually tap on the button and then they ask us why it doesn't work. And then you see the random comments, etc. So you want to avoid buttons for that reason. Discounts, scarcity, and clear incentives are absolutely mandatory in your static ads. And then you want to push the prospect to buy now. The sooner the better, as usual. Finally, you have the branding piece. You want to use specific colors, so your color palette, and you want to add your logo if nowhere you can see it. If you can see it on the product, most of the time that's enough, but just make sure you respect the brand guidelines. Now, as regards static ads, there's one thing that's interesting, and it's the use of concepts when it comes to static ads. Good static ads follow structures we call concepts. The concepts help us describe the functionality or the benefits of our product. And once you find the best performing concepts, you want to reuse them. In this video, we're going to uncover some of the most common concepts, and these are something that I would recommend you start with, especially if you're not too used to creating static ads. Then you kind of want to recycle the best performing concepts. Now, one thing that we do differently compared to other people is combining concepts, combining more than one concept into a single ad and creating something new basically based on something that works. Now, what are the concepts to test out? This is what we do. And when we start working with a new client that's in a new niche that we never worked with, We usually start from the ones that are already working within your industry. The way you find out what's working in your industry is simply searching by keywords on Foreplay to see what your competitors are using. So in this case, let me zoom in. In this case, you can see necklaces. So these are the concepts that they're using in the jewelry niche. And here you have supplements. So here you can see some of the concepts they're using in the supplement niche. Now, as regards branding on static ads, you want to represent the brand style. You want to make sure each and every static ad represent the brand. You want to make sure you don't go off brand when it comes to static ads, and you want to incorporate your branding. You want to use your logo, and you want to include your fonts in all of the ads, unless your fonts are not readable, which is something that I would fix, like at the brand guidelines level. But if that's the case, then you might want to test out different fonts. If not, just stick to that. And you want to give your graphic designers visual references of the concepts. And the way you do it is by creating a board on Foreplay with static ads from brands that use a similar color palette to yours. Here you have some, and this is one of the boards that we used. Now, as regards the most common concepts, let's get started with the UGC weird bizarre concept. The definition: these are ads that don't look like an ad, and this is what grabs attention about them. And they are usually created around user generated content, and they look genuine. This is also where we would include the meme ads. And meme ads are another very interesting topic that we can touch very quickly. One thing that we are testing out right now, and it's working like a charm, is asking ChatGPT to act as a meme lord and brainstorm visual ideas to create a meme ad for our product or problem. Here you have an example. As you can see, we're basically asking ChatGPT, act as a meme lord, help me brainstorm 5 visual ideas around the funky smell problem that my prospects, women looking for an intimate hygiene solution, are feeling about their intimate parts. The idea should place my product, intimate soap, as a solution. And here you can see before and after transformation, visual, split screen image, yada yada. The nose emoji journey, visual. Superhero soap saves the day, visual, and it explains how to set up the visual part. And then obviously there's the caption, magical transformation locker room, puzzle pieces coming together. This is very good. These are very solid ideas, and this is something I would recommend you do, especially for this specific concept. That being said, these are recommended for health and wellness. Pills alone are not too impactful. So if you are just putting some pills on a static ad, nobody's going to be interested in it. Whereas if we make them weird or bizarre, then it's going to become interesting. And also products with a strong problem solution claim that we can turn into a metaphor. How do we make them interesting? Here are the tips. The first one was about ChatGPT that I just showed you, but then you want to make all of your ads, static ads in this case, the UGC weird bizarre, immediate and effective. If they're immediate, they are effective. There's no one without the other. In the analogy should be understandable right away if you're playing with analogies. Don't forget about selling. Images like these should communicate the benefits and the USP of a product. Don't do memes just to make your prospect laugh, but use memes that are doubling down on your problem, that are doubling down on your product, and so on. Examples. If you have joint pain, try this. As simple as that. 5 out of 5 penguins recommend the ice pod. This is great. Creates a natural skin barrier. High school me, adult me. In Coffee Bestie, collagen burn. These are great examples. They represent the concept we're talking about very, very well. Now, split screen is another one. This is probably one of the most popular, I guess. Comparison side by side of two different scenarios is one of the options you have, but then you have also the before and after using the product. You have the problem versus solution. You have the setting the product apart from the competition using the us versus them. And these are recommended for disrupting products that are pretty much in any industry. If we have a competitive advantage that's quite unique, we can definitely use this, especially the us versus them. Products that take a bit longer to show results, so we can build a little bit of trust, which is hard to do with videos. We can show the product results. So that applies to skincare, anti-aging, weight loss, health and wellness, and so on. As regards the tips, emphasizing the right elements, using color and contrast to highlight the after situation or the us. Dream outcomes should look better and more vivid. Using both sides properly. Sometimes you can see the before just thrown there, but it's a 50% of your ad. It's 50% of your static ad. So make sure everything has a purpose and you're leveraging each and every element you're adding to your ad. Put the before situation on the left of the canvas. Put the product on the left in us versus them concepts. Examples. Here you have a person using the product and the actual products with a headline and some text. Here you have the us versus them. Here you have a comment, a Facebook comment, and the before and after. Here you have the product used and the actual product shown. And here you have the before and after day 1 versus day 90. Then we have overlays. As a definition, you want to place a person, the product, or details of the product as an overlay to another image so that you can highlight a specific element. Overlays are powerful attention grabbers because they create a three-dimensional effect that users are not accustomed to. These are recommended for services when we can showcase impressive results, and also for fashion when we can showcase the tiniest details of our product or more options available and so on. As regards the tips, you want to avoid overdoing with elements. Play it simple. The overlay should be just one element, and you want to play a bit with drop shadow to give it a 3D effect without making the ads too heavy to consume for the person. Examples. Here you can see the overlay person with the product. You can see here an overlay of a detail of the product. Here, same thing. Here, there's an overlay of the product itself in front of the background. Here you can see that we're using the background to help the algorithm understand who we want to target. And here is pretty much the same. We have 4 images of people that are using our product and that are happy with it. And in front of it, we have an extra overlay of our product that pops out of the screen. Then we have breakdowns. The definition is basically all of the static ads that break down products' features and or benefits. Breakdowns work well because they are similar to mind maps for our brain and they make it easy for people to digest information. Callouts permit us to give the prospect on average way more information than what we can give them with simple images. As regards the niches, this is recommended for. We have sport, wellness, and recovery, and then supplements, anti-aging, and all the products that are based on a recipe. As regards the tips, just keep the text short. I cannot say this enough. Avoid walls of text. Text should be 3 to 5 words in total, and you don't want to go over 2 lines. Here are some examples. 14K yellow gold, oval moonstone, marquise blue sapphires, round white diamonds. Here you have more features, and this is an interesting grid that you can use as well. Here we have more features. Here we have the recipe. Here we have the recipe as well. So all these breakdowns are very, very powerful. They're very effective when it comes to getting sales. Then we have testimonials. The definition is quite simple. These are ads based on customer reviews, usually combined with a picture of the product or of the actual client using it. These are recommended for pretty much all brands, especially in retargeting. You want to avoid testimonials at the top of the funnel as the audience is unaware of our solution. They don't know our brand. That's not ideal. As regards the tips, picking the right testimonial, providing value to the prospect, ideally benefits of the product or addressing common objections, considering negative testimonials too. If you have somebody complaining about something that is actually a benefit of your product, use it to build more trust. And then finally, adding additional social proof. So you can test out magazine endorsements or quantitative social proof. As regards to examples, here you have some. As you can see, we are combining them with other concepts, which is the main point of what we're doing here. Finally, we have, that's not finally, there's more. We have call out ads, definition, following up on the prospect using a strong headline, call out. Callouts can also show a solution or a promise to solve the pain, to alleviate the pain that prospects are experiencing. These are recommended for pretty much every niche with a well-defined and narrowed audience like doctors, professionals, pet owners, hunters, lawyers, and so on. As regards to tips, calling the audience by name, this is good for targeting. People resonate better with the message if you call them out. And I would recommend also adding contrast. Making the text stand out with color, spacing, or contrast gets higher CTR percentage and more conversions. Here are some examples. Superior nutrition for superior results. Designed to turn heads everywhere you go. Meaningful just because gifts for hair. Stop buying yogurt, just make it yourself. Make 2024 your healthiest year. And then we have platform user experience definition. Here we want to replicate other platforms like Twitter, AirDrop, Paint, Notes, or popular websites like adult sites or magazines. Creating a pattern that interrupts, feels native on the feed, and resonates with your audience, given you're using a platform that they actually use. These are recommended for all brands that sell something. All brands can pretty much benefit from this concept. And the main difference is that the platform will change based on what you're selling, based on what the prospect consumes, and so on. As regards to tips, don't limit yourself to online platforms. You can also try billboards, real magazines, mail, etc. Just make sure you use your creativity and you look for the actual platforms and user experiences that your prospects are used to, what they check out on a daily basis. Here, for example, you have Notes on the iPhone, weight loss program for men. And here you have also the emojis that are quite interesting. Then you have a billboard here. Here you have another platform. Here you have what is called iMessage. No, this is the message on iPhone. Here you have an actual headline on an article, magazine article. So these are all things you can test out. Then as regards other concepts, just going through them quickly, we have the people-based concepts. These are simply some user-generated content where people are showing how they use the product. In product-based, so this is the same thing but with cool pictures of your product. Discount ads, these obviously tend to work very, very well, and this is where we use static ads to promote an offer that we are launching for our clients. Grid view, this is another interesting one, probably a little older if you ask me, but still it's got its own place in the market. In terms of the common pitfalls, you have one of the main ones, in my opinion, which is forgetting about the text hierarchy. Humans process information according to the size and the weight of the font. Most important elements should be bigger and bolder. And here you can follow the GBP structure to understand what you want them to read first. So the gut is what they want to read first. Then you will read this line text. Here is going to be the brain. And then you have the pocket. It's quite interesting how this image explains perfectly how you read everything. This is the text hierarchy, and I really want you to just download this image so that every time you create static ads, you have it in front of you. Then failing at providing value is another pitfall. Static images should always reply to the question, what's in it for me as a user, as a prospect? Either providing a solution to the problem or providing value to the customer. Ads that fail this test are not worth testing. And don't try to include all elements at once. This is something that I would recommend avoiding. Use elements that work well with the chosen concept. Too many elements are a distraction for the audience, and sometimes one or two of these items are more than enough. Then not showing the product is another pitfall, quite obvious. Show the product whenever possible. Not respecting safe zones is definitely not ideal, so we recommend using safe zones. And here is a simple example, but you can find all of the other safe zones in the resource section. In too much text, again, is a big problem. You want to limit your text to the minimum. And usually too many words mean the image is neither clear nor immediate. So if you need so much text, probably means that whatever is behind the text is not ideal. So either you change it or you remake it. And then don't expect people to read more than one sentence. Just don't take that for granted. Now, as regards how to enhance static ads, showing people wherever possible is a very good way to enhance your static ads. You can include faces, people, human emotions, or UGC content. Playing with the product, showing the product in use, its interface, or the package with the accessories, different colors in the product details. Playing with colors and contrast is another very good option that you have at your disposal. Making the image brighter and adding a colorful element or border. Changing the colors to make it more powerful is also an interesting option you have at your disposal. Then playing with overlay and spacing is something that you can definitely do, and you can add an element of curiosity in overlay. That can be with text, color, or image. Then taking advantage of split screens, that's definitely something, as I showed you above, the grids are very good. They're great also with the vertical split screens. Here you have some options. These are incredibly effective in making the product stand out, playing with glows and with shadows. Now, out of all of the concepts I showed you, the overall overarching principle is that you want to mix and match these proven to work concepts as much as you can. The more you can mix and match them, the more you are creating something new from something that's already proven to work. And that's the goal. That's the actual results we want to get. Now, as regards to conclusions, most people understand that static ads are based on pre-existing concepts, but very few of them get the true power comes from mixing and matching these templates together. People are craving for new ideas, and this can be an effective way to mix what we already know to be effective with new layouts. While doing these tests, always remember to be consistent with your brand colors and the overall style of your niche. So this is pretty much it. I think this is one of the most in-depth videos about static ads. There's very much about it, and I'm pretty sure you can find a lot of inspiration from this and a lot of instructions that you can use to create your future winning static ads. So hopefully this is all clear. If not, please do refer to your coach. As usual, ask them what are your doubts, what are your thoughts about what you listen to here in this video. And as usual, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we'll be talking about the Facebook ad policies visual appendix. This video is going to be short and sweet. This is basically for me to give you a little bit of context about this file. This is the file you're going to find in the resource section. What we're going to cover here is pretty simple, but to give you an idea, this visual appendix is based on the lesson that's called Facebook ad policies that you can find in the media buying module. I just wanted to add another visual appendix for you to be able to provide it to your creative team so that they don't need to go through the media buying the media buying chapter, but they do know how to avoid certain problems if you work in one of these niches. Now, we'll keep this updated, so don't get surprised if you'll find more niches, but this is the point of the visual appendix. So what we're going to talk about here is an introduction, a quick introduction that I gave you already, specific recommendations by industry, and conclusions. We do not recommend you watch this video if you haven't watched the one in the media buying module, but again, take it with a pinch of salt if you're working with your graphic designers or video editors, and they might not be interested in the entire policy chapter, but this is something that they must grasp very well. As regards to the specific recommendations by industry for supplements, what to avoid. First, showing people who take pills. This is not going to be good at all. Then showing needles or injections, again, not appreciated by the algorithm. And as regards solutions, you can show the product in the hands. You can show the product inside the packaging. You can focus on the benefits rather than the people taking the product. And you can also use sneaky emojis. Sometimes they can be a good solution for certain products. Think of the pill emoji, the syringe emoji. It's something that you can play with, and it's something that it's worth exploring at the very least. Then weight loss, what you want to avoid. Avoid showing meters and scales, creating negative feelings related to people's condition and whatnot are a policy problem, of course. So avoid this measuring tapes, avoid the scales and people weighing themselves. That's not ideal. Focusing on specific parts of the body, it's not ideal for the same reasons. Might generate negative reactions from people. You want to avoid all these zoomed in shots. Unrealistic before and afters are not ideal neither. Changes that are too bold or difficult to achieve will be flagged as unrealistic results and get banned by Meta. As regards solutions, you can show pictures of the entire body. You can use more realistic before and after, and you can also use videos of the before and after. As regards skincare and anti-aging, you want to avoid showing pimples, disruptive and unpleasant experience for most people. And Facebook has a specific policy for them. This is as gross as it gets. It's unpleasant for me as well. Focusing on specific body parts, like in the weight loss niche, but more specifically to the face, especially when highlighting the issues. Unrealistic changes, here again, not ideal, before and after that are too hard to believe are potentially flagged as unrealistic results. As regards to solutions, using animations instead of real images for pimples and wrinkles tends to work very well, especially if they're medical animations. Focusing on close-ups with the end result or product in use rather than with the problem. Again, you want to focus on the positive versus the negative experience. And this is pretty much it. This is what you want to avoid in order to get a full understanding of the policies and how they work. I would highly recommend you watch the lesson, Facebook ad policy, in the media buying module. So, as promised, short and sweet. I'll see you in the next one. All right, in this video, we're gonna start getting into the nitty gritty of the nerdy stuff. So, we're gonna talk about media buying, how media buying has changed. Everybody's saying media buying is dead, is not what it used to be back in the days, and it's just not possible to get the same results we used to get in the past. 2016, 2018, 2020, they were different years. Well, if everybody's saying that, there's a reason. And in this first video of the media buying module, I want to talk to you about a little bit of context that I think we need in order to understand the landscape we are working in. So, in this video, we're going to be covering the iOS 14 update and why it still is a tracking nightmare, the ATT, so the App Tracking Transparency Framework, and how it has impacted tracking accuracy, and what were the reactions of advertisers. Then we will be talking about machine learning and the good news that algorithms are getting better and better at predicting what users want to do and want to buy, and how machine learning and algorithms in general are literally asking people to get out of the way, simplify the accounts, just let the machine do its job. And finally, we'll be talking about why creatives are the most important thing after the iOS 14 update, how 8 and 9 figure stores test their ad creatives, how many ads they test on a monthly basis, and the new dynamic between media buyers and creative teams. Let's dive into the iOS update 14, the iOS 14 update actually, and the tracking nightmare. And it's funny because a little bit of story time here. This iOS 14 update is what made us pivot to 99 ads. Back in the days, we used to run Labis Labs, which was another agency that was focused exclusively on media buying. So everything we used to do was media buying. We were exclusively focused on running ads, running campaigns, changing targeting options, and so on. In April 2019, the advertising world was hit by iOS 14 in the App Tracking Transparency Framework, the ATT. What happened to us specifically is that our clients lost around 30% on average, 30% of their ROAS between April and December. We lost so many clients, it's not even funny. And the thing is, what used to work back then, well, before the iOS update, was not working anymore. So everybody kind of had to reinvent the wheel. And that's why everything went crazy, everything went south. So getting back to our conversation, this happened in April 2019. Now, platforms like Meta and YouTube must ask their users if they wanted their data to be tracked. This is why tracking accuracy went down drastically, and that went even lower in countries where Apple devices are more popular. Obviously, millions of dollars were burned on advertising platforms because of iOS 14, and ever since the release date, pretty much everybody experienced higher costs and declining performance. Obviously, this problem was just ridiculous for media buyers. A lot of people just decided to change industry out of the blue because of the iOS update. And the main problem for media buyers is that the data loss makes it a completely different game compared to what it used to be prior to the iOS update. After a few months, most platforms introduced the server-side tracking, but the data available is still, to this day, not even comparable to what it is pre-iOS 14. Back in the days, you could rely on automated rules to optimize your campaigns in real time with no delay, turning off bad-performing ads, scaling profitable assets and campaigns, and monitoring pretty much all metrics. Hourly optimization was still possible. What a dream. And today, none of the strategies above can be used successfully and in a reliable manner. The main way to improve the performance of your campaigns is, surprise, surprise, creating high performing ads. Now, let's talk about machine learning algorithms because here is where there is a little bit of good news. The good news is that algorithms are getting better and better at finding people that are interested in what you promote. It is true that platforms cannot track all your actions on external websites, but they can still track everything that happens within the platforms. That includes researches, posts in videos people engage with, ads users are engaging with and clicking on, etc. Some people say that they can even track conversations. Some conspiracy theories say that they can even listen to us, but I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it, but these are some conspiracy theories. Even if someone opted out from the tracking, the algorithms are now smart enough to predict what the user is looking for and serve them with personalized ads. Now, let's talk about account simplification and machine learning. Meta, Google, TikTok, and other big platforms are pushing for account simplification and leaving more space to the algorithm to optimize the delivery. They do this for a number of reasons, but the first one and the most important, in my opinion, is that they want to remove the entry barriers for people who are not advertising experts. If great media buyers were the only ones able to run ads, the platforms would lose demand and nobody would be able to run ads, nobody would buy traffic, and that would be obviously a massive problem for advertising companies. Machine learning is there to help advertisers. So not only are they removing the entry barriers, but they're also making it easier for people to get results. And obviously, if I get results from advertising, I'm happy. I'm going to talk about advertising. More people are going to start advertising on the specific platform, and that's good word of mouth. I'm saying this and I'm trying to emphasize this because a lot of people tend to be skeptical about the machine learning. Almost like Facebook was not, well, Facebook, Meta, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. These platforms want you to get results. The more results you get, the more money you're gonna spend on the platform. The more you're gonna talk positively about the platform. So they are on your team. They are playing for you. They want you to get results. In the better the results, the more you're going to spend on the platform. Just said. In the level of expertise required by media buyers is much lower than it used to be. And the role of the media buyer has changed. Now it's more about data interpretation and spotting patterns compared to what it used to be back in the days. Back in the days was about like switching buttons on and off, changing the targeting, changing the bidding, manual bidding, automatic bidding. Now that's not really as relevant anymore. Now it's more about data interpretation, understanding, processing the data, the information they have at their disposal, and spotting patterns between the winning ad creatives, between the audiences that are performing, between the angles that are performing, between the specific scene that is performing. One important point that I want you to bring home is that bad media buyer with great ad creatives beats great media buyer with bad ad creatives every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So this is why we're here. And understanding media buying is crucial, but let's understand the levels of importance. A bad media buyer with good ad creatives is going to outperform a great media buyer with bad ad creatives to this day, in this day and age, with the current platforms and with the current landscape. I've already sold you this course, so I don't need you to purchase it again, but I want you to understand what are the priorities. Now, why ad creatives got so important? Working with many 8 and 9 figure stores gives us many insights on how platforms evolve, on how platforms progress. And those who win test many more ad creatives than you can imagine. In many articles, you can find that the best advertisers, the biggest companies that are advertising on social media platforms, are testing 11 times more ad creatives than the average company. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's the number out there. And based on our experience, the way we spot them is by looking at their ad library. Usually they're running around 700 plus active ads on their ad library. So, based on that, this is something that's also relevant for your competitor research. If you're looking at companies that have 700 plus active ads, you know that they know what they're doing. They're doing things right, most likely. But the thing is, it's unlikely that you are spending money on testing so many ads if you're not making money, or at least you might do it wrong for a certain period of time, but then it's gonna stink so much and you're gonna stop wasting your money. Anyways, the more they test, the higher the chance of finding new winning assets. Testing so many ads is hard work and it requires preparatory work. This is something that I would love you to understand. Again, a bit to emphasize the value of what we're doing here, but also to make sure that your team and the people who are working with you understand the work that's required to test so many ads. We're not doing it just for the sake of doing it, but we're doing it to test specific variables every time, to make sure that we understand to the T who we're trying to sell to with our ads, what are the best benefits of our products, what are the features that work best, what are the best offers, what are the best like scarcity value blocks, and so on. So we want to make sure that all of the ad creatives we are preparing get tested. We want that all of these tests give us information, and we want to leverage all that information. This is something that if we don't do, it's going to make things complicated. And first of all, the media buying team must be prepared to constantly launch new ads. Second, the right budget must be allocated to the campaign to avoid constraints during the testing phase. From $0 to $400 a day, here you don't know what's working. You don't really have an asset. You don't really have anything to double down on. So here you want to go all in on testing. You push all your chips on testing until you find something that sticks and that brings results. Then from 400 a day to 1,000 a day, here the ideal sweet spot is between 20 and 30% of your daily budget. And then after $1,000 a day, at this point, you want to start protecting your assets. The ideal testing percentage should be around 20% of your daily budget. Third, media buyer and creative team must collaborate on another level compared to before. In order to do that, the creative department must constantly test out all the variables to make sure we find the right assets to scale. And media buyer supports the creative team, helping with strategy and feeding new relevant data. It's so funny to this is off topic, but it's so funny to think how media buyers used to work back in the days in 2016, 2017, 2000, even before. I remember some of our media buyers would run the same ads for years. Maybe not years, but definitely for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. And they would get just variations made on Canva, on like Photoshop. It's crazy if you think about it, and it's crazy how much it has changed. And it's quite funny because many people are still trying to run ads that way, and it simply doesn't work. It's just a different platform. And what used to work back then is not working today. Finally, defining the amount of ads that need to be tested weekly helps getting the creative team prepared and nobody overwhelmed. The media buyer will be responsible for preparing and scheduling all the new tests and monitoring performance. The creative team will be responsible for planning and preparing all the necessary ad creatives to sustain the media buyer. So, for a long time, most agencies were exclusively focused on media buying. In most of them, they used to ask clients to provide them with creatives, and they would just focus on launching those ads and seeing the results. This is just not the way it works anymore. That dynamic has changed, and now you must rely on the collaboration between your media buyer and your creative team. They must play the same game. They must make sure that they both understand the real importance of creatives and how crucial it is to invest in leverage every single penny we are spending. That's extremely important, and we don't want any single penny to go wasted, to go lost. Conclusions: media buying strategies are not as effective as they used to be. iOS 14 and the lack of tracking are holding back those who try to scale their campaigns with gimmicks. The main way to scale an account to multiple seven figures in ad spend is to test more creatives and have a method to scale results using proven creatives. Thankfully, that's what you got here with this program. So, hope this is clear. I don't want to make this video too long. So if anything is not clear, please do let us know, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, here's another video of the media buying module. So in this video, we're going to be talking about the algorithm. Everybody talks about algorithms, how they work, what they are, and nobody seems to have an understanding of how they work, of how they perform their analysis, and understand how to serve their ads and complete their auctions. So in this video, obviously, nobody knows everything in detail about the algorithms, just because the companies try to keep that information as close to their chest as they can. But we can definitely tell you what we learned through a lot of mistakes, a lot of money that went spent on social media, and what makes our CPMs lower, what gets our cost per conversion down. And this is going to be an overall view of how algorithm works and how we can manipulate them to get better prices, basically, and take part in better auctions. So let's get started. This is what we're going to cover: how algorithms work, understanding the rules of the game, and understanding the traps. Platforms, audience segmentations, the audience pyramid, and the three-level segmentation. And finally, different audience prices, supply and demand, how these auctions are based on the supply and demand law, in how we can enter cheaper auctions. Now, how algorithms work. This is quite interesting. All advertising platforms are based on a similar logic. Understanding the traps will prevent you from burning a lot of money. Here are some solid foundations on how algorithms work. Platforms like Meta, TikTok, YouTube, and all the social media advertising platforms sell eyeballs. It's funny because if you look at media, it seems like this is such a difficult concept to understand, but it's not. These are companies, they make profit by selling users' attention to advertisers. It's funny, the we ran ads, the famous quote from Mark Zuckerberg. They decide who to show the ads through auctions. Now, each platform has its own algorithm, which is responsible for regulating the auction based on hundreds of parameters. In a matter of milliseconds, the algorithm decides which ad must be shown to what specific user. Let me give you an example. I think it just makes things easier. Bear with me, this is a very theoretical video, but it's important to make sure that everybody in your creative team understand how this works. So picture one of the auctions you see in the movies. You know, there's the guy with a hammer, the auctioneer. The algorithm in this case shows the image of John Doe, male, 45 years old, living in New York, interested in fitness. The auctioneer asks who's interested in advertising to John Doe, in who's going to make an offer. As we said, the goal of the auctioneer is to get the highest profit possible from this first auction, and we'll choose the advertiser based on the best offer. Who Wins gets published on John Doe's feed. If he likes the ad, he will click on it. Once done, the auctioneer will show another profile, and the cycle repeats itself. Now, the price for winning the auction is digital space on the user's feed. As simple as that. There's more than that. This is a simplified explanation, but it should give you a clear idea of how this works. It's obviously pretty much forbidden to us, to humans, to know what are all of the variables that these algorithms take into account. But based on years and years of experience, based on millions and hundreds of millions of dollars at this stage spent in ad spend, I can tell you that there are several elements that are, of course, affecting the auctions. And these are the elements and these are the factors that we work on when we want to get better results. So the first one is on the page and account level is the page score. The higher, the better. This is mainly on Meta. The amount of ads that get rejected for policy violations, again, the lower, the better. Here you have also page and account age does play a role. In here, the older the account and the page, the better. Then we have also the page following size. The more people follow the page, the better. As regards the ad elements, we have average watch time. The higher, the better for videos. The number of interactions on the ad, comments, clicks, reactions, saves, and shares, the higher, the better, as usual. The budget, aka how much money you're willing to spend on your auction, the higher, the better. Keywords, semantic keywords align with the user's search history. That does help. Keywords used on the ads, keywords that are against the policies, false promises, or false claims can affect the delivery of your ads and increase ad costs. And finally, ad reports and hide action. The lower, the better. Then we have external elements, which include landing page bounce rate. The lower, the better. Actions on the landing page, the higher the activity, the better. Conversion rate, the higher, the better. Keywords used on the landing page, keywords that are against the policies, false promises, or false claims can affect the delivery of your ads and increase the ad costs. There are more factors that nobody knows about, but this gives you a solid initial picture of how it works. The more you optimize your ads, the lower the cost per impression, the CPM, and the higher the quality of the user you get. Now, this was very boring and very annoying, tedious, and I just wanted to go through as fast as possible. At the end of the day, what you want to understand is that each company wants to get a great experience to their users. At the same time, they want to make profit. So they want to match the offers that give the users the best experience with the offers that bring in the most profits. Once you keep that as a overall guideline for your ads, that's how you get better prices. That's how you get better like CPAs. That's how you get better everything. So if you're making ads, if you're a video editor, just think about what would get people to engage more with this video. If you're a graphic designer, what would get people to engage more with my statics? If you are a web designer, what's going to get people to take action on this landing page. These are all crucial aspects, and we want to take everything into account when it comes to improving the costs of our media buying in general. This is how algorithms work. All this information is something you can find online, so it's nothing revolutionary. It's based on our experience. So this is all that every time you have incredible costs, you can go through as a some sort of a checklist. But again, the better the experience for the user, the better. Obviously, take into account that we're not running a prank channel. We are here to get sales. That being said, platforms, audience segmentation. Each platform collects data about its users that they sell to advertisers. To explain this concept, imagine a pyramid. Not sure how you pronounce it. A pyramid divided into three sections. At the bottom section, you have the low quality users. What are low quality users? Low quality users are people who don't really take action on the platforms, or people who need a lot of time to decide what they want to buy, where they want to buy from, who are the other stores in the market that sell something similar, and so on. Then we have the middle step of this pyramid. In the middle, we have mid-quality users, people who take action on the platform from time to time, as easy as that. And then finally, at the top, we have the high-quality users, people who often purchase products they get advertised and have high purchasing power. I'm pretty sure I fall under the top section of the pyramid. I just keep buying stupid things. I think it's because somehow I'm biased and I'm interested in the ads, just because of my job, I would say. But on the other hand, I tend to be very easy to get convinced. The algorithm will decide which section of the pyramid gets the ad served. Respecting the guidelines, entertaining our audience through high quality ads and generating engagement will grant you access to a better audience. Instead, of course, trying to trick the platform, or if ads are not good enough for our potential customers, will inevitably show ads to low quality audiences or lead to higher CPMs. As easy as that. Now, different audience prices. Each one of these steps in the pyramid has a different price tag. Let's imagine it as such. Obviously at the bottom, you have the low quality users, and these are the cheapest. You can just get as many as you want, pretty much. Then you have the mid, and you kind of want to show the platform that you deserve those users, and then you want to deserve also the top quality ones. Now, advertising platforms are regulated by the same economic law, which is the supply and demand law. If the demand is high, so number of advertisers, and the offer is low, users available, the platform will put you in competition with many advertisers, leading to high CPMs. Buying high balls from the platforms will be more expensive if you need to target a competitive interest. Think of financial services, money-making products, just to name a couple. The only solution to this problem will be to improve your product offer and increase your chances of converting visitors into customers and sending more positive signals to the algorithm. Obviously, if you're telling the algorithm that somebody has clicked on your ad, that they served them while they were on the platform, and that person bought my product, and then maybe they even left a positive review, they are happy that the platform showed them that company, that ad. So it's a very good sign, because the company is making profit, but is also serving something that improves the experience of the user, which is the end goal of the algorithm. To lower the CPMs, you only have two main options. The first one is using our framework to constantly improve your ads. The better the quality and the user experience, the lower the costs. In finally, trying to expand the audience and entering cheaper auctions. Anyways, conclusions. Understanding the rules of the game is the easiest and the first step to winning. Knowing how the algorithm works and how to manipulate its perception is crucial if you want to get good results. This was a bit theoretical and not practical at all, but it's important that your creative team understands how performance really works. And you want creative team, you want creative people to understand how it works, simply because if they understand what is their tasks, what is the objective of their work, and also if they understand how performance really works and they see it as a game on how I can get better results, better and better results, that's how you get this ball rolling and you get better ads, which is at the end of the day what we are here for. So, as usual, if anything is not clear, please do let us know, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we're going to be talking about testing mindset. So, one more theoretical video, which is still important. And I would really like to emphasize the importance of theoretical videos. Um, Practical ones and tactics are extremely crucial to make it and to make sure that we manage to get our winning ads and build our creative department. With that being said, it's extremely important to understand where we're coming from. What is the position we are coming from when we are testing ads? In this testing mindset video, is going to give you a full overview of what it looks like to be one of those scientists who test new ads at scale. What are you looking for? What is your attitude towards ads? How you manage, how you process data? This is the video you are looking for. So, what we're going to cover, testing mindset. It's all about testing rationally. Don't be emotional if tests are not going well, and wait to validate your tests before scaling. Using a scientific approach, keep track of your findings and make sure to follow the evidence, thinking as an investor, not as a gambler. And finally, common pitfalls, what to avoid during the testing phase, and what are our recommendations. Now, again, you don't necessarily need to be a media buyer. You don't have to be the person who's going to run the ads, but you need to have a thorough understanding of how ads work, of how testing ads work, and understanding what is on the other side of the bridge when it comes to creating ads and launching ads and analyzing ads is what's going to help you get your understanding and your performance to the next level. So, what is the right mindset when we are testing new ads? Testing new ads, understanding what brings results, and getting to know your audience on a deeper level. This is the end goal. There are a lot of memes on the internet on Chad. Chad is the media buyer, the blonde one with long hair, who turns things on and never touches anything again, just scales the budget and keeps getting good results. That might happen sometimes if you're running ads for an insane brand, one of those corporate companies. So it's more about the product and the brand rather than the ads. Some products and some brands, they just need traffic and they're going to convert either way. But even then, as you can expect, it won't last forever. The way we look at it is advertisers are mad scientists. Tracking and analyzing the results we get is key in the advertising industry. And what advertisers get wrong is that they don't take notes and build a database of patterns they noticed. The average advertiser keeps running old creatives until they convert, and when sales stop, they just launch new ones. This is not how I want you to think about it, and I want you to build your own database. We do it in the Creative Intelligence spreadsheet, but we want you to create your own database of notes and lessons learned and things that have worked and haven't worked. Now, what are the three main pillars that we want to focus on as we are starting to test our ads? The first one is to start thinking as an investor rather than as a gambler. Buying ads is nothing but an investment in your company. As easy as that. You want to become the Warren Buffett of advertising. We want you to build your portfolio of winning assets and make sure you study them thoroughly. As you remember, we see all ads as assets that consist of three main variables: the audience, the angle, and the ad. I don't think we can get a better analogy than the investor, simply because all of these assets, they're actually bringing money to our companies. And just like a good investor, you want to make sure you study and analyze and understand the assets you're running, how they interact with the current landscape of the market, how they get impacted by external events that are not under our control. And this is how we want you to think. Now, skipping the testing phase and testing without a method is gambling. So don't do that. Go through the testing phase, which unfortunately is something that a lot of people try to skip, and they just launch the new ads straight into their evergreen campaign. That doesn't make any sense, but we'll get there a little later in this video. Now, we want you to think like a scientist as well. Just like a scientist, you want to make sure you have your data clear and you have it well written down in front of you when you are thinking about creating new ads. And when we say they keep testing until they find something that confirms their hypothesis, it's important that you don't get biased. And the goal obviously would be to be unbiased, and this is the third pillar, but that's not always possible. You know what I mean? If we're talking about bias, most of the time it's something unconscious, and it's not really something that you can decide on, you can make your decisions on. However, just be as unbiased as you can be, and don't force yourself, or don't try to force ads into giving the results you expect. Just look at the numbers, just like a scientist would do, and make your decisions according. Getting emotional or touching things before the end of the test invalidates the test, as easy as that. And that obviously leads to wasting time and wasting money. This is particularly true when you are seeing no results the first couple of days. And the goal would be to make decisions based on your benchmarks and KPIs. Changing something in your test leads to restarting it from scratch. So if you keep touching and retouching and changing things in the asset level or whatever, you are just not gonna be able to take advantage of the learnings you're getting here, because the campaign and the entire process will pretty much be invalid. Let's just make sure you launch something, you keep it there, you look at the numbers. If you want to change something, you better duplicate the campaign. But we'll talk about this in the common pitfalls, I'm pretty sure. Now, no testing phase, no scaling phase. Why is testing so important? Again, if you look at the most usual structures, you have the testing campaign, the evergreen campaign to call traffic, and then the retargeting campaigns and so on. The testing campaign, a lot of people try to skip it and just launch the new ads into the main campaign with a higher budget. It makes no sense for a number of reasons. First, the algorithm itself is a problem in this case, because if you've been running the same ad creatives in the same campaign for a long while, as soon as you launch new ads, it pushes all the traffic to the new ones just to test them out, and that's going to burn them quite soon. At the same time, if there are ads that are not bringing results, you're going to waste money. So what you want to do is build solid foundations for your campaigns, and the way you do it is by going through the testing phase. That's crucial. Like, you cannot skip the testing phase. When you get frustrated waiting for a clear winner to go through the entire testing phase, Think of how exponential results can be. A single winning concept can add multiple six or if not seven figures to your store revenue, if we consider variations as well. The testing phase makes finding new winners a sustainable and repeatable process. That's the goal. So that's where we want to head to. And let's just make sure we go through the testing phase. Don't skip that. Now, common pitfalls. Avoiding everything won't be possible, but understanding the theory can definitely help. Testing multiple variables at the same time is one of those problems that we cannot avoid, probably. Ideally, however, we want to test one element at the time. The more changes we make, the harder it is to rely on the data, and creating a testing schedule helps avoid the testing overlaps. This is something we'll be talking about later on in the course, but it's interesting to have your own order of priorities when it comes to testing new things. Then another common pitfall that probably you're not going to be able to avoid, but you can still understand the theory behind it, is starting off ads too soon. Waiting until you reach the minimum threshold of impressions should be the hygiene standard. At 99 ads, we use as a threshold anywhere between 5 to 7 to 10,000 impressions per ad. And this really depends on the entire structure of the account, depends on how aggressive the client wants to be, but this is up to you. And if you need some help here, please do let the coach know. Data might be unclear and misleading if you're analyzing the results too soon. Fast data, wrong data. That's what we say here. Another option of mistake is turning off the ads too late. And this is probably even worse. So leaving a loser run for too long will lead nowhere. Delayed attribution is real, but don't kill your business waiting for attributions that are not going to come. Another big pitfall is touching the ad set while running. Once you launch the new ads, let them run and don't touch them. Changing something in your ad means changing a variable, and it will completely invalidate your results. We might be a little too strict here, but on a theoretical level, again, it's good that you think about it this way. If you made a mistake or have something to change, just turn off the ad or the ad set, duplicate it, make the changes, restart. As easy as that. Another pitfall, as I said before, is giving too much space to the algorithm in the testing phase, especially. When testing, you kind of want to limit the algorithm power and make sure all ads get a fair shot. What you're going to see is that sometimes the algorithm is going to push all the budget towards one specific ad and just ignore the other ones. But a lot of time you have winners among the ones that the algorithm ignores. So let's just make sure all the ads get enough impressions. Then bad tracking. This is another big problem, of course. Limit tracking problems as much as you can. It's not always as easy as it sounds, but make sure you are focused on your tracking problems, your tracking structure. That's pretty important. And then keeping in mind tracking and attribution obviously will impact your tests. Then lack of testing campaign, as I said before, keeping your main campaign separated from the testing campaign should be the hygiene standard. And the algorithm can decide to move the entire budget to one of the new and untested ads if you send everything to the evergreen campaign. If you test new ads through the evergreen campaign, that's just not ideal. That's not smart. Then not enough budget for the testing campaign. Limiting the budget on the testing phase can lower your chances of finding new winning ads. Follow the budget recommendations we have in this course. Just stick to that. They are pretty good, and we are always focused on making sure that our clients can maximize their MER, their marketing efficiency ratio. And then finally, lack of exclusions. Forgetting about exclusions on your testing campaign can inflate your results and invalidate your tests. Excluding your existing customers and people who interacted with your business is absolutely crucial if you're testing new ads and you want to get results that are not inflated. So, this is pretty much it, I would say, as regards the testing mindset. Conclusions: advertising is a beautiful form of science. To succeed in the game, you need to follow the three pillars and avoid being a prey to your emotions. You need to become an ad scientist if you want to find new winners and see exponential results. So, this is pretty much it. Again, theoretical video, not very practical, but very important. These are all videos you're gonna watch once, and hopefully they're gonna give you something that you can add to your arsenal and you can use for a lifetime. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about naming conventions. Why are they important? What are the goals of your naming convention? How to recognize a good naming convention? And most importantly, what is our naming convention so that you can just steal it from us? No need to figure it out, no need to crack the code. You just apply, implement whatever we show you, and you are 1,000% sure that you have one of the best naming conventions out there. So without further ado, what we are going to cover in this video. This is going to be a short one. We're going to go straight to the point. There's no fluff, and we're going to go through this very quickly. So the naming convention. A solid naming convention helps you analyze ads and keep track of your tests. Something that I always say is that solid analysis, good ads analysis, starts with the naming convention. If you get the naming convention right, you have already started a good ads analysis. In this video, you're going to understand why. We're going to go through also some of the common pitfalls in the naming convention system we use on our projects and that you can apply immediately. So what is a naming convention? A naming convention is a set of rules we use to name our assets. We need to understand what's inside the campaign or the ad at the first glance without opening it. There are three main elements that make a good naming convention. The first one is consistency, keeping the same naming convention across the account to help the team members find what they're looking for. The second one is clarity. Descriptions must be clear for the team, and you don't need to overcomplicate it. Finally, uniqueness. Names must be unique, and all the team must use the same process to avoid duplicates and unclear names. What are some of the common pitfalls? Pretty simple. Using the default name suggested by the platform. They are good but not great. If you work at Meta and you're listening to this, apologize, but they're not great. If you run a lot of ads, if you run a lot of tests, it's just not ideal. The second one is using different naming conventions on the same account. This happens very often when you work with multiple freelancers and agencies, and then you have also the internal team. That's not ideal. You want to dictate the naming convention that's used on your account, and ideally you want to stick to this one. Finally, keeping things too simple. That's another problem, because at that level, you're going to lose clarity. You're not going to be able to understand what an ad or a campaign is about if you keep things too simple. A good naming convention allows you to recognize immediately the purpose of the campaign. Generally, you may have three main types of campaigns: testing, skating, and remarketing. In the second thing that a good naming convention allows you to recognize immediately is the location, the country we're targeting. We use identifiers of countries like US to indicate the United States, CA to indicate Canada, and so on. The audience, who we are targeting. Here you want to indicate the gender. if you're targeting a specific gender, the age, and the interest, custom audience, lookalike audience. F, 2045, fashion, excluding purchasers. The conversion goal, what's the objective of our campaign? Indicate what's the goal of our campaign, our ad set. We use the first letter of the objective to indicate the conversions goal, P, purchase, L, leads, and so on. The placement, if you're targeting all the placements or just a few. Especially if you're running tests on a specific placement, you want to let your team know what's the target. If you're using all the placement, you can use auto placement or IG plus Facebook if you're targeting some of them. The ad batch, what's inside the ad? You want to be able to immediately identify what ad you're working on without opening the ad setting. We use codes to identify the batches like B1, C3, V1, which indicates the batch code, the concept number, and the variation. So in this case, it's batch 1, concept 3, variation 1. Let's see now what is the suggested code you can use in your campaign name to speed up your analysis. So at the campaign level, we have the final stage. Again, testing, scaling, remarketing. We use numbers. So 0, 1, 2. Then campaign name or campaign settings. You have testing creatives, scaling Advantage Plus, BFCM, campaign cost cap, depending on what type of settings you are using on your campaign. Then conversion goal, P, purchase, L, leads, C, S, catalog sale, location. Again, US, North America, worldwide. Here, again, we use identifiers, but it's up to you. It's important that you understand. Like one of the first things, it's clarity. It has to be clear to the people who are on the account. The results should look like this: 0 underscore testing creatives underscore auto bid underscore P underscore US. Now, as regards the ad set level, we have the date, useful if you're testing multiple batches of content each week. In this case, 03-11. Audience, underscore F, underscore 25-45, underscore fashion, underscore US, underscore excluding purchasers. Same thing here, underscore U, underscore 18-65, underscore DIY, underscore WW, worldwide, underscore excluding website engagers. Then placement, auto placement, Facebook and Instagram. The results should look like this: 03-11 underscore U underscore 18-65 underscore fitness underscore worldwide underscore excluding website engagers. And finally, we have the ad level. At the ad level, we have the batch, the product, the audience, the angle, the formula, the ad identifier, and the test type. Understand how much information, how many pieces of information you have at your disposal just by looking at the name of the ad. Imagine how easy it is to filter through all of your ads based on a solid naming convention like this one. This is very good. This is why we do what we do and why we get the results we get. Example, B1, batch 1, P, product, serum, dash D, audience, women 45P, dash A, angle, turn 16 to 40, dash F, formula, PAS, dash ad identifier, CH. Concept 1, hook 1, and then the iteration depends on what we're doing. So it can be new, more, better. As usual, as like by this point of the course, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. But this is it. As simple as this. You don't need to make your naming convention impossible. You don't want overthinking. You don't want to overdo. You just want to keep it simple. This might sound a little elaborated, if you ask me. But this is everything you need to know and everything you need to find at the first glance once you start analyzing your ads. So this is it for this video. I would highly recommend you adopt our naming convention. If you have doubts, ask your coach as usual, but this is a very solid one. So I highly recommend you implement it. And I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about custom audiences. Custom audiences are hands down one of the most powerful tools we have at our disposal when it comes to media buying. And if you ask me personally, I would say that custom audiences are probably one of the reasons why social media advertising became so popular and so effective. This was not an option before, or at least it was not an option for sure before online advertising. And the way they work is very interesting, and I would really like you to understand how they work. Not because necessarily you have to be the media buyer, but because I want you to understand and take this option into account when you are creating your ads, when you're coming up with your strategies, and when you're coming up with your ideas. Now, what are we going to cover? First of all, why custom audiences are one of the most powerful weapons at our disposal. They allow you to target and exclude people based on their actions online, based on the actions they did on your website, and obviously the ones that you're able to track, but also the actions they did on the social media platform as well, which is quite interesting. And you can use these audiences to reach similar people to the ones who have who have performed the action in your business, and you can also obviously exclude them, as we said. How to use them in your business, in what is the process of creating custom audiences for your business, and the audiences you'll need to run your ads. So without further ado, let's dive right into it. This is not going to be a long video, but it's going to go straight to the point. So it should be enough for you to understand custom audiences in depth. Now, custom audiences are one of the most powerful tools in our arsenal, targeting or excluding a group of people who made specific actions. And you can think of all the people who have visited your website in the last 30 days. They have expressed somehow an interest in what you're selling, and they might want to purchase your products at any given point. So you kind of want to treat these people in different way. And this is the reason why you create your custom audiences. You also may want to exclude people who have already purchased your product, or you could also upsell the same audience on another product. You can create custom audiences based on several things, several factors. One of them is actions they made on your social media pages, so engagement, likes, event participations, etc. Actions they made on your ads, so they have watched one video or more videos up to a certain point. Then website activities, page viewed, lead forms, product purchases, etc. In existing customer lists. So you can take your customer list from the CRM and turn that list, upload it as a custom audience, which is great because as long as the platform is able to match those people with their Facebook account, Instagram account, whatever account, that allows you to create a lookalike audience of those people, allows you to exclude them from your campaign, and so on. So it's a very, very powerful tool. As I just said, custom audiences can also be used to create lookalike audiences. Lookalike audiences are audiences similar to your original custom audience. The algorithm tries to find people who are similar to the ones you uploaded on the platform. Who are similar is obviously in the eyes of the algorithm. But again, the goal of the algorithm, the goal of any advertising platform is to get you results. So if you can leverage artificial intelligence, machine learning to get people, I will definitely trust the algorithm. And most of the time, lookalike audiences tend to be at least something that you want to test out. Not always they are incredibly performing, but they're definitely a test that you want to run. Now, creating personalized audiences to run your tests and campaigns effectively. We want to avoid frequency problems, showing the same ad to the same person more than once. Frequency, in a nutshell, is basically having the same person watching the same ad multiple times. If they watch the same ad twice, that's a frequency 2. If they watch it 10 times, that's a frequency 10. As easy as that. With custom audiences, you can exclude people who have already interacted with your business, which is something that you might want to do, for example, for testing campaigns, brand new campaigns. If you want to target cold traffic, that might be one of the best options. Custom audiences can be targeted in your remarketing campaigns using specific messages. Think about people who have already started the checkout process but haven't completed it. Obviously, these people have shown some interest in our product. And for that reason, we might want to leverage that knowledge that we have on them to make our messaging more specific to them. So in this case, for example, discounts work extremely well. You might want to use promotions. You might want to use limited stock alerts. You have a lot of options at your disposal, but you can understand how much more powerful it is if to send a similar message to somebody who have already expressed interest and added to check out your product compared to somebody who has never heard of your business and doesn't even know what's your product. Now, there are two main audiences that I would recommend you create. I'm pretty sure chances are very high that you already have these two custom audiences, but if you don't, just make sure you create them. So the first one is website visitors last 30 days. Creating an audience that includes everyone who has visited your website in the last 30 days. On Meta, how you do it is pretty simple. You go to audiences, you select websites. Is the source set the frame at 30 days? There's a comma missing here. Select all visitors and give it the name website visitors L30. L30 stands for last 30. On TikTok, click on tools, select audience manager, click on create audience, select website traffic and page view as the source, set the time frame at 30 days and give it the name website visitors L30. Now, the same thing, you want to do it with purchase last 180 days. This audience excludes people who purchased the product in the last 180 days from your website. On Meta, go to audiences, select website as the source, set the time frame at 180 days, select purchase as the event, and give it the name purchaser L180. Then on TikTok, pretty much the same thing. Click on tools, select audience manager, click on create audience, select website traffic and purchase as the source, set the time frame at 180 days and give it the name website purchases L180. These are the two main audiences we're going to use in our testing framework, but you can create more. Another one is people who watch your video ads in the last 30 days. This allows you to exclude those who watched a specific percentage of your video. It will help you target and exclude certain video watchers. And you can also create a custom audience based on your leads list or your CRM to target or exclude people who have already expressed interest in your business. So this part of the video was a little schematic. Just make sure you follow it step by step if you want to create your own custom audiences, if you don't have them yet. If you do, I hope this video helped you clarify the way you can use them, and feel free to use your creativity to create new custom audiences. Now, conclusions. Online advertising is extremely powerful, allowing you to have full control over who interacts with your business, both online and offline. Thanks to custom audiences, you can create ads that are tailored to your audience and their needs. Now, there's a bit of a conspiracy theory as we finish this video, but there's a bit of a conspiracy theory when it comes to custom audiences and how much freedom you want to give the algorithm. That's still in place. Everything we talked about as regards the iOS update is still in place, but custom audiences are definitely something that you want to use and you want to leverage as time goes by. It's good to leave the algorithm space and give it freedom, but we are pretty much taking away a very small part of the people that the algorithm can reach, excluding those who purchased on our website or excluding those who visited the website. It's not going to be a massive, massive problem. So test it out. If you have any problem, just let us know. Let your coach know. And as usual, I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about launching ads on Meta. The testing environment we test our ad creatives in is as important as the ad creatives. This might be a hot take, but I truly, truly believe in what I'm saying. So in this video, I'm going to share with you how to build the right testing environment and how to launch ads on Meta. How we validate the variables that we need, how we isolate the variables that we want to test out. And let's dive in. So first things first, setting up the testing environment on Meta. We're going to see how to put the algorithm in place, how we put it under control, and the exact process we follow to launch our tests. Then we're going to go through validating the variables, understanding how to isolate variables and removing the uncertainty from your testing framework. This is going to be another video that's more of an SOP than something that I can rant on, but I'm here to add as much context as I can to the file. Keep in mind, you will find the file in the resources section. Testing environment, how we build it. So when testing ads on Meta, we have our own process to isolate the variables and work on reliable data. Meta is extremely powerful, but the algorithm optimization gets a bit too invasive during the setup. Now, the more space we leave to the algorithm, the higher the risk of getting spoiled results, which results in data we cannot trust. In a nutshell, the algorithm really has our best interest in mind. However, it really tries its best as a machine to give us results, which can spoil the results as it will push all of the budget on one ad that kinda shows results, but these results are not much better than the others, but the others are not really performing because they're just not getting an impression. So for that reason, we kinda wanna slow down the algorithm in the testing phase and keep it under control. So here's the setup we recommend for the testing phase. First of all, using the right nomenclature during the entire process makes everything much smoother. If you haven't, watch the naming convention chapter in this module, if I'm not wrong. Create the testing campaign using the manual setup. Make sure to select the right objective. If you're selling a product, select sales. If you want to collect leads, select leads, and so on. This is common sense. Now, Facebook recently introduced the Advantage Plus feature, which helps you create campaigns with just a few clicks. And this is exactly what we want to avoid in this phase. This is something that's not going to help us in the testing phase. Select the manual feature and make sure both A/B test and Advantage Plus campaign budget are turned off. The Advantage Plus campaign budget feature will ask you to allocate the budget at the campaign level and not at the ad set level, giving Meta space to decide autonomously what ad set to allocate money on. For each batch, you'll need to create one ad set. Each ad set must have 4 ads maximum. Following this process, each ad set should contain one concept and its variations. So far, so good. It's quite simple. On the ad set level, make sure to select the conversion event. If you're not seeing your conversion event, you need to check the event manager as your pixel may not be installed properly. Make sure Dynamic Creatives is turned off and assign the budget to your ad set. To calculate the daily budget, you can use this formula. Number of ads times average CPM which becomes 4 ads times $25 as an average CPM, that becomes $100 a day. If this is the first time you're running ads, I would not recommend you going beyond $50 to $100 maximum a day. Simply because it becomes hard to keep everything under control. It becomes hard to keep an eye on the results, and you might be losing money very easily, which is something that I don't want you to do. Now, schedule the ad delivery the day after, ideally around 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. You don't want to launch your ads in the middle of the day and have Meta spending your budget randomly. Scroll down to Advantage Plus audiences. You want to turn that off as well by clicking Switch to Original Audience options. Once switched back to Original Audiences, add your exclusions, which should be website visitors last 30 and purchasers last 130 by clicking Add Exclusions under the Custom Audience section. Select the country you want to target and then add the age range, gender, and the interests you want to target. As a rule of thumb, avoid interests that are smaller than 10 million people. Here, the bigger, the better. This is where you kind of want to give space to the algorithm. Then scroll down and hover over Advantage Plus placement. Click on Edit and select only Facebook and Instagram. Now it's time to upload your ads. Make sure to select the right Facebook and Instagram page, upload your video or image, and make sure to use only one primary text and one headline. Add your landing page link and create your UTM parameter, or add the destination you need. You can add a WhatsApp number, a telephone number, or an instant experience form. Choose the call to action that's more relevant to your goals, and you are done. That's pretty much it. This is how you build the right testing environment. Again, as you've seen through this entire process, we're trying to get rid of as much Advantage Plus advanced features simply because it's not ideal in this phase. They have a place, and that place is very useful when we already have our winners. However, if we don't have our winners, we don't want to let the algorithm decide what is a winner for us. Simply because they might do the right thing, but we are not able to understand the learnings that we're paying for if we're letting the algorithm make the decisions. So that's not ideal. Now, variable testing. When it comes to testing new ads, it's crucial to test out one variable at a time. It is easy to get excited and try to optimize multiple parts of the ad at once based on our idea of what works and what doesn't work. That's something that happens at all levels, I would say. However, we want to think like scientists. So we want to focus on one variable at a time and see how each one impacts our results. Let's say you want to work on the attention rate, then focus exclusively on the hook and do not touch the body. Create 4 new ad variations based on 4 new hooks and launch them. If you're not happy with multiple parts of your ad, then don't touch here, touch there. Just create a new batch and put all the changes in the new test. As easy as that. Now, when launching a new batch or a new test on Meta, once again, do it on a new ad set. Keep batches separated so that you can keep data more tidy and less confusing. Testing all the ads in the same ad set means mixing together multiple variables, and although the naming convention comes in handy, it still makes things more complicated for no reason in the testing phase. Don't forget to keep an eye on your daily budget. Testing ad sets should run on the same budget to guarantee the same testing environment. And running multiple tests simultaneously is doable, but would recommend increasing the amount of variables based on the experience first, and also on how aggressive you want to be later. Maintain the recommended testing budget allocation as usual, and this is how you isolate the variables. This is how you test the variables, and this is how you make sure you're not mixing more than one variable at a time at the very beginning, which is something that's a little more advanced, and I would not recommend you do if you're getting started with media buying. Now, with that being said, As regards to the conclusions, when launching your tests on Meta, it is important to ensure you follow the same process every time, maintaining a standardized environment and focusing on repeatable results. You want to maximize your investment by collecting data that you can leverage again and again in the future. So this is how we set up our testing environment. This is how we launch our ads on Meta. As usual, I would highly recommend you go to the resource section, you download the text file you have here, and you print it out. You will find also the walkthroughs of how we actually do this click per click, which is going to be very useful in my opinion. Again, I'm not a massive fan of these type of videos where I'm pretty much reading off an SOP, but depending on how you are as a user, you might like consuming videos more than text files. So for that reason, I'm more than happy to take part of my time and record these videos. Now, hope everything is good. If something is not clear, as usual, please do ask your coach. If anything is not clear, they will be more than happy to help, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about launching ads on TikTok. If you haven't watched how to launch ads on Meta, I would recommend you do that first. You watch that video first and then you come back here, simply because there will be quite a few similarities. And this video is getting recorded after the previous one, so I would highly recommend you watch that first and then you come here. In this video, what we're going to cover is pretty simple. First one, differences between TikTok and Meta. What is the attention span and what role it plays in between these two platforms? And then TikTok as a search engine. Then setting up the right testing environment on TikTok. Limiting the algorithm is key to get results on TikTok. And the recommended process to test your ad creatives. Finally, testing variables, isolating variables, and removing uncertainty from your testing framework. So let's dive right into it. Differences between TikTok and Meta. The popularity of TikTok is constantly growing, while it appears that Meta is losing a bit of traction, although it still has the most daily users. 1 billion active users at the time of this recording on TikTok, which is pretty impressive. And that's obviously good news for us, because as advertisers, we have more space to buy. We have more slots, more online eyeballs that we can buy, which is absolutely great for us. Now, more and more people prefer TikTok over Meta and YouTube. And this is because as a search engine, the organic algorithm of TikTok tends to be very advanced in it doesn't take too long before it understands exactly what you like and what you don't like. Or at least this is what people use as an excuse when they move to TikTok. Obviously, there's also kind of a big topic that we can open about the dopamine spikes and how many more dopamine spikes you get on TikTok compared to the other platforms, but that's another topic. Now, companies are moving part of their investment to TikTok to grow their revenue and most importantly, be less dependent on a single advertising platform. And this is a great thing that TikTok did, in my opinion. It's not anymore a monopoly from Meta, but now Meta is feeling the pressure coming from TikTok, which for us as people in an open market is absolutely fantastic. CPMs are still lower than Meta. They've been going up quite a lot recently, but they're still lower than Meta. TikTok is also a new platform and CPMs are relatively affordable. Lower CPMs obviously lead to lower costs across the board. A limited amount of companies understand how to make TikTok ads profitable, which is a great opportunity for you who have purchased this program, simply because to make ads on TikTok, you really need to understand the voice of the platform. Ads must be entertaining and engaging, just like the rest of the platform. And this is probably one of the downsides of TikTok, simply because People want to be entertained on social media. And on TikTok, they want to be entertained even more because the TikTok creators raise the bar quite a lot. They are absolutely fantastic at grabbing people's attention, at retaining attention, at entertaining people. And that's great. And this is why a large amount of the younger audience is moving to TikTok. If we're looking at people between 16 and 25 years old, most of them are on TikTok. Most of them use TikTok as a search engine, as their first option when they have to look for something, which is absolutely nuts to me as an older man. But for the people between 16 and 25, that's apparently the new standard. As a result, obviously, the attention span went down quite drastically. TikTok is flooded with entertaining content, and people got less interested in average content. Takes less than 2 seconds on average for people to scroll from one video to another one on TikTok, and learning how to grab attention within those 2 seconds is what we have to do. And to be honest, is also what we did in this course. So that's why this is a great opportunity for you. Videos that perform well as meta ads do not necessarily translate well to TikTok, simply because, again, it's a faster environment, it's a fast-paced environment, and there's also a younger audience. So most of the time, it's quite the opposite. So what works on TikTok might work on Meta, tends to work on Meta, always depending on the target audience. That's a very big variable that we need to take into account. Now, with that being said, how do we set up our testing environment? So, isolating variables on TikTok. TikTok tries to optimize the delivery for fast results. We want to limit the algorithm optimization and force it to focus on the variables that we are testing out. Now, if you watched the how to launch ads on Meta, you can see a pattern here. These advertising platforms really want to put their hands on our campaigns and make sure everything is under their control. Most likely, bad news, that's gonna happen in the future, and we will not be allowed to do our manual campaigns, our manual nerdy targeting. But for now, we still can. So for now, in the testing phase, we want to make sure we isolate the variables. So we cannot leave everything in the algorithm hands. So for that reason, we need to set up our testing phase as follows. When creating a new campaign, TikTok will ask you to choose between basic and advanced mode. Go for advanced. Select the right objective. If you're selling a product, select website conversions. If you want to collect leads, select lead generation and turn off the smart performance campaign. Turn off the options create split test, campaign budget optimization, and set campaign budget. Use the right nomenclature during the entire process, and we can start creating our ad sets. What we recommend is creating one ad set per batch of ad creatives. Now, what is the difference between Facebook and TikTok? It is that TikTok needs more content, needs more ad creatives. So if on Meta we're testing 4 ads per batch per ad set, on TikTok we recommend 12 ads per ad set in the testing phase. At the ad set level, make sure you select the right conversion event, select manual placements, and choose only TikTok. Define the audience you want to target by adding the location, the gender, the age range, and interests, if any. And TikTok works great even without interests. So you can run a test between an ad set with interests and one without interests, so completely broad, and see what happens. Now, in terms of budget, you want to use the same formula that we used on Meta. So number of ads times average CPM, which in this case is 10 ads times 15 average CPM equals $150 a day. And if this is the first time you run ads on TikTok, I would recommend keeping the budget between 50 and 100. So you do your numbers, you do your budget, but this is the recommendation. Now, schedule the ad delivery for the day after, ideally around 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., just like on Meta. You don't want to launch your ads in the middle of the day and have TikTok spend your budget randomly with random optimization. Now, it's time to upload your ad creatives. This is the easier part. turn off smart creative ads, select the right TikTok account, upload your video and image, and add your primary text and headline, add your landing page link, and create your UTM parameter, and choose the right call to action. That's it. As easy as that. Again, the pattern is clear. We want to limit the effects and the power of the algorithm in the testing phase. So here we're talking about testing phase. In the scaling campaign, things are going to be different. But here in the testing phase, we want to make sure things are clear and we have control over our variables. Now, speaking of variables, this is variable testing. So how do we isolate variables? TikTok requires more creatives than Meta, since on this platform, the ad fatigue is even more impactful. On average, you can expect to refresh your ad creatives every 14 days, and it's important to test continuously to keep ads profitable. Now, focus on a single variable at a time. Let's say you want to improve the attention rate, then create 4 variations of the control ad with 4 new hooks. However, you don't want to touch the rest of the ad. Just don't touch the body of the ad if you're working on the attention rate. That's, again, probably common sense, but it's important to isolate the variables. I'm kind of joking, but it's important to isolate the variables for all of the reasons we just mentioned. If you are not happy with multiple parts of your ad creatives, then what we recommend is not just fixing the ads and throwing them in. Just create a new ad set, launch a new batch, and that's pretty much how you do it. The reason why we do this is because if you fix multiple parts of your ad while you're optimizing for a better attention rate, you would be invalidating the tests, whereas we want to focus on repeatable results as usual. When launching a new batch, create a new ad set every time. Keep batches separated so that you can keep data more tidy and less confusing. Testing all the ads in the same ad set means mixing together multiple variables, and although the naming convention comes in handy, it still makes things more complicated for no reason in the testing phase. Don't forget to keep a keen eye on your daily budget. Testing ad sets should run on the same budget to guarantee the same testing environment. Running multiple tests simultaneously is doable, but would recommend increasing the amount of variables based on the experience first and on how aggressive you want to be later. Maintain the recommended testing budget allocation as shown in this course. As regards the conclusions, TikTok is a relatively new platform and we need to get a good grasp of its voice. What works on Meta tends not to work on TikTok. People want to be entertained and will skip boring ads. So make sure you understand the platform and build your ad creatives accordingly. Again, this video too is based on pretty much an SOP. So depending on what type of watcher or consumer you are, I would recommend downloading this text file from the resource section, print it out, and when you're launching ads on TikTok, you just keep this in front of you. If something is not clear, please let the coaches know. They will be more than happy to help, and I'll see you in the next video. This video we'll be talking about benchmarks and KPIs. What are the benchmarks? What are the KPIs? Why we use them? Why a lot of stores are simply using them but in the wrong way? In how do we get reliable data that we can actually use and compare to our benchmarks and KPIs? What can we trust? What can we not trust? There are third-party tools that I can use. There are not. What are your recommendations? This is something that we are going to cover in this video. And it's quite interesting because a lot of people who are very, very established in the e-commerce space, in the info product space, in the local business space, they don't understand this topic as much as you will understand it at the end of this video. So please make notes. Please sit tight. Avoid any distractions. This is one of the most important videos of the entire program. If you get this right, everything is gonna go much smoother, and the compound effect is going to be real. So, what are we going to cover? First of all, buying traffic means buying data. As easy as that. Getting advertising platforms to show their hands, and this is what we are doing. So, if we are buying traffic just for the sake of getting the short-term sale, that's short-term thinking, and we're missing out in the long-term compound effect that ads can bring. Then understanding benchmarks and KPIs. What are the differences between benchmarks and KPIs, soft metrics and KPIs? And then getting reliable data. And this is important because connecting data that's not reliable is useless. If you have a bunch of data, but you know that it might not be true, do you really change your behavior based on that data? Probably not. So we'll be sharing with you some of the recommended third-party tracking tools, and they will be helping you improve the reliability of your data. Now, with that being said, let's dive in. There's no performance without data analysis. Buying traffic means buying data. If we monitor results and analyze the data, we are not buying anything. We're just going all in on the short-term benefits of running ads, which is simply getting a sale, getting our store in front of some people and expecting them to buy right away. But if we are not analyzing the results, if we're not monitoring the results, if we're not tracking the results, we're missing out on a big part of the long-term compound effects of our advertising strategy. Why is that? Again, it's pretty simple. If we don't know what works, we have to figure that out. And the way we figure it out is by buying data and getting people to tell us pretty much what they resonate the most with. And this is the point of the long-term compound effect that we're going after. Now, all of the metrics, both soft metrics and KPIs, should be used to understand what the audience resonates with. On top of that, all metrics are interconnected. That makes both good and bad ads come in handy during our analysis. An ad that brings in no sales might not be the best if you're trying to understand what gets your audience to buy, but it can definitely help you figure out what you shouldn't be testing again. Keeping track of results, obviously, is key, and you can look at it this way. Let's say that on average, a good creative team is able to deliver around 20% of winners per batch. If you only focus on analyzing the winners, you are leaving on the table 80% of the data you purchased, which is obviously not a good deal. Learning how to analyze data is also important for us to validate our own creative ideas. Swiping what works for our competitors is a good option, but relatively limited. On top of that, we don't really know if what works for them would work for us as well. Some companies tend to be aggressive when it comes to advertising, and they might also have different profit margin compared to ours. And as counterintuitive as it may sound, some of the biggest companies out there are happy to scale their campaigns at a loss. Funny enough, they can do that because they understand the data. We're going to go through all of the metrics in this video, but it's quite clear that if you're only analyzing the winners, you're missing out on a lot of data. If you're not even analyzing the winners, you're missing out on even more data. And if you're collecting data, but you are not able to realize, to understand, to make sure that the data you're analyzing is reliable, that's a problem. You're basically walking in the dark, trying to find an exit, but that's obviously quite hard. Now, working with benchmarks. Optimizing results means having a clear idea of what is good and what is bad. Since each business has its own benchmarks, we put together some universal benchmarks based on the soft metrics. We like working with soft metrics as they are not affected by delayed attribution and tracking problems. What are the soft metrics? In a nutshell, soft metrics are all of the metrics that are tracked that happen within the platform. So we're talking about the attention rate, the hold rate, the video view retention, the average time watched, the CTR, the click-through rate, link click, and so on. These metrics are reliable. So there's no problem in terms of attribution. There's no problem in terms of tracking. These ones are reliable. So you can make sure that when you're reading these metrics, those numbers are real. Those numbers can be trusted. In using these metrics to measure how an ad is performing compared to the industry standards, quite a lot can be said about this, as different products have different standards purely based on their nature. Still, it's a solid starting point for us to understand where we're at. Obviously, feel free to work on these universal benchmarks that I'm going to share with you and compare them to the standards you have on your ad account if you've been running ads for a while. However, this is the standard for most of the industries. It's unlikely that it can go down. It's very likely that it can go up. So to give you an idea, there are certain products that by nature are much more pleasant to see, are much more interesting to see compared to others. And those products might have a much higher attention rate. They might have a much higher hold rate compared to the average by default. So it's not a matter of how you create the ads. It's more of a matter of the product itself. The same applies to campaigns where you have celebrities, for example. If you're working with celebrities, the attention rate tends to be relatively high. If you're working with luxury brands, if you're working with, I don't know, you're running ads for Gucci, you're running ads for Louis Vuitton, that leads to way higher attention rates. So these are universal benchmarks you can use, but please compare them to the ones you already have in your ad account, just to see where you're at, just to see if these ones are applicable to your situation, and just to make sure that your product is not one of those unicorns. These benchmarks can be applied not only to see what can be improved, but also what is good already. Tiny incremental improvements can be pricey in terms of tests, and at a certain point becomes more about keeping the assets profitable rather than improving them forever. You won't get a 100% attention rate. So once results are good, once results are great, that's a good metric. So you can start reusing that metric rather than trying to improve it more and more and more. Let's say we're talking about there's an example actually. Understanding what metrics are the ones that are making us lose clients is another key that we want to leverage when it comes to benchmarks, bringing the attention rate from 45 to 46% or working on the 4% hold rate. These universal benchmarks are extremely useful when it comes to prioritizing your work, when it comes to prioritizing what metrics we should focus on first. And this is where they come in handy. Here are the universal benchmarks we use at 99 Ads to test, validate, and scale our clients' ads. So these are the metrics, and here are the actual numbers we want to see. And this is how we label them, more or less. So we have bad, average, good, and great. Obviously, you will find this chart in the resource section. You have attention rate. Bad one is below 30%. Average is between 30 and 37%. Good is above 37%. Great is above 45%. Hold rate. Bad is 7%. Average is 7 to 12%. Good is 12% plus. And great is over 15%. Then we have the video views retention, 3 seconds to 25%. A bad one is below 40%. An average one is between 40 and 60%. A good one is above 60%, and a great one is above 65%. Then we have brain 1A. So the first part of the brain section of our video. Video views retention 25 to 50%. Bad one is below 33%, and average one is between 33 and 50%. Good one is above 50, great one is above 60. Brain B, 50 to 75%. It's pretty much the same as regards the metrics. Bad below 33%, average between 33 and 50%. Good is above 50%, and great is above 60%. Then we have the pocket. So the video views retention between 75% and 100%. Bad is below 40%. Average is between 40 and 60%. Good is above 60%, and great is above 80%. Then we have average time watched. Bad is below 4 seconds. Average is between 4 and 10 seconds. Good is above 10 seconds, and great is above 12 seconds. Obviously, here again, this depends on the length of your ad. So take it with a pinch of salt. It's good. It's very good, very helpful to have universal benchmarks at your disposal. But if you can adapt them to, for example, in this case, the length, the average length of your ads, that would be very helpful. Now, as regards CTR, a bad one is below 1%. An average one is between 1 to 2%. A good one is above 2%. A great one is above 3%. CTR link click, bad one is below 0.5%. An average one is between 0.5 and 1%. Good one is above 1%, and great one is above 1.5%. Look at these metrics once the ad hits 2,000 impressions minimum. This is very important, and we'll be talking about statistical relevance in this video, but make sure the data you're looking at is not just some random happenstance, but it's more of a reliable thing that happens as we are running ads. 2,000 impressions can be enough for the soft metrics. This is not going to be enough for the KPIs, but we'll get there in a second. Here's why you have 4 columns for soft metrics. Bad. These are the low-hanging fruits, and these are the metrics worth improving first. So these are the highest priority. If the ad is still profitable, based on our experience, it won't last more than 1 to 2 weeks. As regards the average results, metrics in this range are not your main priority, but they are right after the low-hanging fruits, aka the bad metrics. If all metrics are within this range and the ad is profitable, then work on them in chronological order. So first you want to prioritize the gut, then the brain B, then the pocket. You don't want to start from the pocket if the gut is on average. All right. Then we have good. If you're getting metrics in this range, then you're on the right track. This is what the audience wants to see in your ads, and you can start using these scenes in your variations. Don't spend time optimizing these ones if you have bad and average to work on. Don't touch what is working. Finally, best. The gems we're looking for are here. This is what we need to scale our ads to big numbers. Scenes within this range are your secret weapon to get winning ads consistently. So this is how you want to read your ads, and this is how you want to prioritize your testing. Okay? Now, working with KPIs. What is a KPI? I'm pretty sure you know it already. It's a key performance indicator. These are all the metrics that we keep track of once the user leaves the social media platform. Tracking and attribution is currently the main issue when it comes to KPIs. Getting reliable metrics is not an easy task here. There are good third-party tools in the market, but it's pretty much impossible to get a 100% accuracy. It's impossible. It's not pretty much impossible. It is impossible at the minute. There are no universal KPIs we can share that would be applicable and relevant to all businesses, simply because each business has its own. Instead of sharing universal KPIs, I'll share with you the main ones you should be calculating for your business so that you can do your homework. Companies that scale their advertising campaigns to really high numbers understand their KPIs to the T. And here are the ones that you need to master in order to scale your campaigns and in order to improve your ads. The first one is the MER, So the marketing efficiency ratio equals to total revenue divided by total ad spend. Using these numbers to determine whether your marketing effort is bringing good results or not. Understanding your MER means having a clear idea of your operational costs and your overall profit margin. This metric became incredibly popular right after the iOS update, since tracking and attribution accuracy went out the window. This metric became incredibly popular right after the iOS update, since tracking and attribution accuracy went out the window. Next one is LTV, lifetime value, equals average order value times average purchase frequency times customer lifespan. Or, more simple, customer value times customer lifespan. We can use LTV to understand how good we're doing in terms of retention. In learning how to impact your LTV can improve the overall health of your company. Average purchase frequency is a very interesting metric. Some stores also track time to second purchase and average order value on second purchase. You might feel comfortable skating at a small loss if you know that you're getting a second purchase within X days. This is something that I would recommend you do as well, especially if you're selling multiple products and you have different collections, or you have products that integrate or fit other products that you're already selling. This is one of the most interesting and most advanced metrics, in my opinion. And they make you feel very comfortable when you're scaling your campaigns. So, knowing what is the percentage of people that are going to buy a second product within the first month, for example, that's an incredibly interesting metrics and incredibly useful when you are trying to scale your campaigns. Okay. The next one is CPA, cost per acquisition, equals total ad spend divided by total attributed conversions. This might get controversial in terms of attributions. This is pretty much how much you're spending to get a conversion and might be referred to as CAC, which stands for customer acquisition cost. Then we have NCCPA, new customer cost per acquisition, equals total ad spend divided by total amount of first-time customers. This is how much you're spending to acquire new customers, pretty much. Then we have the break-even ROAS, the break-even return on advertising spend, equals average order value divided by break-even cost per acquisition. Knowing the break-even ROAS will help you get a clear picture of your results. So these are the KPIs you want to monitor, and you want to make sure they are in the green. You want to make sure you understand what are your numbers to stay in the green, and you want to make sure that through your advertising effort, through your testing effort, you keep these KPIs in the green. So you keep them profitable, basically. Then how to monitor and improve results. Hot take. Data is useless if you can't rely on it. Is it a hot take? I don't know. If you have a terabyte of data, but you know that data might not be truthful, might not be correct, do you really trust it? Do you really make decisions based on that? Probably not. Getting all data in the world and keeping track of everything is absolutely useless if you know it's 30% accurate. As mentioned before, we can't get anywhere close to 100% accuracy when it comes to KPIs, but we can use third-party tools that at least get us closer compared to the main dashboard. Here are the three main options. The first one is Triple Whale. This is one of the best and most reliable tools for e-commerce businesses. So if you're running one, you might be interested in checking them out. Then we have Hyros. We prefer to use it on businesses that use funnels and work mainly with landing pages. So you can think of coaches and info products. And then we have Northbin. This is recommended if you're using Motion as well, as they have a very smooth integration between the two platforms. And this is recommended for big e-commerce stores that are spending a lot of money on ad spend and that run ads in multiple channels. So it becomes hard to attribute the sale to the right channel. The only thing is that these three options tend to be pricey, tend to be expensive. So depending on your starting point, you might want to look at other alternatives, which are Cometly, RedTrack, which is indicated for affiliates, in ThoughtMetric. All these platforms help you monitor the most important KPIs and keep track of the fluctuations on a daily basis. And considering the higher amount of conversions you'll be able to track, you can optimize your ads at a much deeper level. This is, in my opinion, a very good investment. It doesn't really matter how much you're spending. It's a good investment to improve the accuracy of your data, simply because we talked about our hot take: data is useless if you can't rely on it. With that being said, I would make sure that, again, you can afford it. So I would start with one of these ones if you are getting started and you're not spending as much on ads yet. And then talk to Triple Whale, talk to Hyros, and talk to Northbin to see what is the best option for you, in your opinion. We might be able to get some affiliate codes. If we do, you will find them in the resource section. So we'll make sure that you can get a discount if we are offering you any affiliate code. And this is pretty much it. So let's talk about conclusions. We need benchmarks and KPIs to give our optimization a certain order of priorities. In this video, you learned everything you need to know about these metrics. And when in doubt, feel free to come back to this video and make sure you're optimizing for the right goals. So everything you learned in this video, in my opinion, is something that you'll be using on a daily basis. First, the benchmarks are incredibly useful, and understanding the difference between soft metrics and KPIs in terms of reliability is extremely important. Then we understood the how useful the benchmarks and the KPIs become in terms of giving you an order of priorities when it comes to testing and improving the ads we create. In overall, learning what are the KPIs that you should keep track of is another very, very important point. So hopefully you found everything interesting. Please do let us know if something was not clear or if you need any help setting up your benchmarks and KPIs. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you very much. All right, in this video, we'll be talking about data reporting. Why is data reporting so important? How we do that? And what are the metrics we keep track of? How we debug the ones that are not giving us the numbers we're looking for? And this is going to be an interesting video as usual. So what are we going to cover? First of all, pillars on data reporting, data freshness, why fresh data is what performance needs, naming convention, how we use it and we apply to data reporting, and automations. What are the automations that we can use to avoid the manual inputs and make sure that the machine, the automations, inputs all the data that we need. Then collecting data, the 99 ads way. We talked about the creative intelligence spreadsheet, and we're gonna show you how to input all the data through either Supermetrics or Adveronics, depending on your budget, third-party reporting tools, and Motion. Then as regards to the performance metrics, we'll be looking at soft metrics and KPIs, promising numbers versus validated ads, and what specific metrics can tell us about the ad. Then video metrics, metrics and KPIs, how to debug hooks in the gut, and video retention, brain and pocket. And then we'll be talking about, again, soft metrics, so quality and relevance, debug CPMs, debug CTR link percentage. Finally, the analysis tempo, how often we analyze our data and when we should do that. And finally, conclusions. So let's dive into the pillars on data reporting. As I said at the beginning of the video, performance loves fresh data. Data needs to always be up to date, and we constantly need to update our data. So less than 24 hours of delay since the last update. How do we do that? The way we do it is pretty simple. We prefer automations over manual inputs. The reason why we prefer automations is pretty simple. Human mistakes invalidate data analysis, and you can not rely on manual inputs. It's just something that it's not sustainable in the long run. You can definitely have a person that focuses exclusively on adding manual inputs to your spreadsheet, but on the other hand, this person most likely will be off on Christmas, will be off and the New Year's Eve, will be off through the year multiple times. And during those times, you cannot rely on that person, assuming that this person is like a machine and every day they're able to deliver. This doesn't happen with automations. First of all, you can definitely assume they're a machine. But on top of that, they are not going to ask for a day off. They're not going to ask for anything, and they are extremely reliable. The two options we look at are Supermetrics and Adveronics. The main difference is that Supermetrics is a little pricey, whereas Adveronics is free, if I'm not wrong. If it's not free, it's super cheap. And it's still a little buggy. So if you can choose, I would recommend Supermetrics. But if you can't, then Adveronics is more than enough. Just look out for bugs and like problems that might happen, but just keep an eye on it and you're cool with it. Then finally, at the naming convention, the way we do it is basically it allows us to see what's in the ad without opening the ad, without previewing the ad. So the ad name should carry enough information to give us that opportunity. The way we do it is, as you can see here, we keep track in the name of the batch, the product, the audience, the angle, the formula, the ad identifier, and the test type. And here you can see our template. We talked about the creative spreadsheet. This is the one we use, the creative intelligence spreadsheet. And if you go to the batch planning, you can see that there's a formula that gives us the naming convention already ready for us to copy and paste it. This is great for our media buyers when they launch the new ads, since they have the name already here. And the way it works is pretty simple. Let's say here we are talking about an ad that's on batch 2. The product we're promoting is the serum. The audience we're promoting is male 35 plus. Then as regards the angle, we want to go for a clinical grade. As regards the formula, we have a mashup. As regards the concept, this is concept number 3. Test type is an iteration, and no comment. Here you can see the name ready to be copied and pasted when we launch the ad. And you can see that this is quite impressive because there's a lot of information straight on the name. And you don't need to open the ad to see what is the angle. You don't need to preview the ad to see who we are targeting. You don't need to open the ad to see the ad to find out that the formula it's a mashup. So this is extremely important, not only in terms of reporting, but also in terms of data analysis. So it speeds up everything. If you don't have a naming convention, please do adopt ours. If you have a naming convention, please make sure it carries enough information as this one. In the long run, when you're scaling your campaigns and when you'll be working with enough ads, this is going to make the difference. So please keep that into account. Now, collect data the 99 ads way. As mentioned before, we automate the process. There are two main options. There's a third one as well. I quickly went through Supermetrics and Adveronics a second ago, but in our opinion, Supermetrics is the most reliable and complete tracking tool available at the moment. Automatically pull up data from our accounts and import it to any Google Sheet. You can set up automations to run these reports at specific times. Then we have Adveronics. It does what Supermetrics does, but for free, and it's slightly unreliable. It has some limitations and bugs. If budget allows, go for Supermetrics. We also have Motion App, which is an external tool that helps you pull up and read data on your creatives. It's a very good hassle-free solution for data analysis. The only downside is, first of all, the pricing, and second is the limited customizations. There are no many integrations for Motion, which is a bit of a bummer, and only Northbeam is supported as a third-party tracking tool. So this is something that you might want to keep in mind. As regards the Creative Intelligence spreadsheet, the one I just showed you, we have different sheets on it. The first one is the seasonality and trends, which is this one. It's hidden, but it's here. And here you can see basically how through the year the numbers change. So we have the leading KPIs that we're keeping track of, the ad spend, we have the global ad spend, and then we split it into testing ad spend and scaling ad spend. We do the same with the revenue. So we have the global revenue, the testing revenue, and the scaling revenue. Just to give you an idea, the main difference between testing and scaling is that this testing column only takes into account the data that's related to the testing campaigns, whereas the scaling column takes into account only the data that comes from scaling campaigns. And this is a very important difference because you want to make sure that you are not looking at your MER as a global number, but you want to look at your MER from the testing campaigns alone and then from the scaling campaigns alone. You want to do the same with the revenue, with the CPA, with the ROAS, and then you have hook rate, hold rate, and link CTR percentage. This is extremely important, and the way we do it is we put each and every month one after the other. And it's important because it helps you project your numbers for the future, but also it helps you predict seasonality. For example, if you're selling swim trunks and your numbers are going down, but then you see that last year, same month, numbers were down, there might be some seasonality. If that happened for the last 5 years, that's definitely some seasonality. In this spreadsheet here is extremely useful. As you can see, it's not too fancy as regards the setup and the formatting, but it's extremely useful. It's one of the ones we use the most. Seasonality and trends contains the instructions of the main KPIs month over month. It's a good analysis on seasonality and growth trends. It's a great tool to make projections about the coming weeks. Then we have the targets. This is where there we go. This is where we decide the formatting conditions for our cells. And this is where we decide the criteria for validation and performance. So here you can change your your values based on your own numbers. And then this table will change the conditional formatting of these cells. So this is going to tell you when it's green, we're in the good. When it's reddish, we're in the bad. If it's red, we're in the very bad, and so on. So this is quite useful, and having clear your targets by default is going to help your data reporting. Then we have audiences and angles. This is a backlog of all the possible audiences and angles to use and test. This is the source for the batch planning spreadsheet. So let's head over to audiences and angles. As you can see here, we have a collection of all the value blocks we use, the descriptions, the products, and here you have the audiences. In the description, we can talk about them. What are their main concerns? What is their current context, their current situation? And the same goes for the angles. As you can see here, you have the different types of angles, the desires, and so on. So this is extremely useful when it comes to also plan your future batches. The batch planning, this is where you can plan your next batches by choosing angle, audience, and product. And you can automatically generate naming conventions to share with your editors. This is something that I showed you earlier in the video, but you will find a walkthrough of how to use this entire spreadsheet in the resource section. Then we have ad insights. Here you can see the global results for each ad inside the ad account. This data gets pulled up by Supermetrics right away as an automation. So this is amazing, and being able to rely on this is absolutely great. This is the main tool we use to analyze the results of our ads. And it's a combination of Milanote. We use a combination of Milanote and Imagus to preview the ads. As regards Imagus, it's a Chrome plugin that allows you to preview images without opening them, which is great. And you will find a resource for that as well. But here, this is where you see all the numbers that are useful. And this allows you to basically analyze your ads and get the results you need without getting to the ad account, pretty much. You need access to that account to get access to Supermetrics. And by the way, this is something that we can help you set up. So if you don't have it yet, please do let your coach know about it, and we will be more than happy to help you with it. Then finally, third-party reporting tools. We have, in terms of considerations, it's still impossible to integrate them with our spreadsheet. This is a little annoying. They require to be updated manually, which is not ideal. In Meta is a multi-billion-dollar company that relies on tracking, so we can kind of expect them to make their own move relatively, at some point. I've been waiting since the iOS update, but they are always changing things. So we can expect things to be dynamic, quite dynamic, to say the least. Then how to add third-party tools to our spreadsheet. The way you do it is you download the report and copy-paste it into the right column in the spreadsheet. And then the data will be visible in the purple columns. This is something, again, that if it's not clear, we will help you with. And you will find also a walkthrough on how to do this in the resource section. As regards the performance metrics, this is what we want to look at. Performance and KPIs, CPA, cost per purchase, and ROAS, return on the ad spend. Choose the main one based on the situation. We recommend working on the CPA if you are on an early stage, if you have a fixed average order value. So that happens if you have a subscription model, or if you have a mono product store. Or even if you're doing lead generation, it might be useful to have a CPA to keep track of the CPA rather than the ROAS. But if you have validated products, variable AOV, a clear lifetime value, you're in the scaling phase, then the ROAS might make more sense. Now, we have promising ads and validated ads, and it's important to differentiate the two. Now, promising ads perform within the targets, but results are not statistically relevant yet. Targets can be ROAS or CPA. So let's say it's ROAS 2. We spend $200. The return is 400. Then we have ROAS 2. The spend is 200 USD. The return is 4 purchases. Then the CPA is 50 USD dollars. If you're using a third-party tool, then I would recommend relying on their CPA and ROAS. which are the ones in the purple columns again. And if we are not getting enough impressions, it gets too early to consider them winners or losers. Validated ads stay profitable for a prolonged period of time. Validation is based on the amount of purchases or the amount spent. Validated ads are considered winners, and the goal is to find long-term winners, hence validated ads. Promising ads are useful and they give us some insights on what's working, but the gold is in the validated ads, so the ones that keep being profitable for a long while. Now, what we can learn from our winners, first of all, the angles. So, what is the reason why people buy or do not buy if they're not winners? The angles are usually there at the very beginning of the video, and validated angles are the ones that are present in multiple winning ads. Same goes for the formula. This is the angles vehicle, as we call it, and it should resonate with the audience stage of awareness. And the script is another big part that we learn from the winners. When it comes to the script, the questions we want to ask ourselves is the value provided enough? We can give more value to our clients, or are the elements we mentioned being shown visually? This is something we talked about in the other modules, so no need to break them down. But basically, every time you talk about something or you script about something, you might want to show it on your ad. Then we have video metrics. So here we want to dive into a little bit more the video metrics that are useful for us. We talked about them in the benchmarks in KPIs video. These are the benchmarks pretty much. So we refer to them as soft metrics, both the video metrics and the soft metrics here. So the CPM and the outbound CTR link percentage. Here we will be talking about how to debug part of these video metrics and also what are they, so that you can have a better understanding of them. So the first one of the most important, is the hook rate percentage, which stands for 3 seconds divided by impressions. These are the people that stop the scroll and watch the first 3 seconds of our ads. In our goal, our target here is above 40%. Then we have the hold rate through plays divided by 3 second views. These are the people that keep watching the content after the first 3 seconds, and the target here is above 30%. Video retention, we have the usual 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. This is helpful for us to understand where people are dropping off of our video, and the target is the average in the account. Why we use metrics like these ones that are not exactly the ROAS, that are not exactly what we need to look at if we are extremely focused on sales. It's pretty simple. These are shortcuts to ad performance. If you are only considering sales, if you're only considering the ROAS or the CPA, then it gets hard to make assumptions based on a little amount of impressions. Whereas with these soft metrics, 2,000 to 4,000 impressions is already a good number to make your first considerations. So this is the reason why we do that. Then as regards to the user value, these metrics give us a clear understanding of how users perceive the value of our ads. User behavior obviously plays a big role in the auction, and the ad will be displayed sooner in the user feed if we're winning our auctions, basically. And then it's first-party data. So this data is accurate and reliable, and we have a better